ponder the question, what if?
Hey, welcome back to ScreenCrush. I'm Ryan Airy, and this is our epic breakdown of seasons 1, 2, and 3 of What If. In the opening of the show, Uatu is narrating.
Time, space, reality.
Now, you may have noticed that these are also the names of Infinity Stones, the special minerals that make up the fabric of the universe. At this point, the voice of Uatu begins to echo,
Where a single choice can branch out into infinite realities.
symbolizing these other parallel realities. So, I just want to give a brief explanation of who Uatu is. The Watchers are a race of near-omnipotent space aliens who once tried to interfere in other cultures and instead created a nuclear holocaust. Afterwards, they took a vow of non-interference, kind of like the Prime Directive in Star Trek.
I'd say that's slightly more important than the Prime Directive.
We've actually seen the Watchers before in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
At that time, I was a Federal Express man.
Uatu is the Watcher who is assigned to Earth. And, by the way, in the comics, he interferes all the time. At the end of the intro, the original theme from the first Avenger plays.
A skinny kid from Brooklyn became Captain America.
And we see a shot of the shield frozen in ice from First Avenger. So now let's talk about this point of deviation. The Watcher says it's here when Peggy decides to watch from the floor.
No, I'd prefer to stay.
There. That's the moment.
That's actually not the first deviation we see. Beforehand, she and Steve have a conversation that's absent from the movie.
Paris has fallen. London might be next. If this works, you could end the war. We mere mortals can only dream of doing such things.
So it could be that this conversation inspires Peggy, somehow to not go up into the balcony. Also notice that Erskine's speech now occurs when everyone is on the floor before the experiment. In the film, everybody was in the balcony during the speech and then returned to the floor afterwards. Now this is important when we talk about the sacred timeline. Now, as we've discussed in other videos, the sacred timeline from Loki is actually made up of many timelines with small deviations from each other. In this case, Erskine gives a speech above or below. These variants were allowed to exist because they never created Kang the Conqueror. But Peggy's deviation is the moment that makes this radically skew away from the sacred timeline, like we used to see on the monitors in Loki. Another key difference, Bradley Whitford's character, Colonel Flynn, is also present. Now we've actually seen this character before in the Agent Carter one-shot that spun off into the Agent Carter series.
No one is above protocols, not even Captain America's old flame.
The one-shot showed the backstory of Peggy and Howard founding S.H.I.E.L.D.
Tell her she'll be running S.H.I.E.L.D. with me.
It also showed the difficulty of Peggy being one of the only female agents in the SSR, the other one being here, that's your mom. And in this reality, the Hydra agent not only kills Erskine, but Tommy Lee Jones's Colonel Phillips. So Peggy gets into the chamber, and just like Steve, the first remark afterwards is about her height.
How'd you feel?
You won't be needing those heels anymore.
She's also kept out of service, just like Steve, and then takes it out on a heavy bag, just like he did after being unfrozen. She also follows this up by kicking a weight into her hand and throwing it, just like Steve used to flip up his shield. Steve even mentions to her that she could be put to work selling war bonds like he was in an alternate reality.
Each one you buy is a bullet in the barrel of your best guy's gun.
And when they talk about dancing, she repeats her line from the main MCU reality.
The right partner. Maybe you haven't found the right partner.
Then we see other variations when the Red Skull goes to Tonsberg. This was also the Norwegian village we saw at the beginning of Thor, and it's the site of New Asgard in Avengers Endgame. Now, for some reason, in this reality, Stark is way more on top of the existence of the Tesseract. Or maybe actually he was in the first Avenger, but just off screen. He says,
Given the gamma signatures coming off that clock tower, what they were looking for could power London for a century.
You'll remember that the Infinity Stone radiation is gamma, which is why Banner was brought in to find the cube in the Avengers.
Tell them to put the spectrometers on the roof and calibrate them for gamma rays.
And why he was able to pull off the snap.
But the radiation's mostly gamma. It's like, I was made for this.
It's interesting that when Odin hid the Tesseract, he didn't think to shield the gamma radiation. Now, the Red Skull is not voiced by Hugo Weaving. Weaving famously hated playing the Red Skull, or at least hated his time in the makeup chair. So, in Infinity War, he was replaced by Ross Marquand, who also voices Red Skull here. He also adds in a new, more accurate description of the Tesseract.
The Tesseract was the jewel of Odin's treasure room. fabled to hold the power to rewrite the very laws of physics and unlock doors across the universe.
And we also see a new section of the carving depicting the monster at the end of the episode with the Tesseract at the center. Now this monster is actually called Shuma-Gorath. So in this reality, because Peggy is not on a USO tour, she's able to intercept the Tesseract. Stark gives her the uniform that was intended for the USO, which makes me wonder if Steve might have had a hand in designing it. Remember, in the comics and the movie, he was an artist who designed his own suit.
I had some ideas about the uniform.
When Peggy drops down for her superhero landing, we see her take a pose that Steve Rogers has shown off before. Afterwards, Howard uses the Tesseract to create his own Iron Man suit. Now, believe it or not, there's actually a precedent for this in Agent Carter. In one episode, the SSR has confiscated several of Howard's inventions, including an unstable energy vest that would lay the groundwork for the arc reactor that Tony would refine in Iron Man.
That is the prototype for a new system of armor.
So you might be wondering, why didn't Howard ever create the Iron Man suit, since he had access to the Tesseract for decades? Well, I have some theories. So we know that Howard studied the Tesseract ad nauseum, leaving diagrams of it in his journals that he left to Tony. So maybe, in the main reality, he saw the weapons that Zola built with the Tesseract and decided that this kind of energy shouldn't be weaponized. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. must have agreed, because they used the Tesseract to build an engine in Captain Marvel. Then they didn't even try to replicate Hydra's weapons until Thor came to Earth.
We learned that not only are we not alone, but we are hopelessly, hilariously outgunned.
Instead, Howard studied the Tesseract to help create his new element. Now we know this because it was in the journal that Tony studied that gave him the insight to create this element. That element stabilized Tony's arc reactor and became the key to long-term green energy.
I'm kind of the only name in clean energy right now.
So Peggy storms into the Hydra base like Steve did at the climax of First Avenger. They save Bucky, and then she says,
"Well, then we better start dancing."
Echoing First Avenger.
I might, even when this is all over, go dancing.
Also, just like Steve, she ruins perfectly good bikes. And of course, the whole sequence ends with Bucky repeating his line,
"Let's hear it for Captain America!"
Let's hear it for Captain Carter!
And just like in First Avenger, we have a montage. So, Red Skull wants to summon the true champion of Hydra, Shuma-Gorath, and it looks like the tentacles of the monster informed the design of Hydra's logo. But we've actually had hints of this subplot before in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. That show revealed that Hydra is actually hundreds of years old, and its true goal was to summon an ancient Inhuman called Hive that had been banished to another planet.
No need to remain concealed in the shadows.
At the bar, Peggy reveals that she can't feel the effects of alcohol, just like alternate Steve.
But the serum doesn't allow me to feel the effects.
I can't get drunk.
And I really love this heart-to-heart between the two of them. It helps dive into their characters in a way that, the movies can't, because this allows us to see that Steve is the same person, even if somebody else had gotten the serum. It also shows us that Peggy loves Steve for Steve and not for his, he says,
"I'm still that skinny kid from Brooklyn. Now just in a big metal suit."
A sentiment that Peter Parker would echo decades later.
This is all I have. I'm nothing without this suit.
Also in this conversation, Peggy talks about how her success has afforded her the same respect that was usually reserved for men.
I'm no longer screaming to be heard, to be seen, to be in the room.
And remember, all of this started because Peggy chose to be
in the room where it happens.
I also love that this scene ends with a goofy 1940s transition. When Steve is in the Hydra Stomper, the interior shots of him are a neat steampunk noir type nod to Tony in his Iron Man suit. They really should have known this was a trap, because there's a stupid Hydra logo right on the stupid train. When Peggy saves Bucky, he says,
"Woo! Thanks! You almost ripped my arm off!"
Yeah, well, The loss of Steve and his capture by Hydra is of course a variation of Bucky's fate in First Avenger. Afterwards, they track the Tesseract to Castle du Croc in the Black Forest. Now, this is not a real castle, but I'm wondering if they chose this name because it's similar to Kraken, the ancient tentacle Greek sea monster.
Release the Kraken!
The machine that creates the gateway looks like a Hydra with several arms. It's a very nice design touch. And then an actual Hydra eats the Red Skull. Just like in the first Avenger, he was eliminated by his own hubris. So, when Peggy is pinned against the wall, she draws a sword from behind a shield, much like Arthur drawing the sword from the stone. Now, in the moment, this is a fun parallel to show that she, like Steve, is worthy. But this might not just be any old sword. See, in the comics, Captain Britain has a deep connection to the multiverse. Merlin, the wizard in King Arthur's court, was the first person who discovered and categorized the multiverse. Then he made sure that each multiverse had a Captain Britain to protect it, and each candidate could choose one of two weapons, the Amulet of Right or the Sword of Might. If Peggy Carter is the guardian of her reality, then this could be the Sword of Might. And this ending was a real bummer. I mean, even in this reality, Peggy and Steve just can't win. So I'm presuming she emerges around 2012 at Project Pegasus, the same place we saw the Tesseract being experimented on in the Avengers. Barton and Fury are watching just like at the beginning of that movie. And this line,
"Ma'am, please put down the sword,"
is a parallel to this one.
"Sir, please put down the spear."
And just like in First Avenger, Nick Fury is the one to break the bad news.
The war ended almost 70 years ago.
We begin on Morag, the same planet where Peter Quill was introduced getting the Power Stone. The Watcher narrates,
"But in a multiverse of infinite possibility, is your destiny determined by your nature? Or by the nature of your world?"
essentially saying that T'Challa would always have been a leader and an inspiration no matter where he ended up in life. So last episode, they had fun playing with all the variations, but history basically played out in the same way, with the super soldier stopping the Red Skull and being thrust forward in time. But this episode had a blast with the variations, like when Korath the Pursuer meets T'Challa.
Star-Lord.
Who? Oh, Star-Lord! I'm a huge fan of your work.
T'Challa has actually accomplished everything that Peter Quill said about himself.
This is the Star-Lord, legendary outlaws.
Star-Lord, man. Legendary outlaw?
But this line is new.
Steals from the powerful and gives to the powerless.
Because T'Challa has defined his career as being a Robin Hood figure who helps people around him.
We steal from the rich and give to the poor. Just like that Earthling folk hero of yours, right? Robin Leach.
Robin Hood.
Unlike Peter Quill, who lived most of his life for himself.
Barit. Look, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I forgot you're here.
He also doesn't want Korath to bow.
We be bowing? I feel like we should be bowing. I mean, unless we should be kneeling.
Neither is necessary.
Please.
As we saw him do in Infinity War.
What are you doing? We don't do that here.
And unlike Peter, he didn't give himself the name Star-Lord. He's actually kind of uncomfortable with it.
It is not an official title, nor is it one I am comfortable with.
And I wasn't sure if T'Challa had powers or not, which would mean that he drank the heart-shaped herb as a child. I'm pretty sure he doesn't, but if you have any thoughts, let me know in the comments. Now, we do see his charity toward others when he turns a fight into a training session.
But again, but this time faster, harder.
Really?
I barely moved. Hit me.
Also showing us how to earn the loyalty of bad guys like Thanos. Also, unlike Peter, T'Challa actually came with help instead of trying to break away from the Ravagers and sell the orb for himself.
Some kind of catchphrase.
I also like that he's even influenced Michael Rooker's Yondu to be a better person.
You know as well as I, no treasure is worth as much as the good that can be done with it.
That's my boy.
Peter's just some guy who had to learn how to lead, but T'Challa was raised to be a king. He says,
if we still made like the old days, you'd only have half of your teeth.
Because in Guardians, Yondu has several false teeth that he never needed in this reality. T'Challa's ship is named the Mandela after South African president and human rights activist Nelson Mandela, apparently a hero of T'Challa's. Funny because Peter named his ship after his school crush Alyssa Milano from Who's the Boss.
Yeah, there it is. Get my ship. It's the Milano, the orange and blue one over in the corner.
The flashback begins in 1988, 4 years before the flashback at the beginning of Black Panther. You'll remember that T'Chaka sent his brother N'Jobu out into the world as a spy because he didn't trust outsiders. Now what's interesting is that in the main reality, we can see how this influenced T'Challa's isolationist stance.
All you will find there is destruction and pain.
It also explains why T'Chaka thought that they were better off leaving poor little Eric behind rather than poison Wakanda's purity with an outsider. Notice that T'Challa's spear goes right through the city's shield. This is because this isn't the force field that we saw in Infinity War. It's the holographic illusion that we first saw in Black Panther.
This never gets old.
And of course, his abduction is a frame-by-frame recreation of Peter's. Then we find out that it was actually Kraglin, voiced by original actor Sean Gunn, and the fearsome return of
Taserface!
I like how they explained the mistake that they picked up a vibranium reading and assumed that it was alien.
Well, Well, my home is built on an ancient vibranium meteorite.
And so why did Yondu keep T'Challa and never go back after Peter? Because at this point, he had delivered so many kids to Ego for child murder that he was fed up with it and would have kept the next kid no matter who it was.
Well, once I figured out what happened to them other kids, I wasn't just gonna hand you over.
You said you were gonna eat me.
That was being funny.
Then the best moment of the episode, when they're listing all of his accomplishments.
How exactly did you stop Thanos, the Mad Titan, from decimating half of the universe? Oh, no.
I'm a big enough man to admit when I'm wrong.
Josh Brolin returns as a babyface version of the Mad Titan Thanos. It turns out that T'Challa just made the argument that all of us did after watching Infinity War.
T'Challa here showed me there was more than one way to reallocate the universe's resources. Sometimes the best weapon in your arsenal is just a good argument.
And their counter-argument,
it's still just genocide, big guy.
And I'm pretty sure it's efficient.
is echoing Doctor Strange's response in Infinity War.
And when we faced extinction, I offered a solution.
Genocide.
But clearly, T'Challa found a way to be more reasonable with him. Now, I want to point out that the floor of the club, like the hologram around Wakanda, is hexagons. But seriously, the hexagonal pattern surrounding Wakanda does match the honeycomb technology that ships use when they travel through their hyperjumps, symbolically saying that this spear is like T'Challa heading off into the heavens. At the bar, Drax goes on to talk about how T'Challa saved his family from Ronin.
You saved my home world from a Kree invasion.
All in a day's work.
No, it took several days.
And we see his trademark honesty.
We should take another one. You look terrible. I look great.
I'm sure it's fine.
No, I insist. It is a truly awful picture of you.
I don't know. I am hideous?
You are horrifying to look at, yes.
And Nebula has gone through some major changes. Apparently, T'Challa appealed to Thanos before he was done experimenting on her because now she's able to grow hair but still has an artificial eye. T'Challa tells her,
"You know he gardens now."
Which we know was always his idea of retirement, as we saw in Endgame. T'Challa still wears the tip of his vibranium spear around his neck, just like Peter kept another emblem of home, his Walkman. And just like with Peter, Yondu told him a lie.
When I picked you up as a kid, these boys wanted to eat you. They ain't never tasted Terran before.
Told me my homeland had been destroyed, my family killed.
In both cases, the choice was made out of love.
He may have been your father, boy, but he wasn't your daddy.
Now they're after something called the Embers of Genesis, a life-giving force that can end all hunger, which might be how T'Challa convinced Thanos that there was another way to allocate the universe's resources.
Don't tell Captain Genocide over here. You must spoil his fun.
We also find out that the Collector is the galaxy's new crime boss, filling Thanos' power vacuum.
But when I went straight, Tavon saw an opening and filled the power vacuum.
And this is totally believable. Though they don't talk about it much in the movies, the Collector and his brother the Grandmaster are elders of the universe, extremely powerful beings who just happen to have eclectic entertainment tastes. I mean, the Collector was pretty ruthless in the movies. He kept people locked in cages and enslaved women.
Mr. Treehorn treats objects like women, man.
He and Yondu talk about the job in the bowels of the Ravager ship that we saw in Guardians Volume 2. And this beam of light shining on T'Challa is almost like the divine light that shines on Jesus in Renaissance paintings, showing that he's the chosen one who can bring peace to the galaxy. The star chart designation of nowhere does match what we saw in Guardians of the Galaxy, don't worry, I checked. And on the planet, we learned that the Black Order are now working for the Collector. I guess they're tougher than we thought because Thanos has a really hard time handling them. But then again, he doesn't have the Power Stone like he did when he beat up the Hulk. This is a Dark Elf, just like we saw in Guardians, and T'Challa has a lengthy conversation with Howard the Duck, who appeared in the Guardians post-credits scene. And just like in the movie, he's voiced by Seth Green, and he also appears here in Avengers Endgame. Most people know Howard from his 1980s movie flop,
I just can't resist your intense animal magnetism.
but he was a hugely popular character in the 70s. His book was hilarious and inventive, and his creator Steve Gerber is a genius. You should really go back and read that comic. He name drops the Frost Giants and the Cronins, like this guy in Thor the Dark World and Korg in Ragnarok.
Take a Louis at the Frost Giants, a hard Ralph at the Cronins. You're gonna see a sign for Elvish literature? Ignore that. Total snooze.
He also mentions Elvish writings, and he's probably referring to Alfheim, the realm of the elves in Norse mythology. Now, this is one of the few Norse realms that we haven't seen in the movies. And did you you notice that when Howard gets scared, he quacks?
Through it.
Most of the aliens in cages are kept out of focus, but I thought this guy looked like one of the brood from the comics. When T'Challa enters the hangar, we see a ton of MCU Easter eggs. They are Peter Quill's ship, the Milano. This one looks like a scrapper ship from Ragnarok. The one beyond it resembles the experimental Quinjet in Captain Marvel. At the top of the hangar, there's an X-Wing from Star Wars. Just under that one of the Nova Corps Star Blasters from the climax of Guardians. This is the Grandmaster's party bus. Above it is a Necrocraft that the Sakarans flew for Ronan in Guardians. Just beneath it is what I think is a Sakaran fighter from Ragnarok. This one could be the Grandmaster ship, the Statesman. And finally, in the corner, we see the Quantum ship from Ant-Man and the Wasp. So, the Collector has actually extended his reach all the way into the Quantum realm. So I don't think we should read too much into the appearance of one or two Star Wars ships. It's like when E.T. popped up in The Phantom Menace. Doesn't mean that that movie is in canon with our world, especially since we know that Star Wars does exist in the MCU.
Hey guys, you ever seen that really old movie, Empire Strikes Back?
More than likely, the Collector is a completionist who wanted a replica of life-size X-Wing.
Join me and together we'll build my new Lego Death Star.
Then T'Challa's necklace activates a space version of a Royal Talon fighter from Wakanda. Now, this was captured after King T'Chaka reallocated his resources into exploring space to find his son. Now, in the comics, there was actually a terrific run by Ta-Nehisi Coates about an alternate Wakandan galactic empire that is a must-read if you're a fan of Black Panther. Now, I like that when we see this ship, we immediately hear those iconic Wakandan drums that were all over the Black Panther score.
Wakanda.
The dummy exhibits inside are wearing the clothing of the Dora Milaje, who must have traveled into space to look for their prince. In his message, T'Chaka says,
"Until we find you on this plane or the next."
Because, remember, in their culture, the wealthy people of noble blood go on to exist after death. Not the most equitable system.
All of you are wrong!
Down with the man! We will not be silent! The Collector is disappointed to meet T'Challa, saying,
"Are you sure you cannot fly or shoot lasers out of your eyes or something?"
Describing another alien superhero, Superman. When he mentions discussing T'Challa, notice that Ebony Maw kind of slobbers all over himself. Remember, he talked about dissecting Strange in Infinity War.
Painful, aren't they? They were originally designed for microsurgery.
The Collector punches T'Challa with a rocky arm he took from a talkative Cronin. I gotta think he meant Korg.
Oh, well, I tried to start a revolution, but didn't print enough pamphlets, so...
His weapons case is another treasure trove of Easter eggs. We see Captain America's shield, Mjolnir, which, okay, I don't know how he broke Odin's worthiness spell, unless he captured it before Odin cast the spell in the original Thor.
Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor.
Then on the far end, we see what looks like Ronan's hammer and half of Thanos' helicopter blade sword from Endgame. I didn't catch what any of these other weapons were. If you did, please let me know in the comments or at me on Twitter. He mentions taking this knife from the King of the Dark Elves, that's Malekith from Thor the Dark World. Then he unleashes Hela's helm and Necrosword from Thor Ragnarok. Before Thanos' showdown with his old crew, he shouts out his old title as the Mad Titan.
Not crazy.
Mad.
Thanos' face turn is also taken from the comics. Briefly, after losing the Infinity Gauntlet, he retired to a farm and then joined forces with Adam Warlock. When Yondu shows up, the Guardians of the Galaxy theme plays.
Yondu, sweet!
And this one...
Ain't no way in hell I was gonna leave here without my kid.
Sure reminded me of this.
He may have been your father, boy, but he wasn't your daddy.
At the end, Karina, who also appears in Guardians,
I will no longer be your slave!
led a revolt against the Collector. Now, it's hard to make out most of the characters, but this one's a Dark Elf, this one's your mom, and that one's a Skrull. It's kind of messed up that they left all these people to die, right? I like that in the Wakandan ship, the pilot chairs are also meditation chairs. When they return to Wakanda, we see Shuri, and Ramonda is wearing her ceremonial headgear. Kraglin is talking about jump points.
Jump points are the best. They make your face all scrambly.
Which, of course, we saw in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. The episode ends with Peter Quill working at the Dairy Queen that we saw in Guardians 2. And you'll remember that this is where Ego planted one of the seeds for the expansion. Actually, I'm just now picking up that he did this when Meredith was pregnant with another one of his seeds, Peter. And then Ego, voiced by Kurt Russell, shows up to claim his son at the end of the episode. So they're all doomed. This episode is an alternate take on Fury's Big Week. Now, this was the Avengers Prelude comic that revealed that all the events of Iron Man 2, Thor, and the Incredible Hulk all happened in the same 7 days. That's why you can see the Hulk's attack at Culver University in the background of Iron Man 2, and why Coulson left.
I've been reassigned. Director Fury wants me in New Mexico.
Marvel even released a timeline detailing the week, which I wish they would have kept updating to explain this.
It's time we change too.
The episode starts with Fury's "There was an idea" speech that we heard in the Avengers.
There was an idea. The idea was to bring together a group of
remarkable people to see if they could become something more. I know, I've heard the speech.
And of course, this keeps getting repeated until he finally says,
I wrote the speech.
Which means that this was not a spontaneous speech that he just gave the team. Remember, he used this speech to motivate the Avengers to band together and even dip some of Coulson's vintage trading cards in blood.
Those cards, they were in Coulson's locker, not in his jacket.
The episode picks up right before Nick Fury enters Iron Man 2.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to exit the donut.
Samuel L. Jackson and Clark Gregg return to voice their characters, but Natasha Romanoff is voiced by the great and hilarious actor Lake Bell.
What was that Russian Star Wars thing you used to do as a kid?
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
Please, let me hear.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
Tony Stark is voiced by Mick Winger, who also voiced him in the Spider-Man cartoon series.
Faster than I gave you credit for, Spider-Man.
Hank Pym must have taken particular pleasure in cutting the Stark family line because he resented Howard Stark for trying to steal his formula for Pym particles.
Tell me that isn't what I think it is.
That depends if you think it's a poor attempt to replicate my work. Even for this group.
But we'll talk about Hank's heel turn later in the video. We briefly hear the Avengers theme at the start of the episode.
Into a team of heroes.
One of a few musical callbacks that we'll hear later on. We also see Coulson's post-credits scene from Iron Man 2 teasing Thor's hammer.
Sir, we found it.
Black Widow is arrested by Brock Rumlow, aka Crossbones, voiced by a returning Frank Grillo. He name-checks Secretary Alexander Pierce, Robert Redford's character from Winter Soldier and Endgame.
Save your spin for Pierce.
Now, this isn't the only mention of Pierce in this episode, and I actually have a theory about him that I'm going to get into a bit later. Also notice that this guy with Crossbones looks exactly like this guy from Avengers Endgame, so Rumlow's got his regular crew that he likes to roll with. Widow calls Fury by her favorite nickname for him, Boss.
Sure you want to take another big swing on me, boss?
Well, this is good times, boss, but I was kind of hoping when I saw you, you'd have more than that.
And this is like an echo of Fury and Clint's conversation about the Tesseract.
Something that powerful goes missing. Someone always comes looking.
The cube is a doorway to the other end of space, right? The door's open from both sides.
Which made me realize that one of the reasons Clint was assigned to the Tesseract was because he had a previous detail watching over another paranormal object, Mjolnir. And this line,
it doesn't sound ominous at all,
has the same delivery and cadence and tone as this one.
Nothing harmful, low levels of gamma radiation.
That can be harmful.
Fury mentions an agent.
Also, no one can lift it, not even Jackson, and he does CrossFit.
And this is the actual name of one of the agents at the site in Thor, this guy.
Lancy Jackson, West Side Perimeter. Go check it out.
Jeremy Renner returns as Hawkeye and takes the same position in the crane above Thor, the extent of his cameo in the movie.
You better call it, Coulson. I'm starting to root for this guy.
And then...
Butterfingers.
Afterwards, Fury understands that Barton would not have done this.
Barton had a wife and kids. If he was gonna go, it wouldn't be willingly.
Remember, the Barton family was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s best-kept secrets.
Fury helped me set this up when I joined. Kept it off S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files, like to keep it that way.
And of course, the hero-worshipping Phil Coulson would smell Thor's corpse.
Wow. Even while rotting, he smells like lavender.
One of my favorite parts of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Thor movies was hearing how regular people reacted to the God of Thunder.
I don't think Thor's technically a god.
Well, you haven't been near his arms.
So, I have a theory. Fury would have known the Tesseract originally came from Tonsberg, and the SSR probably determined that it was behind a Norse world tree carving. So, Fury knew that Norse mythology had some connection to his glowing space box. So, given what we see here, I think that he suspected Asgardians were actually aliens, and this is why he wasn't surprised to see the hammer, or to see Loki show up on Earth.
Jotunheim, and god of mischief.
you gonna take that?
Then we go to Black Widow at Culver University, the setting of the middle act of The Incredible Hulk. It's okay if you don't remember. She goes to ask Betty Ross for help because of her skills, the only time Betty's used not just as someone's girlfriend or daughter. Nat sees the pizza delivery gear that Bruce Banner used as a disguise in The Incredible Hulk. But remember, that was some weird variant of Bruce Banner that had a completely different face and rewrote the script under a different name. But now that part has been recast with Mark Ruffalo finally stepping into The Incredible Hulk. Fun fact, director Louis Leterrier did not want Ed Norton to play Bruce Banner. His first choice was actually Mark Ruffalo. Now that scene where Natasha hears about Clint's death.
Barton's dead. I know what he meant to you.
Who do I kill?
Hits a lot harder after seeing the Black Widow movie and knowing everything they went through together in Endgame.
Oh, I don't judge people on their worst mistakes.
Maybe you should.
You didn't.
Nat's line here,
"Move, or I'll make you move,"
sounded an awful lot like Ao's badass line from Civil War.
Move, or you will be moved.
So when Banner finally appears, he says,
"No need for violence, Agent Romanoff. That's probably not going to work out. For anyone."
Which is what he said to Nat the first time they met in the Avengers.
"Are you here to kill me, Miss Romanoff? Because that's not going to work out for everyone."
Which actually opens up an interesting debate. Does this mean that certain aspects of their personalities will naturally lead them to say the same phrase under different circumstances, or that events that branch off a timeline will always repeat similar patterns of their original timeline?
We're okay, right? I'll get you out of this, I swear on my life.
We're gonna be okay, right? I swear on my life, I will get you out of this.
Or it could just be a low-hanging fruit Easter egg. At first glance, I thought the woman on Fury's scream was Carol Danvers, but after a closer look, I can see that it's your mom. Then Loki shows up with the Asgardian military and the Casket of Winters. Remember, he just discovered that he was able to hold this thing.
What am I?
You're my son.
What more than that?
As a frost giant, he would be the only Asgardian capable of using the weapon. Coulson says,
"Look like they're from Earth?"
Maybe Middle-earth?
Referencing the Lord of the Rings, and I'm glad that they continue to give Coulson pop culture references to spout.
I'll be damned. Tatooine.
Tom Hiddleston is back to voice Loki, his true glorious purpose.
"You would do best to kneel before a god."
And Fury's response,
"We don't really do that here,"
is an echo of T'Challa's in Infinity War.
We don't do that here.
Now accompanying Loki are the Warriors 3 and Jamie Alexander returning as Lady Sif. So remember, all of these events would have taken place before Lady Sif and the Warriors 3 became suspicious of Loki in the movie Thor.
Laufey said they were traitors in the House of Odin.
Loki's always been one for mischief, but you're talking about something else entirely.
When Banner is attacked by the military and Hank Pym, he's in the same glass walkway where he transformed in The Incredible Hulk. Afterwards, Natasha lands with her three-point landing hair flip.
This thing that you do when you whip your hair when you're fighting with the arm and the hair, and you do like a fighting pose.
When Banner begins to expand from the inside, it looks an awful lot like this scene from Ang Lee's 2003 Hulk movie. Just like in the movie, Betty runs after Ross to get him to stop, and the score in this scene is just tremendous. Coulson's password is
Steve. I heart Steve. 0704.
A nod to his Steve Rogers obsession.
It's an honor to meet you. Officially. I sort of met you. I mean, I watched you while you were sleeping.
And this isn't the first time the MCU has had fun with the hero's embarrassing password.
Give me your login.
War Machine Rocks with an X, all caps.
So what Widow is doing is looking to see who has recently accessed Fury's file on the Avengers Initiative. This is where she learns that former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Hope Pym, who's been dead for 2 years, accessed the file. Now, of course, this was actually her father, Hank Pym, using her old login credentials. But look at the people that Hank researched. In addition to the heroes, there's Maria Hill, Fury's right-hand woman, and Alexander Pierce. So why look up Pierce? because I think that Pierce was the secret villain of the episode. He would have known about Fury's super secret boy band, and known that the Avengers could be a threat to the rise of Hydra. After Hope's death, Pierce recruited Hank Pym to dismantle the Avengers initiative before they could get started. I even think that he might have caused Hope's death because of a huge Easter egg that I'll talk about a little later in the video. You know, we don't actually see Natasha die. Later, we do see a coffin, but this could just be Fury faking her death. He did that in Winter Soldier twice.
Anybody ask for me? Tell them they can find me right here.
So I think that Natasha is still alive. That's my big theory.
Not the beast!
Fury listens to Natasha's message while sitting in Isabel's diner, where Thor did this.
Another!
You may not have recognized it when it's not set at a Dutch angle. Then he says,
I'm not the only Avenger left.
And he says this while looking at the Avengers Initiative memo. This reminds him of Carol Danvers because, after all, he first drafted the memo after she left Earth and renamed it after her call sign. And by the way, I just want to address this quickly. Some fans didn't like this, that the Avengers were named after Carol's call sign. The logic I keep hearing is, she's not the first Avenger, Captain America is. And that's dumb. Steve's group was called the Howling Commandos, not the Avengers. And the only reason his movie was called The First Avenger was to help set up the movie Avengers. It was a marketing tool. The first Avengers trailer even played instead of a post-credit scene. Alright, moving on. Then Fury goes to get the Carol pager and Coulson lays it on a bit thick.
Is that a beeper? From the 90s?
Now, before making a deal with Loki, Fury encounters the Destroyer from Thor that, you know what, seriously, we haven't seen since. You'd think it would have popped up in Ragnarok, unless, well, actually maybe Thor put it down for good, and then S.H.I.E.L.D. stripped it for parts. So then we go to the Golden Gate Park Cemetery, very close to where the disappeared memorial was in Avengers Endgame. And then we see the showdown with Michael Douglas returning to play Hank Pym as Yellow Jacket. Now yes, this is a variation of the suit that Darren Cross would build in Ant-Man, but Yellow Jacket was also an alternate identity that Hank invented in the comics when the Pym particles caused his mind to become unstable. It was during this time that he hit Jan, an event that I don't think his character has ever recovered from. In fact, in the Ultimates alternate universe, Hank went fully off the deep end, beating Jan, sending ants to attack her, and eventually turning on the team. The best moment of this whole comic is when Steve goes to take him down, but insists that he grow first to make it a fair fight. Fury says,
Her mother was an agent?
Because remember, both she and Hank used to work for S.H.I.E.L.D., but they kept the organization at arm's length. Then Fury throws out this truth bomb.
Agent Hope Van Dyne was killed on a mission outside Odessa, Ukraine.
Now, where have we heard that before? Nat describing the Winter Soldier.
Somebody shot out my tires near Odessa. We lost control, went straight over a cliff. I pulled us out. But the Winter Soldier was there.
So it seems like the Winter Soldier might have killed Hope. Connect this with Hank Pym looking up Pierce, so I'm guessing that Alexander Pierce ordered the Winter Soldier to assassinate Hope, specifically to recruit Hank Pym to destroy the Avengers before they could start. Now, of course, this showdown is really Loki casting illusions.
Illusion projection involves depicting a detailed image from outside oneself which is perceptible in the external world, whereas duplication can't.
Whatever, his ability to look like other people. The climax of the fight with his multiple selves was a lot like the trick that he pulled at the end of Thor and in the Avengers.
Kneel before me.
Then he decides to conquer Earth, which, okay, Loki in the movie Thor was trying to impress his dad. He didn't want to conquer Asgard, he wanted to show that he was better than Thor.
I could have done it, Father! I could have done it! For you!
He only decided to take Midgard after Thor and Odin spurned him. So this doesn't really fit with continuity. But then again, maybe Earth was too tempting of a world that's so primitive and it's basically just low-hanging fruit. So afterwards, he repeats his speech from the Avengers.
It's the unspoken truth of humanity that you crave subjugation. The bright lure of freedom hobbles you, diminishes your life's joy.
You were made to be ruled.
In Times Square, the left-hand screen talks about the green explosive that we just saw at Culver University. Then we see Asgardian ships floating above Paris. Then we cut to the Avengers' coffins, with nice custom-designed logos. Maybe they called Lex Luthor's logo guy from Batman vs. Superman. Alright, so remember earlier how I talked about Fury's big week? Well, on the last day of the week, S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered Steve Rogers, which is why we're repeating this shot from First Avenger. And of course, Carol has returned, and we end with the Captain Marvel theme. Damn. I actually had to sit and watch through the credits just to process this episode. Easily my favorite of the series so far and the most emotional. It returns most of the core cast of the Doctor Strange franchise, including Benedict Cumberbatch and Wong, Tilda Swinton, and Rachel McAdams, and that really lends to the weight of this episode. So the first divergence in this reality is actually here.
I'm talking tonight at a neurological society dinner. Come with me.
Another speaking engagement? So romantic.
It's when Christine turns down Strange's invitation to go to his speaking engagement, an invitation that she actually accepted in this episode. You might have noticed that there were two Christines in the credits. The other is Christine Everhart, who first appeared in Iron Man.
And what do you say to your other nickname, the Merchant of Death?
That's not bad.
And later in WHIH social videos leading up to Ant-Man and Civil War. And she's still reporting for WHIH in this episode. On the way, she says he performed a successful hemispherectomy. This is an extremely rare procedure usually performed on children, where the two hemispheres of the brain are separated to treat epilepsy. But it's not just a random choice of a brain procedure. This also symbolizes what the Ancient One does to Strange when she splits him into two different timelines. The accident is recreated nearly perfectly frame by frame. After the events of the movie play out, Wong tells Strange that he's worried he'll do something dumb.
I suggest you join me before you do something reckless.
Wong's grown into Steven's babysitter, constantly warning him against pushing the limits of sorcery too far.
Don't cast that spell.
Now during the drive, Christine name-checks The Price is Right, the decades-old game show that Aaron Paul from Breaking Bad once starred on as a guest. That's not an Easter egg, I just love that fact. Another celebrity guest on The Price is Right can be seen here, and that's your mom. So Strange seeks out Alessandro Cagliostro, a real-life charlatan who weaseled his way into royal courts by claiming he had magic abilities. But Cagliostro's legend grew, until in fiction he became a time-traveling sorcerer. And he's also in Marvel Comics as a long-lived sorcerer who uses vampire blood to maintain his immortality. More on that in a bit. Strange finds out that no matter what he does, he cannot save Christine, kind of like the homeless guy in Groundhog Day. It turns out that in this reality, her death is an absolute point in time, an event so important that it cannot be changed. Okay, so back up. If you watch this channel and our coverage of Endgame and Loki, then you know that every time someone travels back in time and changes something, that creates a branch in time, a new reality, like the Ancient One said.
Remove one of the stones, and that close splits.
But this is different, because this is Strange using the Time Stone to reverse time, much like Thanos did in Infinity War and Strange did with the Apple. So this would not create a new timeline. The problem is, if he did change this event, then he would not become the Sorcerer Supreme, and thus would be unable to change the event, creating a time paradox.
That would unravel the very fabric of the space-time continuum and destroy the entire universe!
Whereas, if he had time travel technology like the Quantum Tunnel or the Temp Pads we saw in Loki, then he could go back in time, save Christine, and create a branch in the timeline, where she never died. So this actually reveals a huge limitation of the Time Stone. Its abilities cannot affect the multiverse. As we saw in Loki, the forces that govern the multiverse are greater than the Infinity Stones.
Some of the guys use them as paperweights.
So look back and think about when Strange looked into the future and saw 14 million possible outcomes. He was not seeing 14 million possible timelines or 14 million possible realities. He was seeing possible outcomes contained within his own timeline. It's also interesting because Thanos' snap sent the Avengers back in time, which resulted in Loki stealing the Tesseract and the death of He Who Remains, all events that were scripted to happen.
See?
So you can even say that Thanos' snap was another absolute point in time that Strange could not have rewritten with the Time Stone. In fact, maybe Strange tried to rewrite the snap over and over and ended up with the same results that we saw in this episode. Okay, so Strange shows up at Cagliostro's house where he encounters magic runes guarding the place. Remember the significance of runes that we learned in WandaVision.
Only the witch that casts the runes can use her magic.
And what we see in this episode is that the runes bind Strange here, and then later the Ancient One uses them to protect good Strange from his evil doppelganger. So when he lands, the dirt on his chest is symbolic of the metaphorical wound that he receives. What if Dr. Strange lost his heart instead of his hands? Then he meets the librarian, Oben.
Please tell me you're not Cagliostro.
The name's Obang.
In the comics, guess what? Cagliostro's other name was Oben. So there's a strong possibility that this is indeed the time-traveling sorcerer who drinks vampire blood to stay young, which explains why later on he says he's watched Strange do this for centuries. In the library, Strange finds a copy of the Cagliostro's Book of Time with the same cover that we saw in Doctor Strange. Remember, in the movie, Caecilius stole 3 pages from the book that allowed him to open a door to the Dark Dimension. Those pages are actually seen here in this episode, and the symbol is the same one that appeared on both his forehead and the Ancient One's. universe. The Ancient One was able to live for centuries by using this book to draw power from the Dark Dimension, and it's likely that Cagliostro, or Oben, has done the same thing in this episode. In fact, this is what Strange has done, to live for centuries drawing power from these other mystical beings. The first creature that Strange summons is the same tentacle monster that Peggy Carter fought in episode 1.
The champion of Hydra has risen!
Later. But here's the thing, if that creature does live between realities, then it has the ability to cross into different multiverses. It could be that the only reason Peggy was able to escape was because in this episode, Strange weakens the beast. Oben gives Strange some good advice.
It can shatter your mind.
And he immediately takes away the wrong lesson.
Maybe Obeng's right. If they won't surrender their power, I'll take it.
And then we get a slew of magical creatures, some from mythology, others invented for the show. The vampire gnome is something that I would fill my garden with if they sold them. There's a dragon that could be the protector dragon from Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings that protects our reality from the dark dwellers of another universe. And the raven with 6 eyes is your mom. When the Watcher talks about not interfering, we actually see him for the first time.
I could warn him, intervene. But the fate of his universe is not worth risking the safety of all others.
Every time Strange absorbs a monster, he briefly takes on their appearance, to show that he is slowly becoming a monster as well. It's not subtle, but with animation this great, it doesn't have to be. And then we get the episode's twist, the other Strange. He sees that his universe is actually dying. Now notice the way people disappear from reality is just like when Wanda's TV reality evaporated in the final episode of the show. Thanks Aaron Varola on Twitter for that catch. Very cool. Will Watkins on Twitter, who's also a very funny comedian, pointed out that when this animated universe evaporates from existence, it looks like ink, as opposed to the dust in the main MCU. Then the Ancient One shows up.
A psychic impression sent through a splinter in reality.
So, here's what's happening here. When Strange kept going back in time, he was traveling to a period when the Ancient One was still alive. That's why she was able to meet and do battle with him. Now what we're seeing here is an extension of that consciousness. The splinter in reality that she talks about is the crack that Strange made with his multiple trips in time. Think of it like he pried open a hole in time that allowed the Ancient One to project a copy of her consciousness into the future after her death. So she split reality into 2 timelines contained within a single universe, which is also very interesting. Up until now, we've talked about timelines and the multiverse like they were interchangeable.
The Infinity Stones create what you experience as the flow of time. Remove one of the stones, and that flow splits.
So remember those little individual timelines in Loki's last episode, the ones that were part of the sacred timeline? Those were all their own universe, part of the multiverse. The Ancient One essentially split one of those timelines into 2 universes. Maybe this was similar to the Nexus events in Loki, except these 2 new timelines are not diverging. They're still rubbing up against each other because she was the one who created them. And to illustrate this, Strange is easily able to travel from one timeline into the other, an ability we haven't seen him use before. The Ancient One places the protection spell of the Vishanti on Strange. These are the gods who are like the guardian angels of the Sorcerer Supreme. And then we get the big matchup, Strange versus Strange. This whole sequence was great, and it's not the first time Benedict Cumberbatch has played against himself. He also voiced Dormammu.
I've come to bargain.
Cape fight. Oh, but that little cape scream. Very sad. And then Evil Strange wins. Now, I thought this misdirection was great because I assumed the shadow was just the Watcher because we're used to seeing his silhouette pop up in different places.
I know that show you wet anywhere.
So, when Strange uses the evil magic of Cagliostro, the runes around his arm turn red. That's always an indication of evil magic, but it's also the color of the chaos magic of the Scarlet Witch. This is very interesting because remember that her powers are rooted in the ether and the ability to remake reality. Agatha even warned,
You have no idea how dangerous you are. It's your destiny to destroy the world.
And we're seeing that play out here. So, Strange is no longer a man. He's an amalgam of the different beasts that he's killed. And of course, she's afraid of him.
It's me, Christine.
Oh my god.
So as reality crumbles, Strange addresses the Watcher, now in his corporal form.
Honestly, if I could fix this, if I could punish you instead, I would. But I can't interfere.
And this is some dark, dark stuff. Remember when Uatu said,
I could warn him, intervene. But the fate of his universe is not worth risking the safety of all others.
This is because he needs this version of Strange to help him later on. Eventually, he'll recruit him to join with other heroes and form a Multiverse Avengers team. So, the episode ends with Strange creating a small pocket mirrorverse where he can live out his days looking at Christine's corpse. This is also symbolic of the mental prison that he's made for himself, where he shut out everything else in the world to only focus on her death. So, Marvel zombies aren't a new concept invented for this episode. It was first introduced to the comics Multiverse in the Ultimate Fantastic Four comics, when a version of Reed Richards traveled to the zombie multiverse. But then the concept sort of blew up, the shirts were all over Hot Topic, and people who didn't even read comics were into the concept. Why?
Because they're awesome.
We even had a zombie Iron Man teased in Spider-Man Far From Home. And the voice cast here is bangin', returning everyone from the movies except for Tom Holland and Chris Evans. And it's always nice to see David Dastmalchian appearing in yet another comic book property.
I'm a superhero!
I even like that he's still wearing his ex-con shirt from Ant-Man and the Wasp. So the episode begins with Banner being sent to Earth at the beginning of Infinity War, and the shots are reproduced exactly from that movie. But hold on a minute. Heimdall sent Banner to Earth to meet with Doctor Strange because Strange can help him out. And of course Heimdall knows about Strange because he sees everything, except when the script says he doesn't.
Never has an enemy slipped my watch until this day.
Anyways, if you're wondering why Heimdall sent Banner to a planet infested with zombies, then let's look at the timeline. The episode specifically says that Ant-Man and the Wasp happened 2 weeks before Infinity War, but maybe the dark magic Heimdall used to transport Banner wasn't instantaneous like the Bifrost. It actually took 2 weeks or longer to send Banner through trillions of miles of space, and in that time, the zombies took over the planet. After landing on Earth, Banner becomes the POV character for the episode, kind of like Rick waking up from a coma in The Walking Dead, or Cillian Murphy waking up from a coma in 28 Days Later, which was released a year before The Walking Dead's first issue, just saying. I thought it was funny that Banner was dressed in the wizard garb for the entire episode, with his sleeves exposed even after he watched the training video.
The zombie virus is passed through saliva, so the less skin you're showing, the less there is to bite.
Speaking of which, the site Inverse pointed out that this frame is very similar to Joss Whedon's production company Mutant Enemy, which produced Buffy the Vampire Slayer. When the Black Order arrive, Banner tries to get the Hulk to come out exactly like he did in Infinity War.
Come on, come on, come on! What do you mean, no?
In Infinity War, the Black Order arrived at this spot because it was close to the Time Stone, which, as we see here, is still the case. Dozen G on Twitter pointed out that Wong loses his head the same way he cut off Cull Obsidian's arm in Infinity War. The best thing about Marvel Zombies is that the heroes are aware of themselves enough to still use their powers, even learn skills like the sling ring. So when they first arrive, the Avengers theme briefly plays,
Tony?
Before giving way to a spooky choir. And Banner's line here,
Oh boy, are you guys screwed.
is another repeat of Infinity War.
You guys are so screwed now!
One of the best parts of this episode is the way it successfully mixes and matches different characters and shows combining their powers in new ways. For instance, the army of ants that eat zombie flesh. And the team of survivors is composed of a ton of characters who've never had much screen time together in the MCU films. They revealed that the zombie virus was originally contracted by Jan in the Quantum Realm. So when Scott Lang's body dies, I like that they included this little nod to Titanic. After all, both that Ship of Dreams and Zombie Earth are sinking ships. And now, just for fun, here's my all-time favorite deleted scene when the crew catches Rose throwing away the heart of the ocean.
That really sucks, lady!
The Watcher says that this reality sprang from love and hope, a not too subtle nod to Hope's name.
It's also your name, and that's gotta mean something.
And then we see Peter's tutorial, like the social video he was recording in Spider-Man Homecoming, but also like Columbus's instructional narration in Zombieland.
Rule number 3, beware of bathrooms.
In the video, Bucky is showering behind an American flag shower curtain, foreshadowing that later in the episode he'll finally take on using the shield and sort of become Captain America by default. And his text lists him as a heavy sleeper because Hydra put him out for years on end. Sharon's special skill is listed as eulogies because her eulogy for Aunt Peggy inspired Steve Rogers to throw away his life. And their hideout is in train cars suspended above Manhattan by Spider-Man's webs, maybe a nod to how Spider-Man stopped the trains in Spider-Man 2. So they're tracking a non-linear hex code, which, wait, hex code? Like hexagon? 6 sides, Mephisto confirmed?
Not the beast!
So I thought it was also interesting that Sharon is part of the gang. As we learned about in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, she ends up going to Madripoor, started dealing art, and either became the power broker or works for the power broker. But she says this is because the government turned its back on her.
Unlike you, I didn't have the Avengers to back me up, so...
But now we see that she wasn't radicalized because the government abandoned her. The snap must have sent her over the edge. Remember, she also says,
my own father doesn't know where I am.
Listen.
So maybe her dad snapped and she said screw it and became a crime lord. And then after he came back, she couldn't go back to him because she was in Madripoor doing crime.
Crime?
Crime. Happy Hogan says,
somehow I'm still driving.
What? Because he was Tony's chauffeur bodyguard for years, as we saw in Iron Man. And he's got a portion of Tony's armor that he wears on his hand, and this is the same piece that Tony used against Bucky in Civil War. Now I like that to escape the city they had to go to Grand Central because of its history in the MCU. But in this reality, I guess Grand Central is on the other side of Manhattan because they're going to Jersey, and in our reality, New Jersey Transit doesn't leave from Grand Central, it leaves from Penn Station. Notice that Hawkeye is not that good of a shot in zombie form, showing that they still have their abilities, but their skills are dulled. That's one of the reasons why they were able to kind of hold their own against Wanda later on. Okoye tries to comfort Bucky about Sam's death, and he doesn't really care, which is in character.
I should be sad, but I'm not.
Can you move your seat up? No.
Peter Spider-Sense,
Peter Tingle,
was honed in Far From Home, and here we see that it's still so underdeveloped that he doesn't sense the zombies till the last minute. The train is headed to Camp Lehigh, setting for Steve's training in First Avenger and the Zola reveal in The Winter Soldier. Now, yes, a missile did strike the base in that movie, but it was only one building. The rest of the camp is still there. This might also explain how the fences were destroyed, as we see later in the episode. And then Bucky meets Zombie Steve on a train, a reversal of when Steve thought that he lost Bucky in First Avenger. This was also the first time that Bucky ever used the shield. Also, there's a hidden backstory buried in here. See, Steve was on the run and he let his hair and beard grow. He still looked this way all through Infinity War and only shaved after the snap. But somewhere in this episode, off screen, after he's reunited with Tony, he shaves, takes on the uniform again, and gets his shield back from Tony. I guess their reconciliation happened after the zombie apocalypse struck. When Bucky kills Cap, he says,
sorry, pal. Guess this is the end of the line.
A callback to Winter Soldier.
I'm with you to the end of the line, pal.
Because I'm with you to the end of the line.
And then there's the sad version of the first Avenger theme. After hope expands, Okoye says,
the kid has hand sanitizer.
Which could also be another callback to Zombieland.
You guys want some Purell?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hope's zombie bite is a horror trope, but also introduces a ticking clock into the episode. Peter, of course, knows all the rules of zombie movies because of his deep pop culture knowledge.
Hey guys, you ever see that really old movie? Empire Strikes Back?
Did you ever see this really old movie, Aliens?
But he does also confirm how he saw these films.
how do you do it?
See all these movies? AV Club.
No.
Which is kind of a bummer, because there's a great fan theory that his Uncle Ben actually introduced him to the movies, which, holy hell, we get our first MCU mention of Uncle Ben.
Practice, I guess. My mom, Dad, Uncle Ben, Mr. Stark. Now happy. I've lost a lot.
This episode did such a great job of balancing humor, horror, with just moments of quiet beauty. Kurt is worried about the Baba Yaga, just like in Ant-Man and the Wasp.
What?
Come at night, little children sleep at night.
But here's the thing, Baba Yaga is also the nickname of John Wick.
An associate of ours. We called him Baba Yaga.
Which makes me think that the assassin underworld likens John Wick to a scary old ghost woman. This episode actually pays tribute to old ghost lady with this zombie because she's your mom. So then they find the Vision, who is running another typical zombie horror scheme, the Cannibal Ranch. Except instead of feeding other humans, he's helping Wanda to stay alive. Rafael Ferrer on Twitter pointed out that T'Challa losing a leg also happens in the Marvel Zombies comic. Now this twist is so interesting because remember, Wanda also employed some pretty extreme methods to stay with the Vision, what with the capture and torture of an entire town. Headless Scott Lang was amazing though, but it was pretty hilarious when I thought that Marvel would pay Paul Rudd just to speak a couple of lines and die. When they escape, Kot says,
"Oh, thanks. I feel like I'm back at prom."
meaning that Scott wore a cape to his prom, and so did I. When they escape, he even says the levitation spell from Harry Potter.
Wingardium Leviosa!
Wingardium Leviosa.
When Okoye learns of the deception, she immediately points her spear at the Mind Stone. Now this is another little hidden story. This is before the Vision ever traveled to Wakanda. So how did they know about the Mind Stone weakness? So Okoye could have reasoned that the stone was the source of his power, or maybe the Wakandans keep a dossier on any enhanced individual just in case they ever need to... When Bucky took the shield and went off to protect everyone to sacrifice his own life, I felt like it was a moment where he told himself that he could be worthy of the name Captain America, or at least that he would die trying to prove that he was worthy of the name. And it's subtle, but when the zombies attack Bruce, his arm turns green, showing that the Hulk will still protect their shared body. This alludes to the deleted opening of the Incredible Hulk that Banner described in the Avengers.
I got low. I didn't see an end, so I put a bullet in my mouth and the other guy spit it out.
So when Vision rips out his stone, the release of energy is exactly like what we saw in Infinity War. And when Banner hands Peter the gem, it's like he's anointed Peter as a member of the team, like Tony did in Infinity War.
You're an Avenger now.
And Peter also reminds us that he actually initially turned down the offer to join the Avengers in Homecoming.
Last year, Mr. Stark asked me to join the Avengers. I turned him down, and now they're all gone.
Now, the jet has a hard time taking off.
Oh, yes! Oh, no.
And that sound is actually the same sound as when the Millennium Falcon failed to take off.
Touch it!
Which sound designer Ben Burt recorded from an old biplane. Okay, so when Floating Headless Scott said,
"We'll put another W on the board for the Avengers."
That's the hardest any moment in the MCU has made me laugh. I mean, for a franchise that gets criticized for being a cookie-cutter template factory, this was extremely silly and weird, and I loved it. If you're wondering how Banner was able to touch the Mind Stone, SnapZ Entertainment on Twitter pointed out that he's actually touching the vibranium casing around the stone. T'Challa tells him,
"In my culture, death is not the end."
Referring to the plane where kings live after death, and the line that he spoke in Civil War.
In my culture, death is not the end. It's more of a stepping off point.
But then we see Wakanda and all these zombies behind hexagon shields. The beast!
Not the beast! Not the beast!
And we see frickin' zombie Thanos, one stone shy of an Infinity Gauntlet. I'm not sure how he got the Time Stone though. Did he go to New York and get it from Strange's corpse and then go to Wakanda where there were no stones? I don't know, it doesn't work, but it's still awesome. What do you think zombie Thanos would even do after he got the 6 stones? Snap and turn the universe into a sandwich? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments. This episode is an alternative take on the events of Iron Man, asking what if Killmonger made his move earlier and taken advantage of Stark's ego and misguided loyalty. Basically, it's what if Tony Stark faced Killmonger instead of Ironmonger. Doesn't go well for him.
What you say?
The opening shot is lifted directly from the opening shot of the MCU, Tony's motorcade in Afghanistan, and events play out just how they did in the movie. But Yuri Telfer on Twitter pointed out that he is using a different model of cell phone, so we are starting to see variations. It could even be that Killmonger was able to hack this phone because it's not as advanced as the one we see in Iron Man. Once again, Robert Downey Jr. does not return to voice Tony Stark.
You can't afford me.
Instead, he's voiced by Mick Wingert, who's voiced the character in video games and animation for years. And then Killmonger shows up, apparently strong enough to throw a frickin' shell like it's some kid's ball.
It's your ball, you want it back? Go get it!
And when he appears, his theme from Black Panther plays.
Killmonger? What is that, German?
A nickname.
He even hints in his first scene that he had insider knowledge of the attack.
The 10 rings have reinforcements en route. We need to move now.
Now, I'm still not sure if the 10 rings that we saw in Iron Man are actually part of Wenwu's 10 rings, or if they were a group that splintered off while he was playing Dance Dance Revolution with his kids. But I digress. Tony gives his post-attack press conference with a very different takeaway.
I saw young Americans killed by the very weapons I created to defend them and protect them.
I realized we have to do better, build bigger, and fight badder for them.
And the woman asking Killmonger questions is Christine Everhart, the reporter from Iron Man 1 and 2 who keeps popping up on WHIH News throughout the MCU.
I'm Christine Everhart on behalf of Will Adams. Thank you for watching.
And then Killmonger exposes that Obadiah Stane was the one who commissioned Tony Stark's kidnapping, which, you know what? Good. I hate that twist. I always have. Stane should have just been a greedy guy who was jealous of Tony and made his own suit to sell, and then fought him because he couldn't take it anymore. Making him some mastermind behind everything was dumb and just a way to eliminate the 10 rings from the movie and focus on Stane. Do you agree? Tell me in the comments. Then Tony and Killmonger get drinks at the same club that appeared in Iron Man. Again, we're basically seeing an alternative plot of the movie Iron Man first, before it pivots to an alternate Black Panther story. They say,
"They came for the king, and they missed."
In what feels like a tribute to the immortal Omar.
Hey, yo, lesson here, babe. You come at the king, you best not miss.
They went ahead and put Don Cheadle in the episode, in keeping with the recasting of Bruce Banner that we saw in episode 3. Pepper is suspicious and Tony dismisses her.
I'm sorry, are you allowed to say that to people in my tax bracket?
Because remember, in Iron Man, she's still his assistant / unrequited love interest. She didn't get handed the keys to the company until Iron Man 2.
It's you. It's always been you.
Killmonger says,
"What did your old man used to say? That's right. Peace means having a bigger stick than the other guy."
Which, yes, is a quote from Iron Man.
My old man had a philosophy. Peace means having a bigger stick than the other guy.
But it also shows that Killmonger has been studying Tony and his family history. And then the two of them retire to Tony's lab, and Killmonger becomes Tony's new science bro. Since he studied Tony so well, he knows his weakness. He can't resist a tinker. In the Iron Man 3 flashback, he solved Extremis for fun, and he created Ultron and Vision basically to see if he could.
I don't want to hear the man was not meant to meddle medley.
And did you forget that Killmonger is also a genius who went to MIT?
Graduated Annapolis age 19, MIT for grad school.
Apparently, he's also smart enough to design super drones. And this line,
worst case scenario, we'll end up with the world's most expensive Gundam model,
is referencing the anime Gundam Wing, specifically the mobile doll system. Thanks to Hurricane Barca for that observation. Also, all these drones had heads and designs very similar to the ones that Ivan Vanko put together in Iron Man 2. C. Soto on Twitter pointed out that Killmonger's outfit is also inspired by anime, and that he wears a costume similar to Vegeta's in Dragon Ball. And I want to say, for a poor kid from the Oakland projects, Eric did really well. Grad school at MIT. I mean, if it weren't for his dad's murder, who knows what he could have accomplished. So then we get a mirror of the montage where Tony built the Iron Man suit, hitting a wall when he can't think of a power source.
If we could miniaturize an arc reactor... Oh, that's a dumb idea.
Remember, the arc reactor that Tony made in a cave with a box of scraps was a miniaturized version of his dad's arc reactor, symbolizing that he's carrying on his dad's work and keeping him close to his heart. But Eric makes a similar symbolic gesture. He offers his father's royal vibranium Wakandan ring, showing that he's also keeping his father close to his heart, but to seek revenge. Tony assumes that his dad used all the vibranium on Cap's shield, like we first heard in Age of Ultron.
This guy got out of Wakanda with some of their trade goods.
I thought your father said he got the last of it.
That's the rarest metal on Earth. What you're holding there, that's all we've got.
And when Tony analyzes the ring, notice how the structure of the element forms around him, just like when he discovered the element that saved his life in Iron Man 2. But here's the thing. In that movie, he was originally going to discover vibranium. It's even in the novelization. And novelizations are typically written off earlier drafts of the screenplays, but then they never said the name of the element in the movie.
You have created a new element.
This mystery element stabilized the arc reactor so Tony wouldn't need palladium anymore, just like the vibranium does here. So I'm actually thinking that Tony might have synthesized vibranium in Iron Man 2. It would also explain why his nanotech works so well with Wakandan technology. See, the book The Wakanda Files revealed that Shuri shared her nanotech designs with Stark, but his tech incorporates so closely it makes me think that they both had a vibranium base they were working from. So to acquire more vibranium, they seek the help of Ulysses Claw, who, remember, had already met Tony Stark.
Back in the day, he operates off the African coast, black market arms. There are conventions, all right? Meet people, I didn't sell him anything.
And they send Rhodey to meet with them in the same shipyard off the African coast that we saw in Age of Ultron. Andy Serkis returns as Claw, who's once again collaborating with Killmonger. To kill T'Challa, Eric uses a sonic taser like Stane used against Tony in Iron Man.
You remember this one, right?
And then he also kills Rhodey, sparking a war.
They want a war, so that's what we'll give them.
Alright. It's unlikely that killing one Air Force colonel would make the US military send troops into battle, but Thunderbolt Ross is in charge. He's very much a shoot first and ask questions later kind of guy. He spent the whole of the Incredible Hulk trying to control Banner's power and create a super soldier.
As far as I'm concerned, that man's whole body is property of the US Army.
The rest of his time in the MCU is spent trying to control all the superhumans.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
You just invented 21st century warfare.
So it makes sense that he would jump at the chance to control super battle droids and field test them against what he thinks is a poor country halfway around the world. I also thought that it was interesting that Killmonger's goal is to liberate all Africans around the world, but he has to kill 2 black men to achieve this. It's showing that he doesn't really care about the spirit of his cause, only gaining revenge and power. Also, notice how the Dora Milaje pallbearers aren't actually carrying T'Challa's coffin. It's hovering above the ground, a subtle show of Wakandan technology. The Wakandan text on T'Challa's coffin reads Wakanda Forever, and this adds a lot of unintentional emotion to the episode. But Tony, of course, figured out Killmonger's scheme, but his ego is so big that he thinks he can handle it himself, and he's tragically killed by being stabbed in the shoulder? Maybe the lung? I don't know, it's still weird. He's controlling the drone with this wristband, which actually didn't appear in the MCU until the Avengers, when he used it to summon his armor. Killmonger drops the drone by cutting out its legs, similar to how he cut down T'Challa in his waterfall duel. Also, when he takes off his shirt, we see that he has fewer scars than we saw in Black Panther, a nice touch to show that this takes place several years earlier. So the government nationalizes Stark Industries, which they could actually do as part of the Defense Production Act. Much like the Iron Man films, the episode does a good job criticizing the military-industrial complex, showing the marriage between defense and corporate interests, and using this to flex political strength around the world. In many ways, the US government operates just like Eric Killmonger, the man they train. When one of their own is killed, they leap at the chance for revenge and attempt to take over Wakanda, just like Eric. When Claw takes Eric to Wakanda's borders, he calls Killmonger boy, a racist term in the South used to describe any black man. Eric was already going to kill Claw, but this was the moment he decided that he was going to enjoy it. Killmonger gets in good with his Wakandan family by delivering Claw, just like in the movie, except now it's not a coup or a takeover, he's earning his uncle's trust. And he watches the sunset from the same mountain where he died in Black Panther.
It's beautiful.
So now, with T'Challa dead, Eric becomes a surrogate son for T'Chaka. I like the detail that Shuri was much younger, because Iron Man takes place several years before she was a teenager in Black Panther. And by the way, all of the Wakandans are back to voice their roles, including Chadwick Boseman, Danny Guerrera, John Caney, and Angela Bassett.
What say you, General?
And okay, wait, Ramona is a general? I mean, that's cool, but where was she during Thanos' attack on Wakanda? It's implied here that she's a former member of the Dora Milaje, which is actually a better reflection from the comics, where the Dora were originally conceived as bodyguards / potential brides for the king. This Dora Milaje was actually part of an abandoned plot point in Black Panther, She's Your Mom, the Wakandan war chant. So cool. Hey, you know this line?
Are you certain about this, Baba? Entrusting our fate to this outsider.
Sure reminded me of this one.
Sure about this? Trusting our fate to a boy we hardly know?
Killmonger pulls a double cross, sending the drones into battle so he can be seen fighting with his people. And the Wakandan forces are using most of the same weapons that we saw in Black Panther. And of course, their war cry from the movies is repeated here.
Wakanda forever!
Wakanda forever! Wakanda forever!
Wakanda forever!
And I mean, look, this show's amazing. Eric Killmonger riding a rhinoceros into a battle with Stark drones. When are you ever going to see that again? And then this. Really got to me, man. So then Killmonger becomes Black Panther and wears the leopard armor, just like in the movie, which was also a tribute to his leopard from the comics, Prey with 2 eyes. Then he meets T'Challa in the afterlife place of past kings, which is interesting. In the movie, when he drank the heart-shaped herb, he went to his apartment in Oakland, where his father, Njobu, was apparently trapped in a kind of purgatory, symbolizing that Eric is also trapped in a kind of purgatory by his own childhood trauma. But here, maybe because he's been anointed by T'Chaka, he comes to the place of kings and he meets his cousin. Back at Stark Industries, Ross says,
Destroyers are circling the African coast. I want all Jericho missiles locked and loaded by 0600.
Yes, sir.
Remember that these were the missiles that Tony was showing off at the start of Iron Man that the Ten Rings wanted him to build. And, you know, it just occurred to me that the military probably always wanted to take over Stark Industries, but didn't because they needed to give Tony room to invent new stuff. Once he was dead, they moved in. And then Shuri meets up with Pepper with proof of Killmonger's misdeeds, for once ending this show on a somewhat upbeat note. So let's talk about Party Thor. My favorite gag was when Frigga arrived and Thor was holding class. What was yours? So most of the cast from the movies returned except for Brie Larson, Rene Russo, and the Warriors 3, but I'm betting you didn't notice the Warriors 3. I mean, this guy was recast in the movies and no one noticed. We begin with the same opening as Thor 1 with Jane Foster in the desert studying a wormhole anomaly, but for some reason this time Eric Selvig was only her guy in the chair and not someone we actually see. It actually makes sense. The rapport between Darcy and Jane is so strong that I think Selvig would have gotten in the way. On Jane's readout, we see several constellations and Earth is placed correctly within them, closest to the Big Dipper. Also notice that her iPad has a small infinity symbol here, perhaps foreshadowing the episode's twist ending. When Thor arrives for the party in Vegas, there's an Elvis impersonator on the strip because you can't make anything Vegas without Elvi.
One last time, yellow than red!
And later on, this Elvis even marries Darcy and Howard. Jane is convinced that this is an alien invasion, inadvertently alerting S.H.I.E.L.D., who probably monitor all calls everywhere that concern aliens. I love the twist of this episode that without Loki, Thor is allowed to just be a bad boy party bro. In Norse mythology, Loki's actions often spur positive growth and change, like how cutting Sif's hair led to the creation of Mjolnir. The show Loki even pointed out that this was his role in the MCU.
Also that others can achieve their best versions of themselves.
I also like that these events were told with drawings that look like they're from a picture book. Eric Selvig looked at a book with a very similar art style in Thor, where, by the way, we see Odin holding the Tesseract. Odin goes into the Odin sleep while a choir of Asgardians sing him to sleep. So the Odin sleep is his way of regenerating himself. It's one of the reasons he lives so long. In the movie Thor, Frigga says,
"He's put it off for so long now."
He put off the sleep because he knew that Thor was not yet able to rule. And I'm guessing he did the same thing here because this version of Thor was even less ready to rule. On their way to Midgard, Thor passes by this Infinity Gauntlet, more foreshadowing. Now this version of the gauntlet did appear in the background of Thor here, but Hela later revealed that it was
fake.
And there's also a ton of Easter eggs among the partiers. Curse shows up. There are also Skrulls, Asgardian soldiers, Nebula, Korg, Drax, the Ravagers, the Sovereign from Guardians 2, and this orange lady's your mom. Sir Arthur Indeed on Twitter pointed out that this partier wearing a pineapple shirt might just be an homage to Taika Waititi himself. And of course, there's the patron saint of Marvel What If stories, Howard the Duck, voiced by Seth Green.
That's happy hour. Want some half-price nachos?
Thor says,
"It never runs out. You try to drink it all, but you can't because it's magic."
Which seems like a callback to his magic beer in Ragnarok.
It's a worthy inclusion.
But really, it's just how casinos in Vegas treat you if you're a high roller. But this version of Thor is so spoiled, he doesn't even notice that his drink gets refilled because he expects the king's treatment. This episode shows the limits of Heimdall's power. Just because he can see everything does not mean that he is looking at everything. Presumably, there are many threats worth his attention, but the dude didn't see Thanos coming. But you know what? Then again, we don't get to see all the dangers that he averted. In any case, I guess they couldn't afford Idris Elba because Heimdall doesn't talk. He describes Jane's phone as
so tiny.
And there's another meaning here. This is also how Thor describes the Avengers before they earned his respect.
You people are so petty and tiny.
Thor is calling the device tiny, even though it has the internet, in theory the sum total of Earth's knowledge. At the end of the episode, he has a new respect for the tablet and for Earth.
So tiny, yet contains so much.
She questions him about his party on Alpha Star Icarus, which does not exist in the real world. Now, Alpha Centauri is the closest star to our solar system, and Icarus was the Greek myth about, long story short, a guy and his son escape prison. He makes wings out of feathers and wax for them to fly away over the sea, but his son Icarus flew too close to the sun and he drowned. Listen to Carry On My Wayward Son, that's what the song's actually about. I'm telling you all this because I think they chose the star Icarus because Thor is the son who's pushed things too far and nearly falls into ruin. Topaz and Grandmaster return, and everything they say and do is a delight.
And we're keeping the scoots.
And Grandmaster even busts out his DJ skills just like in Ragnarok.
Release the phone.
Gregory Bassor on Twitter pointed out that he's playing a remix of the Ragnarok theme. And of course, Rocket is sleeping one off in the sink, though I didn't see Groot, so maybe this is before they partnered up. On the mirror behind him, we see written in lipstick, V was here, with a heart. I have no idea who V could be. If you have any theories, let me know in the comments. I loved the concept of this, that aliens would use Earth as a backward place to party because they can get away with whatever they want. Kind of like Earth is the Florida of the universe. I kid, Florida. I kid.
Watch out for Florida, man.
Howard tells Darcy.
Let's just see where this evolves.
A little anthropomorphic animal evolutionary humor there. Now they do get married, which hits a little too close to home to one of the most frightening things ever put to cinema.
Just one good night kiss, sweet ducky.
shot of ships in the sky, we see several craft from the MCU movies, including a Kree warship like the Dark Aster, Asgardian skiffs. This green cube is from the Grandmaster's garage, might be how he got to Earth, or he traveled there in this other ship from his garage. So one thing that bothered me a little bit, Thor wouldn't be able to get a tattoo in Midgard because no needles could pierce his skin. But maybe they brought along some Asgardian needles or something.
What's magic? I love magic.
Their unity over magic and science is a callback to this conversation in Thor.
Your ancestors called it magic, and you call it science. Well, I come from a place where they're one and the same thing.
Brock Rumlow, aka Crossbones, is among the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, as are Agent Coulson and Maria Hill as acting director. When Fury shows up, he calls Thor Spicoli, this character from Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
All I need are some tasty waves, cool buzz, and I'm fine.
I could also be overthinking this, but Thor's cheers looks like an homage to the meme of Leo from The Great Gatsby. Thor throws parties around the world and they mention
Pennsylvania Dutch country,
which are the Amish.
'Tis a fine barn, but sure 'tis no pool English.
Then Loki shows up wearing a crown of ice in his actual frost giant form. Now remember how in Thor, Odin said,
"In the aftermath of the battle, I went into the temple and I found a baby, small for a giant's offspring."
Implying that the reason Loki was abandoned to die on a rock was because he was so small. So this episode isn't really what if Thor was the only child, it was what if Loki had been born taller. This blue version of Loki might also be the variant that we briefly saw here in the show Loki.
Brothers forever! Forever.
I did like that without Odin's shitty upbringing, Loki is a very well-adjusted person.
Did you boom? No, I didn't boom. Did you boom? You always boom. I never boom. Only boom in private.
This banner between Hemsworth and Hiddleston has the same rhythm as this.
Where's your chair? I didn't get a chair. Well, get me out of this one. I can't. Get me out. I can't.
Now it seems like these two became close, helping to heal the rift between Asgard and Jotunheim. Also, the moment Odin fell asleep, Frigga was like, thank us, I don't have to put up with this guy anymore, I'm gonna go have some fun. So actually, she and Thor had the same reaction. So then S.H.I.E.L.D. has to use the Captain Marvel pager from Captain Marvel, and Carol shows up on Earth, calling Thor,
"Hey, White Snake,"
after the 80s hair metal band, and in keeping with the MCU tradition of calling new things by the names of familiar things.
Try me, Beyonce.
No hard feelings, Point Break.
Let her go, Grimace! It means get lost, Squidward.
Some of you might be wondering how this version of Thor could be worthy to lift the hammer. Well, Odin only cast the worthiness spell in the movie Thor.
Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor.
So technically, he doesn't have to be worthy to lift Mjolnir, but the Uru is enchanted to him only, which is why the hammer returns to his hand and Carol can't lift it. This line,
"Look, pal, I'm gonna count to 3 and you're gonna put the hammer down,"
is an echo of the Avengers.
You want me to put the hammer down?
Also, Chaotic Maximoff on Twitter pointed out that Thor telling her to smile was making fun of the fans who criticized Brie Larson for the same thing when her movie was released. They end up wrecking Stonehenge, where Eric Selvig tested his instruments in Thor: The Dark World. And this scene also seems like an homage to National Lampoon's European Vacation. The fight between them was super cool. Highlights are Carol taking on his lightning and the synthesizer soundtrack that mimics the Ragnarok score. And then they talk about the greatest Captain Marvel character, Goose the Cat.
That your cat could devour whole armies.
You've got a cat? What's its name?
Goose.
Remember, Fury saw the Flurkin in action in Captain Marvel. Darcy says,
Totally thought you were going to be a dude captain, but look at you.
Because in the comics, Captain Marvel originally was a dude. There's a long sequence of aliens trashing Earth, including Surtur getting so drunk that he hits on the Statue of Liberty.
Looks like fire, right? Come on, let's see turn up the heat on this thing.
And he's not the first person to have those thoughts.
Wonder what? Whether she's naked under that toga? She's French.
So Frigga is having the best day ever till Jane tattles on her son. They mention,
What are you doing here? You must be using a lot of dark magic just to check in on me.
In the Avengers, Thor is able to arrive on Earth, we're told, because of...
How much dark energy did the All-Father have to muster to conjure you here?
And this is later called back to an Infinity War.
Let the dark magic flow through me one last time.
Aw man, and this...
We never get to fire the nukes.
Of course the Hydra guy wants to fire nukes. Afterwards, no one wants to help clean up.
Look who's pooping the party now. It is you! You are pooping the party!
In this scene, we can see Yondu, Valkyrie, and Mantis. Nebula's excuse was...
I think I hear my dad calling. Good luck.
And this right here shows why Gamora was the favorite daughter. She didn't run off and party with strangers on Midgard. She stayed behind on Sanctuary 2 and put in the work. So they all team up to fix the planet before Frigga arrives, even overcorrecting the Leaning Tower of Pisa like evil Superman did in Superman 3. When the hammer shows up, it's covered in beads. And, what'd you have to show up to get those beads, Thor?
Mother, I can explain.
And then we get the fake happy ending, but notice it also fakes out the Watcher.
Together, they lived happily ever after. Wait, what?
Huh?
So, what's going on here? Why is the Watcher so surprised? Let's talk about this ending. First of all, Spooky John on Twitter pointed out that his rising face mask is a nod to how Ultron always imitated his father, Tony Stark.
Would he have to break anything?
Clearly, you've never made an omelet.
You beat me by 1 second.
At first, it looks like an evil Vision with a bunch of Ultron bots, but remember, Ultron built the Vision to use his body.
I was meant to be new. I was meant to be beautiful.
Oh dear. Perhaps I spoke too soon.
We begin in a universe where Ultron won, and apparently Nat and Clint are the only Avengers left to save the Earth. Everyone else was on the surface of the planet while they were in a Quinjet. This is awesome. This is more like the actual comic book Age of Ultron, which showed an alternate future where he won and conquered reality. This is the true Age of Ultron. So there are a few obvious differences with Clint. He has a robot arm. Well, we've already seen how easily Ultron rips off limbs.
I'm sorry.
I don't think this arm was from Wakanda. For one, it's too clunky, and Bucky's Wakandan arm is very refined. It looks more like an arm that Stark would build, or that Clint would appropriate from Stark Tech. But he also has stealth tech, miniaturized from the version that S.H.I.E.L.D. uses on the helicarriers. And of course, he has his Ronin haircut, his preferred look for the post-apocalypse. And I'm just gonna say, a dystopian future archer with one arm seems a lot like Ollie Queen from The Dark Knight Returns. So then Uatu, the Watcher, recounts the events of Age of Ultron, except now Ultron's able to put his mind in the Vision's body and become way more powerful because of the Mind Stone. So look, in every video about Age of Ultron, I have to talk about the great deleted Thor scene from that movie. In this scene, the Norns make it clear that Ultron is a threat because he has the Mind Stone. The scene does a much better job of raising the stakes in the final battle, and it perfectly sets up Infinity War.
Stone brought you all to its brilliance, and you to your end.
Now you'll remember that in the movie, Tony and Jarvis team up in Stockholm to keep Ultron away from the nuclear codes.
Oh, I'm decrypting nuclear codes and you don't want me to.
But here we see that dropping a city to cause extinction was actually Ultron's second choice. His much preferred option was nuclear holocaust because it's tidier.
I think a lot about meteors, the purity of them. Boom, the end.
And Vision Ultron isn't voiced by Paul Bettany because he was actually Jarvis's consciousness placed in the body that Ultron made. The big board that shows the launch points of the nuclear weapons even looks like the one in the movie War Games, which has already been referenced in the MCU.
Shall we play a game? It's from a movie that was really popular.
I saw it.
Now, look, I did miss James Spader, but the guy who did voice Ultron is Walking Dead actor Ross Marquand, who did a really convincing Hugo Weaving in Infinity War and Endgame. When the nukes do launch, we see Thunderbolt Ross looking on in horror, a neat way to show that the entire military and human governments are helpless. Ultron, who was created by the Mind Stone, must have known, subconsciously, that there was a loose gathering of the Infinity Stones coming, and this episode confirms that he would have done a much better job saving the Earth from Thanos.
Fascinating.
I also found it poetic that Thanos is split in half, perfectly balanced as all things should be. So after killing Thanos, he uses the Reality Stone to remake his bots and says,
I'm going to bring about peace in our time.
His directive from Age of Ultron.
Peace in our time.
So after assimilating the stones, he becomes aware of life on other worlds. He destroys Asgard with one shot, and the wide shot is also a copy of Asgard's destruction in Ragnarok.
Those foundations are gone, sorry.
Then he fights the Sovereign from Guardians of the Galaxy 2, and they're being defended by the Guardians. And then he kills Ego, so this is set just before Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Then we go to Sakaar, where we see Korg fighting alongside his fellow gladiators in the arena. And then Grandmaster dies. No scoot scoots for you.
And we're keeping the scoot scoots. Guys!
So then he attacks Xandar, which of course we saw in Guardians 1, and we heard that Thanos destroyed just before Infinity War.
He stole it last week when he decimated Xandar.
Apparently he didn't destroy all of it because there's some of it still standing for Ultron to knock down. All of this gets the attention of Carol Danvers.
Listen, Skynet.
Now she's talking about the AI computer network that conquered Earth in the Terminator movies, but she also says,
I've seen the Killer Robot movie, and I gotta say, I really don't think it needs a sequel.
So Carol left Earth and had her memory wiped in 1989, after Terminator 1 was released, but before Terminator 2. So in her mind, there are no sequels to Terminator. Unless she caught Terminator 2 before she left Earth again in 1995 and she just decided, gee, that's the perfect sequel, please don't make any more. Either way, this is all a jab at the Terminator sequels. So she drives Ultron into the core and he learns that he can just use the stones to destroy entire planets. So what happens next was actually foreshadowed in the Doctor Strange episode. Strange gains so much power that he achieves cosmic awareness and can actually sense the Watcher.
I read about you, sensed your presence.
Ultron hears Uatu narrating like he's in Stranger Than Fiction.
Ultron ascended to a previously unattainable level of consciousness.
Little did he know that this simple, seemingly innocuous act would result in his imminent death.
What? I thought it was very cool that the Watcher is observing from a kind of mirror dimension, like the ones created in Doctor Strange. This explains why the opening credits show the multiverse in a prism, and when they break apart, this is Ultron shattering the multiverse. But it also explains why Uatu appears as a giant specter, because he's essentially watching them through a window.
He's a peeping Tom.
So now, because he accidentally interfered, he must break his vow and interfere. Back on Ultron's birth Earth, Clint and Natasha are in the KGB headquarters, which looks a lot like S.H.I.E.L.D's base in Captain Marvel. This could be because Hydra secretly founded S.H.I.E.L.D. and also had its tendrils in the KGB, so essentially the same organization was behind both spy organizations. Clint mentions,
have you ever seen Raiders, The Lost Ark? Ever seen that?
And some of you youngins may not know that that movie ends with the Ark of the Covenant being stashed in a giant government storage facility, and we never ever saw the Ark ever again. Ever. Gregory Bassor on Twitter points out that the files here seem to spell out Man I Am Back Penn, maybe a reference to the original writer of the Avengers, Zach Penn. When they're looking for the files, Nat finds Red Guardian's shield. As we saw in Black Widow, he was Nat's fake adopted father during her childhood. Now, he never actually uses his shield in the movie Black Widow, but we do see his action figure has a shield. So I'm wondering if Dreykov repurposed this shield to become Taskmaster's shield, which explains why he's so good with it in a fight. The Watcher really wants to intervene because, like, he totally intervenes all the time in the comics.
Don't sit down. Get up. Get up, come on.
Clint says,
sorry to break it to you, Nat, but Death Star plans are not in the main computer.
Referencing Star Wars A New Hope.
The Death Star plans are not in the main computer.
Cause R2-D2 already got them out, you little bitch. They're looking for the file on Arnim Zola, who Nat already met in The Winter Soldier.
Romanov, Natalia Alyanovna.
When Clint questions using Zola, Nat says,
the US government once asked the same question about me.
Remember, Clint is the one who saw good in Natasha and flipped her to S.H.I.E.L.D.
Agent Barton was sent to kill me. He made a different call.
When Zola takes over Ultron, it now glows as his pale green color instead of red. It's a cool detail, and the MCU is always color coding abilities and characters, just like in Marvel Comics. He says,
the Ultron hive mind appears to be out of range.
And I thought this was a cool detail as well. In Age of Ultron, there isn't one Ultron.
And you're not going anywhere. Of course not. I'm already there. You'll catch on.
But here, there is one main Ultron, the one with the Infinity Stones. The arrow uplink is just like the USB arrow that Clint used in the Avengers. So then they have to fight their way out of the base, up the same silo where Bucky, Tony, and Steve fought in Civil War. There's another parallel here that one of the characters has a robot arm. Then Clint and Natasha reenact their endgame sacrifice with the roles reversed. And when Nat escapes, she still lands with a 3-point landing.
Such a poser.
So during the fight, they are knocked into several different realities. Now these are variants of alien worlds and not just Earth. The first one looks a lot like planet Felucia from Revenge of the Sith, and a little later this planet seems inspired by Mustafar. In fact, the castle in the distance even looks exactly like Vader's fortress. Thanks Skill Rock on Twitter for that one. Now when Uatu transforms, he is surrounded by dots denoting the power cosmic, the same way it's depicted in the comics. When Uatu makes himself a shield, notice that it's composed of these lines of energy. Now that's interesting. That's the same technology we see the Eternals using, and the Eternals were given their power by the Celestials. Now in the comics, the Watchers have a complicated relationship with the Celestials, and they're always at odds. The Celestials interfere, the Watchers have sworn not to interfere. During their battle, Uatu forges armor for himself, much like another Watcher, Aaron from the comics. And when Ultron made himself so big that he ate the solar system, I had to double check this wasn't Galactus. Soon, my Padawans. Soon. Get Mike OW on Twitter pointed out that this could be the Pyramid of Kang, here, a nod to the eventual conqueror of the multiverse. In one of the realities, we see Steve Rogers being sworn in as president, which Letter10 on Twitter points out is a clear nod to the Ultimates comics. But here's an Easter egg that I bet you missed. In Times Square, we see a billboard for Olympia the musical. We saw this same billboard in Times Square in the reality that Loki conquered, where the Avengers were killed. That episode ends with the promise of Steve Rogers being revived. My guess is he was revived, defeated Loki, and then was elected president. The guy taking his photo is probably a nod to Taika Waititi, who owns a pineapple shirt just like this, and the woman appeared in Thor: The Dark World, She's Your Mom. Now, I did ask on Twitter what this thing is, and I heard some interesting theories. I think it's maybe Nidavellir.
That's Nidavellir!
But let me know your thoughts down in the comments. So Uatu ends up going back to Evil Strange, his only friend in the multiverse, the person that he refused to help before.
You, more than anyone else, should understand that meddling with time and events only leads to more destruction.
So the episode begins with a variation of one of the first scenes in Captain America Winter Soldier, except this time it's Captain Carter as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Notice that her uniform has taken on a more stealth suit modification, just like Steve's had in Winter Soldier. Thanks Andrew Barca for that observation. Now I always ask on Twitter for any Easter eggs that you might have caught, and today Gregory Basor gave me like a million, so I'm going to drop his name a few times in the video. For instance, he pointed out that the name of the ship, the Lemurian Star, is a variation of the Winter Soldier's Lemurian Star. Now this matters at the end credits when we see that they were not carrying Zola's algorithm on the boat, they were hauling Steve and the Hydra Stomper, but more on that later in the video. And the Widow is trying to set her up on a date, just like she did Steve in the Winter Soldier.
You know, Bernard in accounting was asking about you.
You know, if you ask Kristen out from statistics, she'd probably say yes.
But remember, one of the people that Natasha was trying to get him to ask out was indeed Sharon Carter, an undercover S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. So, more than likely, Bernard from accounting is another spy assigned to potentially keep tabs on a super soldier. But Nat also rubs in the loss of Steve.
What if his name was Steve?
Which was interesting. I could never imagine anyone teasing Steve about Peggy. Maybe this is because she and Nat have a closer relationship, relating as two women in their field. Maybe Natasha even looked up to Peggy as she was growing up in Ohio. The leap from the plane and landing on the ship are pretty much beat for beat copied from the Winter Soldier.
I'm a pretty good dancer too.
And this is a callback to her and Steve constantly teasing their dance together.
I never was much of a dancer anyway.
Maybe you haven't found the right partner.
And then she faces off against Batroc the Leaper just like Steve did in Winter Soldier. And then the Watcher begins his recruitment.
You have been chosen.
So his phrasing, "you have been chosen," seems lifted from the original Contest of Champions comic, where Grandmaster and the Collector pick different heroes to fight one another as part of a big cosmic wager. But this whole episode is actually lifted from the comic What If number 39, What If the Watcher Saved the Universe, where Uatu interferes by gathering varying characters from the multiverse to save the Timekeepers from destruction. So then we go through various universes from this season. We see Ego using Peter to begin the expansion, as was teased in episode 2.
Can't spare a little time for dear old dad.
And of course, this Dairy Queen is the same one where his mom worked, where Ego hid his flower in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Oh, flower, pollinate. I just got that. We see T'Challa's ship the Mandela leading the other Ravager ships as he saves Peter Quill. But Ego also says,
"Relax, son. It'll all be over in 1,000 years or so."
So wait, this would have taken 1,000 years and he was just like counting on no one interrupting him in all that time? It turns out that Ego's big master plan would have been very, very easy to stop. And in this scene, the Guardians of the Galaxy theme plays.
Stay here.
There's lots of musical callbacks in this episode, for instance right here when we see the theme from Doctor Strange. Now, over in the reality where Killmonger won, we see that he has become High King of Wakanda, probably by killing T'Challa. But his kingdom has fallen into ruin. So, all you bloggers who wrote those Killmonger were right think pieces were wrong. The world would have ganged up on him and destroyed Wakanda, especially if they had Shuri making weapons for them. Now, you'll remember that that episode ended with her making an alliance with Pepper.
So, let us open their eyes together.
And now notice that Pepper is carrying a weapon that looks like the one that Phil Coulson used in the Avengers.
Even I don't know what it does.
Now that weapon was repurposed from the body of the Destroyer when it tried to kill Thor, which means that in this timeline, Thor did still travel to Earth and those cosmic events kind of unfolded like they did in the main MCU. And then we go to Nidavellir. Notice that Eitri still has his hands because, as the Watcher says, Gamora has killed Thanos. So Thanos was not around to harm Eitri. Tony says,
"How do we put a suit of armor around the world?"
His famous line from Age of Ultron.
"I see a suit of armor around the world."
Much like Boromir in the One Ring, Tony is tempted to use this great power for good. And as Ultron proves in this finale, this power will only be corrupted for evil. This is probably the exact reason why the Watcher didn't want him.
Not you, Stark.
Hi. Not you.
And this is why he chose Gamora. He needed a fighter who recognized the Infinity Stones could be used for such great evil and who wouldn't be tempted by them. And now it is interesting that Eitri already had a mold for the Infinity Gauntlet without Thanos being around to commission it. Gregory Baysor says that this could lend credence to the theory that Odin once pursued the stones and originally commissioned the gauntlet. But once he found out the price for the Soul Stone, he walked away.
I'm out.
Also, I just noticed for the first time that the Watcher has a little web on his chest. This could be a reference to the web of the multiverse that characters like Madam Web are able to access, or a nod to the Spider-Verse, the first time any of these franchises have explored alternate realities, because J.J. Abrams' Star Trek...
It doesn't count.
But also, Jordan71009 points out on Twitter that, oh god, no, it's a hexagon!
Not the beast!
But seriously, 6 sides, 6 Infinity Stones, and the lines of the triangle could symbolize how they're all part of a larger multiverse. And you know, I don't blame Robert Downey Jr. for not coming back on this show. He is the Kenny of What If. But if anything, this just shows Tony Stark's importance. When Tony lives, things turn out just fine. When he dies, reality crumbles. Then we end on Party Thor fighting Ultrons in Vegas, saying,
"We were about to go on a date!"
Which seems like a variation of Steve's famous tragic line.
"I had a date."
And as Will Watkins on Twitter points out, when they're all summoned, it's edited just like Thor coming through the tunnel in Ragnarok. They end up in the pub originally seen in First Avenger, which was also Captain Carter's hangout in Episode 1. But this is actually in the end of existence reality that Strange Supreme has destroyed. We can see his spells around the pub holding this pocket reality in place. Thor gets a magic beer just like in Ragnarok. And later he'll smash his glass.
I do not have time for
a callback to this.
Another!
And I like this long look that Eric gives this vibranium head. See, he's seen nanotech before and he's already working out how to use it. And of course, this was exactly why the Watcher chose him, because he would inadvertently keep the stones away from any other user. The idea of carrying around Ultron's head is also from the comics. It's how he returned in West Coast Avengers #2. The Watcher then christens
the Fellowship of the Ring.
Sorry, wait, I meant this.
The Guardians of the Multiverse.
Which would be a cool reveal if it wasn't in every trailer for the show. When Strange explains the Infinity Stones, he casts an illusion very much like Wong's in Infinity War. And when Ultron uses the power cosmic, it's portrayed as dots just like in the comics. Or this could also be a nod to the dimensional hopping effect that we see in Spider-Verse. Gamora unveils her Infinity Stone Crusher, probably another holdover from her lost episode. Gregory Bayshore points out that in this scene, the Soul Stone is beside T'Challa, the Mind Stone by Killmonger, and the Power Stone is between them, which symbolizes their differences. Both are powerful men, but one draws power from empathy and compassion, while the other draws it from cunning and calculation. Later, when Strange casts protection spells around them, this one has the exact same pattern as Steve's shield. Now, this got me thinking about how we see a shield in Babylon in the Eternals trailer that's very similar to Steve's shield. Like maybe this image keeps occurring throughout the multiverse as a symbol of protection.
On the other hand, it would just be an amazing coincidence.
And I just want to point this out. Listen to Strange's pronunciation of Ultron.
And Ultron holds all of them.
It's just like Paul Bettany's.
You think I'm a child of Ultron?
This is a rare instance of Benedict Cumberbatch letting his English accent slip through the character. So then the fight begins. Notice that as Ultron uses each stone, they light up just like Thanos' gauntlet in Infinity War. And this line,
all too easy,
seems like a tribute to this.
All
too easy.
The protection spells that Strange casts around them are covered in runes, the magic that he learned from Cagliostro in episode 4. Strange creates multiple Mjolnirs using the same duplication spell that we saw him cast in Infinity War. Now, I initially thought that the hammer dragging Peggy along would mean that, okay, she's not worthy yet. But Gregory Basor reminded us that at this point, Odin has not cast the worthiness spell. So, just like the hammer resting on Carol's chest, this is more about the weight of the metal itself, I guess. Something doesn't add up. And Ian Hunter on Twitter points out that Thor's fall backwards seems like a nod to Star-Lord's, minus the filthy obscene gesture. Filthy, filthy boy, bad, filthy boy. And Thor cuts off Ultron's arm, hashtag justice for Claw.
Do I look like Iron Man Stark?
So T'Challa stole the Soul Stone and used it as a way to power the Infinity Crusher. So then they drop all the Marvel zombies, including Zombie Steve, Falcon, Clint, and this one's your mom. And we get the return of the best what-if villain, Zombie Wanda. You know, look, Wanda and Vision have the weirdest relationship in any reality. It was strange enough when it was a witch doing a robot, and then it was a being of chaos energy doing a memory of a robot, and now it's a zombie witch fighting an omnipotent robot. And look, I know Vision,
not a robot.
He's a synthezoid, but it didn't roll off the tongue the same way. When Peggy and the others are being sent through the multiverse, I liked that the effect was very similar to moving through the Bifrost, but with the Power Cosmic Spider-Verse dots added in. When they meet Natasha, Peggy has to prove their friendship. She says that her Da's name is Alexei, referencing the Red Guardian from Black Widow. But she also says,
"Your father is Ivan?"
Which both we and Natasha learned was the name of her father in Endgame.
Because he knows your daddy's name?
I didn't.
And in the last battle, Natasha uses Alexei's shield that we saw her recover in the last episode. When Ultron attacks them in his full cosmic form, Strange just consumes his energy because, well, that's what Strange Supreme does. He's been practicing doing this for like hundreds of years. And Yuri Telfer on Twitter says that Peggy and Natasha beating up on Ultron was reminiscent of Steve and Bucky fighting Tony in Civil War. And also notice that this version of Gamora is wearing the battle armor that we saw her wear in Endgame, and she's carrying her dad's helicopter sword.
Destroyer of Thanos.
Now, I like how during the fight they focus on the stone, very reminiscent of the opening to Guardians 2 when the focus stays on baby Groot dancing and the battle around him is secondary. Strange is able to combat Ultron with his own time stone, which, just a nitpick, in the comics would not have worked because the Power Stone actually augments the strength of all the other stones. But whatever, it's just a TV show, and Strange uses the stone as a last resort just as he does in Infinity War. Now, this shot of Strange flashing all the monsters that he's consumed in episode 4 is epic. It looks like it was ripped straight off a comic book page, and later we'll actually see him as the combined form of all these monsters. Then they hold down Ultron just like the heroes did to Thanos in Infinity War, while Gamora runs her little Infinity Stone combine over his chest. Unfortunately, it does not work because the stones work a little differently in every reality. Afterwards, Thor says,
Is that it? Is it over?
Echoing Stark's line from the Avengers.
What just happened? Please tell me nobody kissed me.
And then, of course, we get the circle shot, a variant of when the Avengers stood together for the first time. Tasha and Peggy get the Zola arrow right in Ultron's eyeball. Now, in this scene, Zola does to Ultron what Ultron did to Jarvis.
Is to end you.
And they even portray it very similarly, as energy in a void, and with each character being identified with a different color. Except Zola manifests himself as his human form, now growing tentacles like the Hydra logo. And afterwards, he appears in Ultron's belly, just like the classic Arnim Zola from the comics. And then Killmonger does a very predictable heel turn, taking the stones, but typical Killmonger, for the right reasons.
With these stones, we could fix our worlds, our lives.
So the way Killmonger took the stones using vibranium nanotech is exactly how Tony Stark pulled off the trick in Endgame. And since this version of Eric was Tony Stark's protege, this makes sense. Then Strange creates a small mirror pocket reality so the two of them can duke it out forever and never hurt anyone else. This is similar to the small pocket of existence that Strange carved out for himself in episode 4, or like the alternate timeline that the Ancient One split off in the same episode. At the end, just like Steve, Peggy longs to return to her own time.
Haven't I earned my happy ending?
And Natasha really lays into the Watcher, which at this point sounds like an audience proxy.
We're just stories to you. We're not real.
Your stories, they are everything to me.
So then Uatu delivers Natasha to the universe where Loki invaded Earth in episode 3. The Avengers theme is playing. As Steve and Carol are fighting off Loki's forces, notice that the shot of them is a single shot, echoing a similar sequence of the team together for the first time in the Avengers. Now it is weird that Loki has the scepter, because in this reality he invaded Earth just after Iron Man 2, but I look forward to your theories on that down in the comments. Either way, just like in the Avengers, Natasha's good at getting her hands on the scepter and knows how to use it, because she's already lived through Loki's invasion of New York in her reality. And then we get to the post-credits scene. I love how the theme to First Avenger plays here on a few piano notes.
And there's someone inside.
What If Season 2 kicks off with a Nebula film noir episode that is frankly unlike anything else we've ever seen in the MCU. Now, film noir is a genre that was popular in the very early 20th century, and it's one of cinema's earliest examples of an anti-hero protagonist. Film noir is characterized by dark shadows, conspiracies, detective stories, and a hero who is willing to break the law to enforce the law. Now, Nebula, voiced by Karen Gillan in the series, is a perfect choice to fill the role in the MCU. She started off as a villain and very slowly opened herself up to becoming a hero. But Nebula has always been very hard-boiled, and she's always followed a moral code. First, it was the code of Thanos, and then it was the code of the Guardians. So you'll notice that right from the first shot that this episode is heavily influenced by Ridley Scott's film Blade Runner. Now that was a groundbreaking 1982 movie that featured a dying Earth, where Harrison Ford wore a very similar trench coat to the one Nebula wears, and he hunted down rogue robots called replicants. So the dystopian Los Angeles in that movie is always dark, it's always raining, and it's littered with bright neon signs, flying cars, and sleazy markets and bars. Just like Xandar in this episode.
This is Xandar. All we got are problems.
Now, of course, this is not the Xandar we know from the Guardians of the Galaxy. Xandar always had sunny, perfect weather, and it was the home of the good guys. Now, the protectors of Xandar are the Nova Corps, and the 3 lights on their chest are a symbol of their trinary star system. This is actually part of the reason that it's always sunny on Xandar. But it also means that the light is an important part of Xandarian culture. Their military is called the Nova Corps, like the supernova of a sun. Their ships look like stars, and they create shields of lights to combat Ronin's ship at the end of Guardians. And this episode perfectly uses this theme of light, which I'll explain as we go along. And then we go to the new and improved opening credits, and man, this is just packed to the brim with Easter eggs. We see this slow zoom in with some of Marvel's biggest characters: Black Panther, Captain Marvel, Iron Man, Thor, Black Widow, and Captain America. And then we get this awesome mirror crack showing all of these different realities. You can see Peggy, Jotunheim Loki, Heimdall, Gamora, Goliath, Zombie Wanda, Thor, Doctor Strange, Ultron, Spider-Man, and Tony Stark. Specifically the scene from Iron Man 2 where he's in the donut, and then Cap shield and a Hydra symbol. But then it cracks again, and we get a whole new host of characters. There's Topaz, Nick Fury, Shuri, Ant-Man, Ying Li, Nebula, Baby Gamora, young Peter Quill, Black Widow, and a new character from this season, Kahhori. So this cracking and splitting symbolizes the splitting and cracking of the multiverse, which of course we saw happen at the end of Loki season 1. And then it splits again, and there is a new shot of Iron Man, Obadiah Stane, Tony Stark, and a new version of the Red Guardian. Then we pan through the shards and we get to see even more. There's Hulk over here, then Black Panther and Natasha, and then there's the Grandmaster, Odin, Bucky, and Captain Marvel. And then we fly through all these pieces to see our guide, the Watcher. Man, that is a lot of characters. And finally, the intro ends with the Marvel Studios logo made out of cracked glass, symbolizing the multiversal prism the Watcher watched from in season 1. Except now, we are all watching along with the Watcher. So film noirs often begin with a murder, a dead body belonging to the hero's friend. In this case, it's Yondu. Now this episode leads us to believe that Yondu discovered Nova Prime's secret, and that's why he was killed. But I actually don't think that's the case at all. I think Yondu was murdered, and then the crooked Nova Corps cops wrote that data onto his arrow just to lead Nebula down this certain path. Because if Yondu and Nebula were friends, then she would take a personal interest in seeing this case through. Also, I'm not sure if this means that Yondu and Nebula were friends like in actual Marvel canon. The only time we ever see them really interact is in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, whenever Nebula cuts a deal with the Ravagers when she escapes from the Guardian ship. And then Garth Ansel comes to collect the body, and he is voiced by the same actor who played him in Guardians of the Galaxy. Piece of physics. You didn't say that right, man.
I know, because I'm just a little dog.
Yeah, well, you know what? In fact, Michael Rooker, Jude Law, Taika Waititi, and Seth Green have all returned to voice the same characters they played in the movies, with Nova Prime and Groot being recast for TV. And then we get to Nebula's new origin story. So in this reality, Ronan betrayed Thanos before he acquired the Power Stone. In this flashback, we can actually see him looking down on Thanos' helmet. And after killing the Mad Titan, he apparently also killed Gamora, which left Nebula all alone in the universe. Now notice how Nebula is floating in the darkness of space until the light of the Nova Corps rescues her. It's almost like a heavenly light that shines on her, setting up this episode's theme of light versus darkness. Now she was saved by Nova Prime, kind of her new parental figure. Now I don't remember if the movies ever say this explicitly, but I've always thought that Thanos saved Nebula like he did for Gamora. So Nebula is used to having adoptive parents who rescue her, but she's also used to these new parents being evil, setting her up to suspect Nova Prime later in the episode. And the creed that the Nova Corps swear is also filled with talk of following the light and fighting the darkness.
Seek the light, be the light, never stray from this path.
Now, just like in Guardians, Ronan has a major grudge against Xandar. We can presume that the Kree still signed the peace treaty that we heard about at the beginning of Guardians 1, and that Ronan was still a rogue element, wanting to kill as many Xandarians as possible. He brings his ship, the Dark Aster, to Xandar. Get it? Dark Aster, dark versus light. So, when the Xandarians cut themselves off from the sun, they are literally bathing their planet in darkness, but they're also slowly cutting themselves off from who they really are, their own moral center. In this darkened world, the Xandarians change. Nova Prime changes, but the planet is still littered with hexagons.
No, not the beast! Not the beast!
Seriously, they are everywhere. They're in the mainframe.
No, not the beast!
Even inside of Nebula's skull.
Not the beast!
So, I loved how they transformed this once sunny Xandar into this jaded, dystopian world. Perfect setting for a cybernetic film noir in space.
Forget it, Nebula. It's Xandar.
Exactly. High five. Nebula returns to the crime scene to project her old memories, like we saw Thanos do to find information in Avengers Endgame. By playing a memory of his whistle, she is able to summon the whistle to her. And the reason it speeds toward her forehead is because the speaker would have been inside of her head, so the arrow would think that it was returning to Yondu.
Hey, then how come later on she can just use the arrow herself?
Because, like Kraglin, she learns to use the arrow with her heart. Now, like Nebula, I immediately suspected Nova Prime whenever she set Nebula on like a secret mission, because film noirs typically include conspiracy stories that go all the way to the top. Notice too that when Nova Prime goes on a secure channel, the cockpit gets darker, continuing on this episode's theme of the light versus the dark. Nebula goes into a seedy casino for information, another mainstay of detective stories. Like how Daredevil's always going into bars to squeeze goons for information.
Daredevil squeezes what in bars?
Criminals. He beats up criminals to get information.
Oh, I didn't really understand what you said.
Now, in this bar, there's some very easy to recognize figures. There's Meek with his knives for hands, there's Korg, and there's Drax. And it looks like Groot's having a lucky night playing space craps with a giant stack of chips in front of him. Way to go, Groot. But Rocket is nowhere to be found. Now this could be because this takes place before Rocket and Groot ever met, or maybe in the war with Ronan, poor little Rocket was killed.
And then he joined Lila and the others in the great beyond.
Yeah. So the casino is owned by Howard the Duck, who we saw cameo in all the Guardians of the Galaxy movies and right here in Avengers Endgame. Still bothers me that I missed that in our original Endgame breakdown video. And Howard also has the honor of starring in the very first live-action Marvel feature film in the 1980s.
This is obviously no place for an intelligent, sensitive duck.
So Howard the Duck was created by the great Steve Gerber in the 1970s, and his comics were amazing. Howard just kind of stomped around in the Marvel universe, sticking out like a sore thumb, and became such a cult figure that there was actually a campaign to make him president back in 1976. I would actually love to see a loyal adaptation of his stories in Phase 6 in the MCU. Now we see him playing cards, the same kind of cards that he used in the cameo game in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, where we saw him play with several other minor characters from the Guardians films and holiday special. And this is kind of appropriate because this bar is loaded with different cameos. Now they discover the data on the air is actually this municipal schematics, and that's actually a big clue that this was a conspiracy all along. Nebula searched the city's database and there was no record of any of this information.
Sorry, officer. There are no records of these schematics in any archive on Xandar.
When, like, most of that should have been common information that would be public knowledge.
What's in it?
Quite the hodgepodge, actually. Sanitation department, metadata, unpaid parking tickets, rush hour statistics, source code for the shield generator.
This means that Nova Prime would have deleted this information, or at least that somebody else at the top would have wiped it from the mainframe server memory. And by the way, Korg is back to being funny again.
Not everyone who goes in comes out.
Which means that many of the people who enter these premises end up dead.
Like, I loved him in Thor Ragnarok, and I thought he was like low-key annoying in Thor Love and Thunder, but when this guy is not in the spotlight, he is a delight.
There was a second there where I was thinking, What am I gonna sing at her funeral?
So Nebula needs an expert code breaker, so she breaks out Yon-Rogg. Now Yon-Rogg was the Kree villain in Captain Marvel who manipulated Carol Danvers into serving the Supreme Intelligence. In the comics, Yon-Rogg is actually a longtime antagonist of Mar-Vell, the original Captain Marvel, and is even responsible for the accident that gave him his powers. So, like, they actually ended up mostly adapting that story into Carol's origin in the MCU. Now, at the end of Captain Marvel, Carol apprehended Yon-Rogg, and then it's not really clear what she did. She put him in a ship, she sent him back to his people. Now, it looks like the Supreme Intelligence must have frowned upon him losing the Empire's greatest weapon, Carol Danvers. But also, now we know that after that movie, Carol returned to Hala and destroyed the Supreme Intelligence. So following those events, the Kree Empire fell apart. And that would explain why Yon-Rogg became a criminal and why he's no longer serving in the Kree military during the events of the Marvels. And by the way, the Xandarian prison that she visits is not the Kiln. That's the prison where the Guardians escaped from in Guardians 1. But it was still built by the Nova Corps and has very similar architecture and design. So to get him out, she even starts a prison riot just like the Guardians did in their jailbreak. Yon-Rogg leads her to the Nova Corps' underwater mainframe, and these hatches were a lot like the underwater vault doors we saw in Mission Impossible: Rogue Nation. And when he's hacking in, he says,
"Come on, baby, talk to me."
Which is kind of how Tony Stark sweet-talked a tractor back in Avengers: Age of Ultron.
Hello, dear. Everything.
The mainframe is a giant orb, fitting because this episode is kind of an alternate history of the Guardians of the Galaxy, and the MacGuffin in that movie was an orb. So the mainframe is so sophisticated that it just exists on its own and nobody can actually interact with it except for Nebula because she is
Omega-class cybernetic organism.
Now that term, Omega-class cyborg, is really interesting.
That's interesting.
In the comics, Omega is the class of the most powerful mutants, like Apocalypse. So this implies that Nebula's hardware and software could hack into pretty much anything. In fact, the way the tendrils come out of her skull looked a lot like how her new arm was able to drive the high evolutionary ship in Guardians 3. I also thought it was just a bit out of character for Nebula to just turn her back on Yon-Rogg, so I was relieved when it was actually all part of her plan. Nebula wins in this episode by counting on her opponents underestimating her. And notice how after Yon-Rogg turns on her, she is completely plunged into darkness. And then Nova Prime reveals that she was the real villain all along.
What? But wait, if Nova Prime wanted to surrender to Ronan, and Nebula looked up to her, then why didn't she just ask Nebula to open up the shield?
Because Ronan killed her sister, and there was no way that Nebula would ever agree to surrendering to him.
Oh, okay, I see.
So after the bad Nova Corps cops beat her up, they say,
"End of watch."
Which might be something that the Nova Corps always say when they die. I mean, frankly, they die so much in the comic books that it would make sense that they would have their very own little expression for it.
It's kind of sad.
But this is also similar to something that is recited at funerals for the Night's Watch in Game of Thrones.
My watch is ended.
Nebula does escape though, and she slips into the streets where people are actually protesting the Nova Corps, which is weird. Like, they want the doors to open back up and let in the sun, which is exactly what the Nova Corps is secretly trying to do. It doesn't make a lot of sense on closer inspection, but it does show how this society was on the verge of falling apart. Now, back at Howard's bar, a guy made of wood, a guy with scissor hands, and a guy made of rocks are playing paper, rock, scissors.
No pun intended.
You clearly intended that pun.
This is also paying off one of my favorite jokes from Thor Ragnarok.
Made of rocks, as you can see, but don't let that intimidate you. You don't need to be afraid unless you're made of scissors.
Also notice that, in his role as a card dealer, Groot is now wearing a bow tie and vest. And then the new Guardians of the Galaxy form, with Nebula affixing Yondu's fin to her head. And they do the typical Marvel badass team pose, and I love how Korg undermines this moment perfectly.
Right, so we all look cool.
And then he has another banger right after.
Are we allowed to do this? Seems a bit morally grey with the guns and all.
So Howard the Duck is wearing a Rambo bandana, which frankly reminded me a lot of Gizmo in the movie Gremlins 2. Welcome back, Korg. Now meanwhile, Ronan is engaged in his favorite pastime, posing majestically on a starship. Whenever Yon-Rogg goes to open the shields, notice that he's actually back to wearing his Kree battle armor that he wore in Captain Marvel. Really nice of the Nova Corps to outfit him with that as a reward for helping them out. So when these new Guardians infiltrate the same Nova Corps headquarters that, by the way, we saw in Guardians 1, Groot pulls the same angry I am Groot maneuver that we saw when they entered Ronan's ship in the first movie. And later, Korg pounds these guys into the floor like Hawk did to Loki in the Avengers. And then Nebula reveals that she was actually in control all along.
What?
as she also gets revenge on Ronan for killing her sister. Now, as Nova Prime gets away, she is luckily able to snap this arrow in half, which is a neat detail because it means that Nebula can't just easily kill her in the episode's climax. Later, she tries to escape in a Star Blaster, the same ship from the Nova Corps that fought Ronan in Guardians of the Galaxy. So these are made to look like stars, so it's fitting that in this episode, with its theme of like light and darkness, the Nova Prime star falls out of the sky. Then she does the old Hans Gruber fall off of a symbol of the Nova Corps, symbolizing her fall from power and the Nova Corps' fall from grace, and how they betrayed their own ideals. And by the way, the episode ends with Howard the Duck actually getting to quack. So this episode is bookended with narration from the Watcher, once again voiced by Jeffrey Wright. Now, in the last season, the Watcher played like an increasingly important role in the show. At first, he stayed in the background narrating until the final 2 episodes when he accidentally entered the story. And in this episode, he begins the narration before it is taken over by Nebula.
And in his fall, he took Nebula's sister along with him.
Which is another trope of a film noir. Pulp detective novels were often done in the first person, so the movies usually had the hero narrate the events. So this episode opens with the familiar voice, Haley Atwell's Peggy Carter, now serving as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. like we saw in the opening scene of the first Ant-Man movie, which took place in 1989, whereas this episode is taking place just a year prior in 1988. So we see a ship crash land on the Grand Central Station Bridge in the exact same spot we saw the Avengers fighting the Chitauri during the Battle of New York. In this alternate universe, a young Peter Quill was abducted by Yondu, just like in the mainline MCU. But in this universe, Yondu does not adopt Peter. Instead, he completes his mission and delivers him to his father Ego, the Living Planet, who we met in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
Of course I have issues! That's my freaking father!
Now, if you need a refresher, Ego the Living Planet is, well, a giant planet with a face on it. He's one of the universe's Celestials, like the giant beings that we saw in the Eternals. In the mainline MCU, Ego fathered children all throughout the galaxy, trying to produce a powerful heir to help him conquer the cosmos. In this reality, though, Peter was deceived by his celestial father and turned into the weapon that Ego wanted him to be.
And with his son now at his side, he had all the power he needed.
Now, young Peter has these same glowing eyes that we saw Star-Lord have while under Ego's influence in Guardians 2. And Peter is wearing the same outfit that we can see him wearing here in the opening scene of the first Guardians film. The same clothes he was wearing when he was abducted by Yondu. Now, when Peter meets his father, Ego takes away and destroys Peter's Walkman containing all of his favorite music. This Walkman and its collection of songs is what kept Peter in touch with his humanity in the mainline MCU. Peter's connection to his music helped him remember where he came from.
You shouldn't have killed my mom and squished my Walkman.
So, when Ego took Peter's Walkman, he severed Peter's connection to his mother, humanity, and Earth, making it easier for him to manipulate Peter and transform him into a living weapon. Now here we see text that reads, Project Pegasus, S.H.I.E.L.D. Western Division Headquarters. Now, Project Pegasus was a 1980s collaboration between S.H.I.E.L.D., NASA, and the Air Force to study the Tesseract, aka the blue cube harnessing the Infinity Stone, the space stone that we saw in the Avengers. At this headquarters, we not only catch up with Peggy Carter, but also Tony Stark's father, Howard, as well.
And I thought my kid was a pain in the ass.
When Howard says,
all that We Are the World garbage doesn't really play outside of MTV.
This is in reference to the popular collaborative song We Are the World, which featured a team-up of performers like Michael Jackson, Lionel Richie, Stevie Wonder, Tina Turner, Billy Joel, Kenny Rogers, Paul Simon, Willie Nelson, and many, many more, including Dan Aykroyd for some reason. This song won a lot of MTV Music Awards, and this reference to a big team-up of musicians was a great nod to the big team-up of heroes that we're going to be seeing later in this episode. So our first hero up is Hank Pym, aka Original Ant-Man. Here we can see him and a young Hope Van Dyne, who of course later becomes the Wasp. Now this is taking place roughly a year after Janet, as the original Wasp, sacrificed herself to stop a missile in 1987. We even hear Hank make mention of his beef with S.H.I.E.L.D. after what happened with Janet here.
I don't have anyone to leave her with, thanks to this place.
And speaking of beef, we've known ever since Ant-Man 1 that Hank Pym has had beef with the Starks.
I spent half my life trying to keep this technology out of the hands of a Stark. I'm sure as hell not going to hand deliver it to one now.
And we get a glimpse of that seemingly one-sided beef between the two here.
You know, for a genius, Stark, you're pretty slow on the take.
Next we meet a young Bill Foster, aka Goliath, who we first met in Ant-Man and the Wasp, played by Lawrence Fishburne.
I'm not Lawrence Fishburne!
Foster was also a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a former colleague of Hank and Janet. Next up is King T'Chaka, father of T'Challa, aka the Black Panther. Now during this time, T'Chaka was serving as both King of Wakanda and as the Black Panther. And he's wearing the same uniform we saw him in flashbacks in the first Black Panther film. When Howard Stark greets King T'Chaka, we hear him mention how his father was a big help in winning the war, referring to World War II. And T'Chaka mentions his father having donated vibranium, the same vibranium that was used to build Captain America's shield.
The most versatile substance on the planet. And they used it to make a frisbee.
We then get this fun nod to the shield being at the bottom of the Arctic.
Lost it in the Arctic, but other than that, things turned out pretty well.
A reference to Steve Rogers' current whereabouts following his sacrifice in the first Avenger. And then came another relic from the war, the Winter Soldier. King T'Chaka mentions that the Winter Soldier was sent by Gorbachev, the leader of the Soviet Union at that time. This is reminding us of who had control of Bucky during his time as the Winter Soldier. And I love getting to see Peggy recognize Bucky and getting to hear them talk about the rumors of his survival.
I'd heard the rumors, but even if they're true, the man we knew is long gone, Peg.
And here we get to see Hank wearing his OG Ant-Man suit, the same suit we see Scott Lang wear in the first Ant-Man movie. Next came Wendy Lawson, a character we first met in Captain Marvel. Now Wendy's real name is Mar-Vell, and she worked on Project Pegasus specifically trying to achieve light speed travel. Here we can see Wendy in a green Star Force uniform, just like Captain Marvel's in her first movie.
It's not. It's Kree Star Force.
So I love this line calling out T'Chaka for pretending his kingdom of Wakanda is a third world country.
I would think the leader of a technological superpower that masquerades as a third world country would appreciate that.
Roasted! Now this shows us that S.H.I.E.L.D. knew there was more than meets the eye to Wakanda decades ago. So while it was a shock to the world when Wakanda revealed itself at the UN, it was not a shock to those in the know. This would also explain why Wakanda appeared on a map that Nick Fury had at the end of Iron Man 2. The line here about not wanting the cube in that jet to blow up was of course in reference to the Tesseract.
Pull back, killer. If the cube in that jet blows, there won't be a planet left to save.
And then comes Thor, but this was a very different Thor from what I was expecting. Last season of What If gave us a young Thor who was raised as an only child and was very immature. Now, while we can assume that this Thor had a Loki, he still came off very mature for a 1988 Thor. I mean, I understand that Thor would be an adult in 1988 because he's thousands of years old, but even in the first Thor movie, we saw him behave immaturely. This Thor, however, looked, sounded, and acted more like the Thor from Thor: The Dark World.
I know you seek vengeance as much as I do. You helped me escape Asgard, and I will grant it to you. Vengeance.
But I think I know why they made the decision to make him appear more like that Thor. In the Dark World, we see Thor reeling from the death of his mother. Well, this Thor is probably reeling from the death of his mother and maybe even his brother and father as well.
Dad. They're all dead.
He said that Peter Quill ravaged Jotunheim and Asgard, so it's likely this version of Thor was forced to grow up very quickly and become a darker, more mature version of himself following those tragedies. But you can't have Thor without a little bit of comedy, so we had to have Peter Quill mistake him for the guy from Van Halen.
I thought you were the dude from Van Halen.
A reference to David Lee Roth, and a reference to the music-loving Peter Quill that still exists deep inside of him. Thor secured the Celestial Seed from the state of Missouri, which is also where Peter is from.
I'm from Earth, I'm from Missouri.
Yeah, that's on Earth, dipshit.
In Guardians 2, we learned that Ego had planted his seed, which is gross when you say it like that, on planets throughout the universe. We get a call back to Avengers Infinity War when Howard Stark asks if they can just chuck the seedling into a garbage disposal. Exactly what Tony Stark said to Doctor Strange about chucking the Time Stone into a garbage disposal in that movie.
So why don't we just shove this thing down the garbage disposal? Problem solved.
If Thanos needs 06, why don't we just stick this one down the garbage disposal?
Peter is now being held in the same glass cage we see Loki held in the first Avengers movie, meaning that this cage maybe wasn't specifically built for the Hulk after all, despite what Loki and Fury implied in the Avengers.
It's an impressive cage. Not built, I think, for me.
Built for something a lot stronger than you.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, Ego attempted to sever Peter's connection to his humanity by taking away his music. And here, it was Hope sharing with Peter her Walkman that brings Peter back to his humanity. I also thought it was sweet to see these two kids who both lost their mothers bonding over the music and the Walkmans that they both left behind.
That her Walkman? It's just, you're holding onto it pretty tight.
We get this funny line from Howard here about absentee fathers.
Yeah, great. Blame the absentee father. I get that enough from my own son.
A reference to the patchy relationship that Tony and Howard had, and that we actually got a glimpse at in Civil War. Now, when all these tanks lined up in the desert to meet the big bad alien visitor, I got real Man of Steel vibes, both for when the military met Superman and then General Zod and his comrades. It also reminded me of previous What If episodes, like when Loki came down to Earth with an Asgardian army to avenge the death of Thor, and when Infinity Ultron showed up at the end of What If Thor was an only child episode. Now, during the hero's battle with Ego, we hear Thor say,
"Not so long as there is breath in my body."
A callback to this scene from Avengers Age of Ultron.
And as long as there is life in my breast, I am I'm running out of things to say.
I loved seeing Ego's minions attack Goliath like a swarm of ants. Now there's some irony there that I appreciated, since Foster and Pym work together on their growing and shrinking technologies. When Howard is talking down Bucky from shooting Peter while at his mother's tombstone, we hear Bucky say,
"There is no me."
A reminder that Bucky is under severe mind control during this time. When Peter joins the heroes and goes to face his father, we get a very similar altercation to the one the father and son have in Guardians 2. We hear Ego say, "That's the mortal in you."
That's the mortal in you, Peter. That's the mortal in you, Peter. In time, though, you'll come to understand.
And Peter has a very similar reaction to the revelation that Ego killed his mother.
It broke my heart to put that tumor in her head.
What?
You killed my mother?
After Ego is defeated, we see the team celebrating back at Hank's house, where Thor tries an earthly beer for the first time and exclaims,
"Another!"
Just like in the first Thor movie when he tried coffee for the first time.
This drink, I like it.
I know, it's great, right?
Another!
Gotta love that scene. And then we get a cameo from everyone's favorite Flurkin, Goose. In Captain Marvel, Goose originally belonged to Marvel, but she was then given to Carol Danvers. Well, now, in this universe, it's Peter and Hope that Goose is being pawned off on. Peter says,
But I'm more a dog guy.
a reference to his future canine companion, Cosmo the space dog.
You're a bad dog.
Take that back. Come on, that's not cool.
Thor explains that the Celestial isn't truly dead until his planet is destroyed. And that is when we get that iconic Avengers theme as our heroes band together to go finish the job.
So we pick up sometime in between the events of, I'm guessing, Iron Man 3 and Avengers Age of Ultron. We can tell because Tony is still using his Legionnaire bots that we first saw at the start of Avengers Age of Ultron. The same bots that would go on to become Ultron's army in 2015's Age of Ultron. But remember, these Legionnaire bots were inspired by Tony's Iron Legion protocol, which we first saw used in Iron Man 3, which also took place during Christmas 2012. Here we can see a mantle of stockings featuring the names of our heroes. We've got Clint, aka Hawkeye, Thor, Tony, Pepper Potts, Nat, aka Natasha Romanoff, aka Black Widow, and Rhodey. And then next to Rhodey, there's one starting with an S. We can assume that's Steve Rogers, aka Captain America. And then we have this big green stocking for the Hulk himself, Bruce Banner. And I think over here I spotted a stocking for Darcy. Darcy Lewis, of course, was first introduced in the first Thor movie as Jane Foster's assistant, and she later popped up in WandaVision.
What's your field?
We're not supposed to talk to each other.
Boy Scout leader, got it.
Happy Hogan is prepping Avengers Tower for a big Christmas party, and this reminded me a lot of his role in Spider-Man Homecoming when he was walking around Avengers Tower managing the big move.
We're relocating to a new facility upstate where hopefully the cell service is much worse.
And then comes Maria Hill, who it was very nice to see following her fate in Secret Invasion. It makes sense that Maria would be at Avengers Tower at this time because we know that she was working closely with the Avengers come the beginning of Avengers Age of Ultron.
They'd hate missing you guys get together.
Testosterone.
I love this line where Happy reminds everyone that he is a security professional, calling back to his role in Iron Man 3.
Badge, guys. I put a memo in the toilet. Come on.
And you know, I bet it had to be hard telling people that you're Iron Man's bodyguard.
Let me tell you something. You know what happened when I told people I was Iron Man's bodyguard? They would laugh in my face.
Here we get a reference to Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You.
Ooh, that one Mariah Carey song on loop? Bingo!
And then we get the return of another Phase 1 baddie, if you can even call him that, Justin Hammer.
This is the story of how Justin Hammer stole Christmas.
Justin Hammer was first introduced in Iron Man 2 as a wannabe Tony Stark.
That I observed Mr. Hammer entering the chamber, and I am wondering if and when any actual expert will also be in attendance.
After recruiting Ivan Vanko and crashing the Stark Expo, Hammer found himself in prison. We even got to see Hammer in prison in the Marvel one-shot All Hail the King, a one-shot about the Mandarin.
Look at this guy. What is so special about him? I mean, I had an army of robots. What's he got? He's got some dumb accent?
Here we get some references to a Christmas classic, A Christmas Story.
When I was 7 years old, I wanted a Red Ryder BB gun. Accidentally got my tongue stuck on a telephone pole.
We heard mention of a Red Ryder BB gun, getting your tongue stuck to a pole, and my favorite,
you'll shoot your eye out, kid.
I didn't get the BB gun that Christmas. Do you know why?
Shoot your eye out.
You'll recognize on this level of Avengers Tower the same bar we saw Natasha and Bruce having their flirty conversation in Age of Ultron.
How'd a nice girl like you wind up working in a dump like this?
And here we hear Hammer say to the Legionnaires,
"Knock 'em dead, Johnny Fives."
This is a reference to the robot from the classic movie Short Circuit.
Hello, bozos!
And I think we should mention how much Justin Hammer is trying to act like Tony Stark here, with all the pop culture references and nonchalant attitude. This dude really doesn't have a personality of his own, and it shows. We find out next that Hammer is after Hulk blood, giving this episode a connection to the She-Hulk series where a group of insecure men were also trying to obtain some Hulk blood.
My team also synthesized your blood, so it could safely give me all the powers you never should have been given in the first place.
It's also in She-Hulk that we learn that Tony and Bruce worked together on trying to find a cure to Banner's Hulk problem, and eventually they were able to create who we know as Smart Hulk that we met in Avengers Endgame, a Hulk without the anger problems.
Tony's been messing around with Banner's blood, seeing if he can make him the Hulk without the anger management issue.
In this quick line from Happy, we learn that Tony and Bruce had been working on this project prior to even Age of Ultron, which makes the scene where Hulk goes rampage mode in Age of Ultron all the more sadder, now knowing that he and Tony had been working on a cure. And here we get a fun little nod to Sokovia. Remember that this is the country that not too long from now would be destroyed by Ultron, so hearing the country of Sokovia mentioned was actually kind of dark, knowing the fate that lies ahead for them really soon. Here we see Happy crawling through the air duct just like John McClane did in Die Hard, a movie that also took place in a skyscraper at Christmas time.
Yippee-ki-yay, mother...
Let me know in the comments below, is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Just don't kill each other while you're down there, okay? Thanks. Here we get another example of Justin Hammer thinking he's cooler than he is by referring to himself as Tony Stark's greatest enemy. Only for Maria Hill to shut him down by asking if he is a wealth tax, the true enemy of the billionaire.
No one deserves to have that much money.
Now here we hear Hammer's henchmen mention that the sound they hear could be a rat. This reminded me of the rat in the mainline MCU that rummaged around some technology in a van and freed Ant-Man from the quantum realm. When Happy breaks the ventilation shaft, this reminded me of another Christmas time movie actually featuring a security guard, Paul Blart Mall Cop. Now this episode was full of digs at Hawkeye, the first being this confetti arrow we see Tony made for him. We know from the Hawkeye series that Clint does have a lot of trick arrows. But I loved how Happy asked if Hawkeye was doing birthday parties now, and don't worry, there are even more Hawkeye digs to come. So when Happy gets injected with the Hulk blood, he doesn't go green, he goes purple. Now this actually isn't the first purple Hulk we've ever seen. In the comics, Norman Osborn, aka the Green Goblin, was running an organization called Hammer. No connection to Justin Hammer, as far as I know. Osborn gets the ability to absorb the powers of any superhero that attacks him. So when Osborn is attacked in these comics by Red Hulk, we see him turn into a purple Hulk, a Hulk who also has the powers of many others like the Avengers, the Young Avengers, and even the Dark Avengers. Now behind Happy here we can see a suit in a glass case. It's got a hint of purple to it, so maybe this is a Hawkeye suit or it's the suit that we see Hulk wearing in Avengers Endgame. In this office we can see an I Love LA mug that I'm guessing probably belongs to either Tony or Pepper, considering that they live in Malibu, California, which is just west of Los Angeles. We can also see this little Captain America shield, and behind the desk is a dummy body for fittings, so this office likely belongs to the costume designers for the Avengers, and we get hints at that later on when we see the different materials, which we'll talk about in a second. And in the next shot, we can see a Captain America helmet and a drawing of what looks like Black Widow in a ballerina costume, the same one we see her wearing in this episode for our undercover mission. Speaking of, when Happy goes to call Natasha for help, we can see a list of contacts on his phone. We've got M. Chauncey, aka Matthew Chauncey, a writer on What If Seasons 1 and 2, and he's also worked on projects like Miss Marvel and Thor Love and Thunder. We've also got Janice Lincoln, an employee of Tony Stark, who went on to work for Quentin Beck, aka Mysterio in Spider-Man Far From Home. We've also got Nick Fury, Maria Hill, Stan Lee, the creator of all things Marvel, Darcy Lewis, James Rhodes, Steve Rogers, Secretary of State, Thunderbolt Ross, Tony Stark, and Sam Wilson, aka Falcon, the new Captain America. Now once Happy gets Natasha on the phone, we see her in one of her OG undercover missions like we saw in Iron Man 2 and in the Avengers.
We need you to come in.
Are you kidding? I'm working.
The ballerina costume is also a callback to Natasha's time training to become a Black Widow in the flashbacks we saw in Avengers Age of Ultron.
You'll break them. Only the breakable ones. You're made of marble.
When Happy calls Tony, we hear Tony refer to Cap's shield as a patriotic frisbee, just like we heard Ultron call it a frisbee here.
The most versatile substance on the planet. and they used it to make a frisbee.
I thought it was a nice touch considering a large portion of Ultron's personality comes from Tony. Here we see a store shelf where all the Iron Man figures are sold out, but there are plenty of Hawkeye figures, and they've even been marked down to move inventory. And poor Clint is having to buy an Iron Man figure for his kids.
The wife says, bring home this toy or don't come home at all.
And I thought it was interesting that we hear Clint mention his wife because at this point in the Marvel timeline, the Avengers aren't supposed to know about Clint's secret family.
This is an agent of some kind.
Hi, sweetheart. Hey, buddy.
These are
Look at your face.
smaller agents.
We also got a great callback to the old sun's getting real low, big guy line.
Sun's getting real low, pal, like super winter solstice kind of low.
We hear Darcy mention that she's been in college for the better part of a decade, which makes sense because in WandaVision, Darcy has her doctorate.
Miss Lewis.
Dr. Lewis.
Here we get another Die Hard reference when Darcy confuses the movie for Con Air and Under Siege, and then Happy calls her John McClane, Bruce Willis's character in Die Hard.
Hey, John McClane, focus!
And then Darcy asks,
"Are you asking me to be your Reginald Vel Johnson?"
Now, Reginald Vel Johnson is the actor who played the cop in Die Hard that was John McClane's eyes and ears on the outside.
Reginald Vel Johnson, that's what you remember from the movie?
Here in the glass, we can see a Captain America uniform. Here we see Happy ducking behind a case holding a Hawkeye uniform. And in the case next to that, we can see Black Widow's uniform from the first Avengers movie. And then here we can see a Thor costume. And then Happy runs into this material room that I mentioned earlier. We can see signs on the wall for organza, leather, and spandex. Now you guys know what leather and spandex is, but I personally had to look up organza, and it's apparently like this silk material. Everything you need for superhero costumes. And I thought it was a nice touch that the material kind of looked like wrapping paper for this Christmas episode. Here we see some punching bags, a callback to how Steve Rogers spent a lot of his time before joining the Avengers. Behind Hammer here, we can see some propellers, and I think this one is actually called an Iron Man propeller in the real world. When Darcy opens up the drawer of AIs, we hear her mention Friday, Tony's AI replacement after the death of Jarvis.
Boss, we got a Friday, a Wadsworth, an Edith 1.0.
Wadsworth, which is the name of the butler in the Clue movie, which makes sense because Jarvis is also named after Howard Stark's butler.
You meet a lot of people, sir.
Also, big shout out to our post-production manager, Harriet, for her knowledge of Clue.
Gosh, sounds like a BBC mystery.
And then we have Edith 1.0, a reference to the AI Tony would gift Peter Parker via the sunglasses in Spider-Man Far From Home.
Edith stands for, even dead, I'm the hero.
Here, Happy says he's going to take the elevator, a callback to this scene from Loki Season 1.
Hey, buddy, what do you think? Maximum occupancy has been reached. Take the stairs. Yes.
Here we get a tease to Captain America Civil War and the tension between Tony and Cap.
The billionaire got Captain America's socks. Wow, the press lied. These two really do not get along.
When we see Happy fight these robots, it reminded me of another big robot fight we saw go down in this exact same spot in Avengers Age of Ultron. Only in that movie, Bruce Banner didn't Hulk out.
Sorry. Don't turn green.
Here we see the robots' oil flinging everywhere, just like how in Multiverse of Madness we saw Wanda covered in the Ultron bots' oil, but it was totally meant to look like blood, but the oil gave them a way to do it and keep the movie PG-13, just like how in Samurai Jack they had him fight these robots and oil spewed everywhere like blood. We then get a reference to Hulk Hogan that just had to be made. I mean, when you've got Happy Hogan as a Hulk, it couldn't be avoided.
Oh, famous last words, Hulk Hogan.
20,000 leagues under the sea is a nice place to deposit somebody, brother.
And then in comes the Hulkbuster, which we first saw in Avengers Age of Ultron. Hammer is now in the Hulkbuster and does some repetitive punches to Happy, just like we saw Tony do when he fought the Hulk in Age of Ultron.
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
Here we meet the AI Darcy chose is a German AI named Werner, which could be a reference to the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. character Werner von Strucker, the son of Baron Strucker, who we also met in Avengers Age of Ultron.
No surrender!
I'm going to surrender.
Here we get this side profile of the Avengers coming in to save the day. Again, just like the opening of Avengers Age of Ultron. Lots of Age of Ultron references in this episode. And here we see Bruce Banner wearing a Christmas sweater that reads chemistry instead of Christmas tree. Get it? Because, you know, he's a scientist.
Out with the old, in with the nucleus.
And if you wait till after the credits, we get this fun little song from Darcy.
Good Queen Darcy last looked down on the feast of Steve Rogers.
So the episode begins with a flashback to the finale of Season 1, when the Watcher assembled the Guardians of the Multiverse to fight Infinity Ultron. Now, at the time, that lineup was composed of heroes and villains that were featured in that season, except for this version of Gamora. 2 years ago, we reported that this was from an episode of the show that they didn't have time to complete, so they just pushed the episode to Season 2. And now we finally get to see it, and man was it worth the wait. The Watcher says,
Gamora's path to becoming the hero of her story began in someone else's.
Which is a really neat way to transition from Gamora being the protagonist we knew from the finale to Tony Stark being the protagonist of this episode. Then we cut to Tony Stark in the Avengers, guiding a nuclear missile through the wormhole. Now this is a pretty perfect recreation of the final moments of him in space. Now the Watcher calls this
the ultimate hero's play,
which is a play on what Steve Rogers said about Tony earlier that same day.
You're not the guy to make the sacrifice play. To lay down on a wire and let the other guy crawl over you?
Now, this is all very, very cool because back in 2012, there was a rumor that Tony Stark was going to end up in space at the end of that film. And the rumor said that he would go off to join the Guardians of the Galaxy like he did in the comics. So this may have actually been something that Marvel was discussing behind the scenes, and now we actually get to see it play out.
Finally.
So the wormhole actually closes with Tony Stark still inside of it, which recreates this event from Thor Ragnarok. When Thor was knocked around in the Bifrost, which is a particular kind of wormhole by the way, he ended up on Sakaar. So the fact that the Tesseract and the Bifrost both sent people to Sakaar really feeds into the theory that Odin used the Tesseract's energy before he hid the Tesseract away on Earth.
The Tesseract was the jewel of Odin's treasure room.
So then Tony lands in the palace of the Grandmaster, voiced once again by the great Jeff Goldblum.
Hey, look, who is this handsome dog?
Now remember when Thor landed on Sakaar and his powers were dampened and the Grandmaster called him
Sparkles?
And here he tries to give Tony his own demeaning nickname.
Mr. Metal Mojo Man.
The one he settled on, Mojo, is actually an Easter egg to the X-Men. Now, one of the best X-Men villains is this extra-dimensional TV mogul named Mojo who feeds off people who are like watching his TV programs. He like craves high ratings. And, like the Grandmaster, Mojo entertains people by making different superheroes fight each other.
They want blood and guts and love and hate. They want entertainment.
Rachel House also returns as the Grandmaster's loyal servant Topaz with her melting stick from Ragnarok.
Oh my God!
Tony is surprised to find out that the Battle of Earth was days ago because, like the Grandmaster says in Ragnarok,
time works real different around these parts. On any other world, I'd be like millions of years old.
And of course, he tells Tony something very similar here.
You know, time works differently here.
Tony immediately sees Pepper on the news, which reminds him of his primary motivation to return home. Now, you might be reminded of him at the beginning of Avengers Endgame when his only thought after the snap was to get home to the woman he loved.
When I drift off, it'll be like every night lately. I dream about you.
Tony tells Grandmaster that he's put his party days behind him, which is mostly true. In the comics, Tony is a full-blown alcoholic, which was explored in the brilliant story Demon in a Bottle. In fact, there's a Demon in a Bottle reference later in this episode when Tony uses this phrase to talk to Valkyrie about her drinking problem.
Feel alive, if only for a moment, you know? So you can forget whatever mistake has you chasing that demon in a bottle.
In the MCU, we have seen Tony really lean into excess, especially in Iron Man 2.
Tony, how do you go to the bathroom in the suit? Just like that.
And then he only has like a casual drink in the MCU afterwards. Now, just like in Thor Ragnarok, Sakaar is filled with these like incredible designs that are either homages or direct copies of the work of the legendary artist Jack Kirby. Kirby created or co-created like most of Marvel's biggest heroes, and I love seeing his wacky cosmic designs brought to life in the movies and TV shows. And we saw a lot of these same characters in Thor Ragnarok, like this guy in the helmet entering the arena.
Nice helmet.
Keeps my face pretty.
When they're in the Grandmaster's booth, the same one where he sits with Loki in Thor 3, he says,
"It's my birthday."
And remember, his orgy yacht had a birthday setting on the console.
It's my birthday! It's my birthday!
So what we're seeing here is the Grandmaster's games before he started up the Contest of Champions, when everybody was basically competing in a space NASCAR race.
No, these are chariots.
Alright, I guess it is more like a chariot race, like the ones they held in ancient Rome, as depicted in classic films like Ben-Hur. But man, I love this sequence so much. Like, this is the cosmic MCU meets the racing game Twisted Metal. This makes me really want them to make like a Marvel kart, like Mario Kart, but like with Marvel characters and like these machines in different cosmic settings. Like, notice how Valkyrie's little pod even has these two wings on the side, much like the winged helmet that Thor wears in the Gladiator arena in Ragnarok.
You sure do talk about Thor Ragnarok a lot. Has anybody ever told you that?
That's right, Doug. They did also return Mark Mothersbaugh's awesome score for this episode. Now, I should note here that the guy voicing Tony is, of course, not Robert Downey Jr.
You can't afford me.
It is veteran voice actor Mick Wingert, who has voiced Tony Stark in various animated projects over the years and in What If Season 1.
I told you, I don't want to join your super secret boy band.
Now, he may not sound exactly like Robert Downey Jr., but he sure does constantly drop sarcastic comments just like Tony does.
All right, ready to rock and roll? I had to say that at least once. Not you, Stabby.
Yeah, I didn't get a lot of his references because I am not a man in my 40s.
Don't worry, Doug. I will explain those references to you as we go along. Now, I have watched this chase sequence 3 times, and every single time I keep noticing more little details, like how this zoom into the cockpit of Valkyrie is so much like so many shots of Fury Road. And the way they keep the camera low to the ground is an old camera trick that George Miller employed in the first Mad Max movie. Putting the camera closer to the ground creates the illusion of increased speed.
I feel the need for speed.
Also, notice these people in the crowd who are dressed like Celestials. Now, I'm not sure if this is because like they worship the Celestials, or if they're just more Jack Kirby-inspired designs. So the episode borrowed a lot of camera tricks from George Miller and other artists, like how in the second race we get these constant tiny crash zooms every time Gamora is about to do something small, even like pushing a button. But they also added these incredible creative design elements, like a giant car that's essentially a big engine that sucks up all of the dead cars and obliterates the racers.
Now this is pod racing.
God, this was so much fun. And even like this little moment where Valkyrie reverses up this tank tread that looks a lot like this vehicle from the Clone Wars. Afterwards, they throw hamsters at her. They used to throw food, but now there's food shortages and they think it's just bad optics.
It's considered uncouth.
Although, I think the reason there might be a food shortage is because there are so many hamsters eating all the grain. So, in the movie, the champion is the Hulk, but here it's a giant elephant that Korg calls Snuffy! And maybe he's called that because he's a big elephant, like Snuffleupagus on Sesame Street.
So much for staying for one drink.
Oh, you're doing the thing. He's doing the thing.
So then, Tony joins the fray. And remember, this is his Mark 7 armor, the first armor that he had that he could actually summon to himself with his wristband.
Boy!
And when he meets Korg, he calls him Mount Rushmore because he's got a big rocky face.
I'm made of rocks, as you can see.
And man, guys, this just really cemented how much I miss Tony Stark.
Agent Romanoff, you miss me?
Like, the writers of this show must have had a blast writing for this character again. We need a hero with this kind of confidence and swagger, who is constantly calling people like old pop culture names.
Hold up there, Lady Grinch.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch.
And then Gamora shows up. She is wearing the same battle armor that we saw her wearing in Avengers Endgame in the flashback back in 2014. Now, she wore this just prior to being assigned to join Ronan. And of course, like we saw in Guardians of the Galaxy, that's when she had a change of heart and she then decided to get away from Thanos. Now, when we met her in that Endgame flashback, she was already pretty anti-Thanos. So you might be wondering what happened to her between 2012 and 2014 to make her want to turn against her dad. I mean, after all, the person we see in this show is pretty much an acolyte of Thanos.
I am the daughter of Thanos, the Mad Titan, the one burdened to bring balance to this universe.
I think the event that made her want to turn against Thanos is when she found the map to Vormir. We saw in a flashback conversation in Endgame that she wanted to keep that map from her father. Maybe the prospect of actually dusting half the universe finally hit home for her, and she didn't want everyone else in known existence to suffer the same kind of pain that she did when she was a little girl. Anyways, notice that Tony is wearing a black sweater in this show instead of the Black Sabbath t-shirt that he was wearing in the Avengers. I think this is because Sharon Osbourne is a ruthless business manager who probably wanted too much money to use the logo.
Mom just wants to get paid. What can you do?
Pay me my money!
So because it's been a few days since the Battle of New York, Gamora is on Sakaar to kill Tony Stark. Instead, she gets chipped, and the two of them are thrown into Hulk's love suite that we saw in Ragnarok.
The red, the white, just pick a color.
Then he name drops.
Not hanging around to play Dr. Moreau's Hunger Games, that's for sure.
So Dr. Moreau is from the Marlon Brando movie where he plays a mad scientist who makes freaks and clones, and the Hunger Games actually is...
Hey, wait, I got that one. I understood that reference.
Good, buddy. Now, after he and Korg get away, he asks how the Grandmaster gained power.
Did he gerrymander the districts?
Gerrymandering is actually a process here on Earth in American politics, where politicians redraw congressional districts to favor their own parties. It's supposed to be illegal, but it's more like frowned upon, kind of like brown bagging at a Little League game.
Brandon! Get on the damn bag!
And man, Korg hits it out of the park with his response.
I should never have voted for him.
Remember, in Thor Ragnarok, Korg was the more politically conscious person on Sakaar.
I tried to start a revolution but didn't print enough pamphlets, so hardly anyone turned up.
During the next fight, Korg does the same ground pound that Hulk did to Loki in the Avengers. You know what? In the MCU can stop referencing that. We're good. Come up with some new things, please.
You're repeating yourself. You're repeating yourself.
Then Tony shocks Gamora with a similar device to the one Thor used on Loki when he betrayed him in Ragnarok. And then he calls her Xena, a reference to the 90s television series Xena, Warrior Princess. And then Tony gets this heart-to-heart monologue where he tells Gamora that New York was not a game to him. And of course there he means Phil Coulson. And I loved that he spends the episode trying to help her change. Tony is like able to see things in people, like when he saw the potential superhero in Bruce Banner.
So you're saying that the Hulk saved my life? Saved it for what?
I guess we'll find out.
And with Gamora, he sees himself, someone who is fighting to live up to their father's expectations instead of choosing their own path and following their own heart.
But I'm not my father. You're not your father. I made a choice.
Tony's entire arc in the Marvel Cinematic Universe was always trying to make up for his past sins. Like he says later on, he did things that hurt people, and everything he does now is to make amends.
You really gonna risk everything for a bunch of strangers on an alien junk planet?
Yeah, that's what I do. I'm Iron Man.
I love how this entire episode was grounded in that basic tenet of Tony Stark's character, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more later on. Korg says,
One time he used me as a paperweight, and can you imagine how that felt, just to have to sit on paper, which is my nemesis?
Now this is a follow-up on his rock, paper, scissors joke from Ragnarok.
You don't need to be afraid unless you're made of scissors.
Which is also referenced in the first episode this season.
But it's uncuttable paper, because it's made of rock.
And they also mentioned somebody living on a farm upstate, and we all know what that means.
Yeah, they probably took him out to the barn and shot him.
Exactly. Why? You know what that means?
Yeah, man, I'm not stupid. I know what that means.
Okay, and then we get some rock guitar for the classic Tony Stark building a new Iron Man suit montage. Like his first suit, this montage begins with him rolling out blueprints. He's got the goggles, he's got the blowtorch. Except now he's using a bunch of scrap on an alien world instead of a bunch of scraps in a cave. And look, maybe I'm wrong here, but does the Grandmaster Tower have Khonshu in it? Did an Egyptian bird god at one point travel to this world and compete in a chariot race? I really think that might have happened, and I want to see that episode.
Yeah, man, that'd be awesome.
Right? So when Tony presents his ultimatum to the Grandmaster, he calls him,
Hey, Technicolor Dreamcoat!
Which is, of course, named after the Andrew Lloyd Webber musical, Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat, and really, that is a totally superficial reference to the gaudy collars the Grandmaster wears. Tony references are always just based on how people look, and rarely does he bother to look beyond the surface.
Manchurian Candidate, you're killing me. There's a truce here. You can drop...
Like even when he says,
Slap me and call me Spartacus.
Like, okay, that's a reference to the movie Spartacus because I guess Ben-Hur was just a little bit too on the nose. And while I'm complaining, I thought the fake slow-mo walk here was just a bit too much.
Thank you for indulging me, guys. I've always wanted to walk very slowly.
This seems like one of those MCU moments where characters, like, they look cool, but then the movie has to, like, make sure that we know they're not trying too hard to look cool. You know, like this.
Stop.
So, just a few fun things I noted during this final race. I loved this continuous final shot of all the racers zooming further out into each cockpit. And then there's this moment when they drive out of the mouth of a statue of a Celestial, which seems like an homage to the Joel Schumacher Batman films, where Gotham City was filled with these giant statues that they would drive the Batmobile onto during a chase. Now, during Tony's pep talk to Gamora, he talks about his well-documented daddy issues.
I never got to say goodbye to my father.
Now, in our Deeper Meaning of Iron Man video, I talked about how Tony's lifelong expectations of living up to his father led to him becoming kind of numb to the world. He blindly followed anyone that told him that that's what his dad would have done.
You finally outdid yourself, Tony. You made your father proud.
And here's the thing, Tony and Gamora, like, never share a conversation in any movie. Like, remember this?
Where is Gamora?
Yeah, I'll do you one better. Who's Gamora?
I'll do you one better. Why is Gamora?
And they've lived their lives going down very similar paths, so it was awesome to see them interact like this. Like, this is what makes crossovers great. Remember that? Remember when the MCU used to actually just have characters from different franchises cross over with each other? That was a lot of fun.
I wish there was a way to know you're in the good old days before you've actually left them.
Tony also says his dad was no Atticus Finch, a reference to the wise fatherly figure from To Kill a Mockingbird. And then Tony Stark turns his armored into a race car, which is so perfect.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Like we saw in Iron Man 1 that he had an affinity for classic cars, even inspiring the color of his Mark III suit.
Throw a little hot rod red in there.
And of course, he drove a race car in Monaco before he was attacked by Ivan Vanko. The wheels of the car are even arc reactors, and just for a second, I thought the car was going to levitate, improving on the flying car's father Howard Stark couldn't get to work in Captain America First Avenger. And then, after the Grandmaster tries to cheat, he gets his melty stick used on himself. I'm melting. You know, quoting Wizard of Oz. I'm melting! Melting! And of course, the Grandmaster is really into how this feels.
Hey, I like it.
And then Valkyrie is elected leader of Sakaar, just like she was made leader of New Asgard in the main MCU timeline. And then we get that incredible cliffhanger. Gamora delivers Tony Stark to Thanos, who is still on his floating rock chair that we saw in Avengers post-credit scene and in Guardians 1. But Tony is used as a distraction as Gamora leaps above him with the melty stick and then stabs Thanos in the chest. But and of course, this is a callback to Thor using Stormbreaker and hitting Thanos in the chest with it instead of hitting him in the head.
You should have gone for the head.
So we're actually left not knowing if Thanos lives or dies, which is one of the hallmarks of Marvel What If stories in the comics. They always end on these really fun, nebulous cliffhangers. Except because we saw Tony and Gamora melting the Infinity Gauntlet last season, like we know they survived.
How do we put a suit of armor around the world, around the galaxy?
So we open with the Battle of New York, which in the mainline MCU took place in the first Avengers movie, only in this universe we've got Peggy Carter in the place of Captain America. On this alternate Avengers team are some OGs like Black Widow, Hawkeye, Iron Man, and Thor, but taking the place of Hulk in this 6-hero lineup is none other than the Wasp, who was actually supposed to be in this first Avengers movie, but Kevin Feige asked Joss Whedon to replace the Wasp character with Black Widow. Here we got a great callback to Steve Rogers instructing the Avengers on how to battle the Chitauri, and then we even got this awesome recreation of the scene where Cap boosted Black Widow into the air with his shield.
Let's go for a ride. I like it.
Now, catching back up with the Watcher, we can see him repairing the broken shards in the Nexus of All Realities from when Infinity Ultron broke the barrier in the Season 1 finale.
Oh no.
I found you.
In these shards of glass, we can see Loki, Thanos, the Collector, Doctor Strange, Tony Stark, and Ant-Man. Here we see a flashback to the What If Season 1 premiere when we first met this variant of Peggy Carter, and then we see the lineup of the Guardians of the Multiverse when they assembled to battle Infinity Ultron. Now here in Washington, D.C., we see Black Widow jogging, and then she is picked up by Peggy in a car. This is a recreation of this scene in Captain America the Winter Soldier when it is Natasha who is picking up Steve Rogers from his jog.
Hey fellas, either one of you know where the Smithsonian is? I'm here to pick up a fossil.
We see Captain Carter and Black Widow go on a mission on a boat, just like in the opening of Captain America and the Winter Soldier, when Black Widow and Captain America embarked on a mission on a boat. Only this time they are in search of the Hydra Stomper.
Steve.
So in the first episode of What If Season 1, we got a Steve Rogers who never got the Super Soldier Serum. But Howard Stark, Tony Stark's dad, made Steve Rogers an Iron Man-like suit called the Hydra Stomper.
Stark made me some new dancing shoes. What do you think?
Okay, so in the Season 1 finale of What If, when Peggy is taken by the Watcher to come help fight Infinity Ultron, we see her taken from this mission on the boat. So the stuff we're seeing here with Peggy and Black Widow in the car, that is prior to the mission that we see her go on in the Season 1 finale, and prior to her being taken, of course, by the Watcher. And at the end of the Season 1 finale, we see Peggy return to the exact moment in time she was taken from.
Too fast.
Don't tell me. He was your type?
We then go on to see the exact same scene pan out that we saw in this episode of Season 2. Same dialogue and everything. Black Widow showing Peggy the storage container holding not only the Hydra Stomper, but Steve Rogers. So, in case I lost you, in between this scene and this scene, Peggy went with the Watcher to fight Infinity Ultron. So we find out that all these years later, Steve Rogers is still alive. And it's cool to know that even in a universe where Steve Rogers didn't become Captain America and get frozen in ice, he was still destined to find his way to the future. Now, here we see Peggy having it out with Nick Fury over him not being completely honest with her. A very similar fight we have seen take place between Steve Rogers and Nick Fury.
Which you didn't feel obliged to share.
I'm not obliged to do anything.
In this alternate universe where Steve Rogers didn't get trapped in the ice, we learn that he and Bucky formed a two-man army where they traveled the globe taking down Hydra bases. And guys, that is a what if episode I need to see. When Fury reveals that Steve and the Hydra Stomper are accused of terrorism, Black Widow chimes in that it could be the Red Room manipulating his mind.
What if the Red Room was in control?
The Red Room is the Black Widow program that Natasha was under that we saw a lot of in the Black Widow movie. They manipulated the minds of their soldiers and made them obedient to their every command.
Steve Rogers, that you loved, died in 1953. That thing, it's not human.
Here we learn that Bucky Barnes has gone on to become S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Mr. Secretary, which in the mainline MCU is the Hydra sympathizer Alexander Pierce. Here we also see the on-screen council from Winter Soldier, and then in comes Brock Rumlow and his Hydra lackeys who we met in Winter Soldier and who popped up again in Avengers Endgame. Brock also went on to become the Marvel Comics villain Crossbones in Captain America's Civil War.
I think I look pretty good, all things considered.
So when Steve attacks S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and we see Bucky step in front of the guns aimed at Steve, we hear Bucky say,
"He would be stupid enough to do the same for me."
And we of course know that in another universe, Steve did do this for Bucky. In the main MCU, it's Bucky Barnes who found himself under Russian mind control and who needed his best friend to step in and save him. Here we see Steve and Peggy busting through multiple ceilings, just like how in Winter Soldier we saw Steve Rogers busting through lots of walls, pursuing Bucky.
Tell him I'm in pursuit.
When we see Steve begin to free fall, it reminded me a lot of when Rhodey was hit by Vision's beam and he began to free fall in Captain America's Civil War. Luckily for Steve though, he was caught before hitting the ground, unlike Rhodey who went
boom. You looking for this?
Nat and Peggy take Steve to St. Kilda, which is apparently a very isolated island in Scotland. I'm guessing this is one of Black Widow's planned hiding spots for in case she ever found herself on the run, just like we saw in her movie after she was on the run following the events of Civil War. Now, while it was the ice and the super soldier serum that kept Steve Rogers young in the main MCU, we learned that in this universe, it was apparently the Hydra Stomper suit. Next, we got a reference to Avengers Age of Ultron when Peggy says she doesn't want to let Tony and Bruce play mad scientist to fix Steve. This is fitting because in Avengers Age of Ultron, Steve was very hesitant about leaving Bruce and Tony alone to meddle with things, and rightfully so because it gave us Ultron.
I'm sorry, I know you mean well. You just didn't think it through.
Next, we learn that Peggy Carter has likely had a list of her own things that she needed to catch up on after missing so much time, just like Steve Rogers had in Winter Soldier. I figured that's the case because it sounds like she recently became a Star Wars fan with her reference to carbonite.
Best case scenario, he winds up stuck in some prison frozen in carbonite.
Wow, so that's how you spend your Saturday nights.
Star Wars, by the way, was also on Steve Rogers' list. In this universe, we learn that Natasha has already killed the leader of the Red Room, Dreykov, whereas in the mainline MCU, he's still alive post-Civil War. When Steve comes to, we hear him say,
"I owe you that date."
This is a callback not only to Steve Rogers owing Peggy Carter a date in the main MCU, but this Peggy Carter owing this Steve Rogers a date in their universe.
You owe me a dance lesson.
Yes! Saturday night!
And here we can see the same type of jet that Black Widow flew in the first Avengers movie.
Agent Romanoff. You miss me?
Next, we hear mention of a Sokovian military base. This is, of course, prior to what happened to Sokovia in Avengers Age of Ultron, where the country is ultimately destroyed. And apparently Hawkeye likes dad rock. Me too.
Look at this photograph.
In Sokovia, we see that they have assembled their very own Doomtown, or as I like to call it, Boomtown.
Special milk delivery.
So during the Cold War era, the US military built these fake towns in Nevada to see how bad a nuclear attack would affect the population. We had a great look at one of these towns in Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull.
Oh, that can't be good.
Now, here we heard mention of the multiversal space squid that Captain Carter fought in the season 1 premiere of What If.
I feel like I'm in a horror movie. And we once fought a giant space squid.
I love this line here about Steve and Peggy having time, something that in every universe they seem to never have enough of.
We have a little time.
That's a first.
We can also hear in this scene the music Steve and Peggy dance to at the end of Avengers Endgame.
Faster. Cars, computers, even the news moves fast.
Now here we can see the Widows using Widow Bites, something that we've actually seen Black Widow use many times before in the MCU, such as here in Captain America Civil War. Here we can see the Red Room high in the sky, just like we saw in the Black Widow movie, and then enters Black Widow's adoptive mother, Melina.
I don't want to fight in front of my mom.
Mum?
Ish.
Now we first met Melina in the Black Widow solo film, but in that movie she betrays the Red Room and helps her daughters bring it down. But in this universe, she's still loyal to the Red Room.
I was proud of you. You were a very successful killing machine. But then you became an Avenger.
Here we see Peggy called Margaret.
You are Captain Margaret Carter.
Which is actually her legal name. Peggy's just a nickname. Next we learned that they made a movie about Captain Carter that was actually a musical. This is a callback to Rogers the Musical that we saw in Hawkeye and on this billboard here in Spider-Man No Way Home. Here the Widows are jumping into action, looking a lot like the side profile shot we got of the Avengers in Avengers Age of Ultron. Now, when Steve seemingly goes to sacrifice himself to fly into the Red Room ship and destroy it, I got real Iron Giant vibes. And that actually wasn't the only time I got Iron Giant vibes in this episode. When Steve and the Hydra Stomper would lose control, their eyes would turn red, just like when the Iron Giant would lose control of his mind and go into kill mode. And then as the episode wraps up, we think we're getting a tease for another Peggy Carter sequel where she'll go looking for Steve, but instead we see her portaled into another universe by the Scarlet Witch. So we open with the Watcher narrating, and I thought it was really cool how he referred to the mainline MCU, Universe 616 or 199999, whatever you want to call it, as our universe.
In your universe.
Now, I know I'm probably overanalyzing here, and all the script writers meant by your universe was the universe that we as the viewer have been observing. But when you factor in characters like She-Hulk breaking the fourth wall and speaking to the audience just like the Watcher does, and take into account that She-Hulk supposedly traveled to our universe in the season finale of her series, it just starts to shine a light on the fact that we don't have a clear understanding of what the rules are here. I mean, we've got He Who Remains, who's now been replaced by Loki, we've got the Watcher, Kevin, the Celestials. Who's in charge here?
Oh, who's in charge here then, eh? Who's in charge?
So we hear the Watcher say that in our universe, Odin entrusted the Tesseract to a village on Earth after achieving an age of peace. This is in reference to the village of Tonsberg, a village in Norway where it was guarded by Asgardian worshippers, aka people who worshipped the Norse gods. And this line about an age of peace was in reference to Odin having brought peace to the 9 realms.
It was Asgard and its warriors that brought peace to the universe.
In this universe, however, Ragnarok, the inevitable destruction of Asgard at the hands of Surtur, it came early. We saw Surtur plunge his blade into Asgard's surface just like we saw in Thor Ragnarok. Now, Surtur in Norse mythology is a giant fiery demon feared by the Asgardians, and that's exactly what he is in the MCU, but I wouldn't exactly say that Thor feared him.
This is my crown, the source of my power.
Oh, that's a crown. I thought it was a big eyebrow.
So upon the destruction of Asgard, the Tesseract, aka the Space Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, was flung across space. So quick refresher on the Tesseract. It was basically the MacGuffin of Phase 1 of the MCU. It has a big part to play with Captain America and the Red Skull back in World War II, and then it later came into the possession of the US government where they studied it in this secret project called Project Pegasus, which we also saw name dropped in episode 2 of this season of What If. During an encounter with the Tesseract, we saw Captain Marvel get her powers, and then years later, Loki came after it on behalf of Thanos. It eventually found its way back to Odin's vault, but prior to Ragnarok in the main MCU, Loki saved it, and Thanos finally got it placed into his Infinity Gauntlet. So then we meet Kahhori, a brand new character in the Marvel Universe, and I think it is so great that What If is giving us a brand new character. We're used to What If giving us different takes on already established characters in the MCU, so getting to see this show create an all-new character for the Marvel Universe, not only the movies and shows, but brand new to the comics as well. This is a brand new character. It's really exciting to see. Kahhori's character and the story of this episode was crafted with the help of Mohawk Nation historians to help assure accuracy. And guys, I gotta say, I love that they had the characters not speaking English and committed by having them speak their native tongue throughout the episode. So the name Kahhori is a real Native American name that means she stirs the forest, basically meaning someone who serves as a leader. So the Tesseract lands on Earth in an area that is currently occupied by the sovereign Haudenosaunee Confederacy, which was a confederacy made up of the Mohawks, Oneidas, Onondagas, Cayugas, and the Senecas. My apologies if I mispronounced any of that. These tribes came together in search of peace and to live in harmony, paralleling the peace and harmony that Odin sought to bring by uniting the 9 realms. Here we can see their village burn, paralleling the burning of Asgard that sent the Tesseract to Earth in the first place. So when colonizers arrive and they chase Kahhori and Wata, we see Kahhori fall through the portal in the water, and this gave me real Alice in Wonderland vibes, a young woman falling through a hole in the earth into a magical wonderland below. Here we can see the Tesseract Blue Sky portal, just like the portal we saw in the first Avengers movie that the Chitauri used to come to Earth. And just like Thanos' blue portals he used the Stone for to teleport everywhere in Infinity War. So the colonizer army is serving under Conquistador Rodrigo Alfonso Gonzalo, who is serving under Queen Isabella of Spain. Queen Isabella was Queen of Spain from 1474 to 1504 when she died. Now, the Queen has some similarities to King Odin, such as her ability to unify Spain like Odin unified the 9 realms, but also like Odin, her methods could be dark. While she didn't agree with Columbus's methods of murder and slavery of the native people, she did insist on converting natives who she viewed as her subjects to convert to Catholicism and force natives to take on social behaviors of Spain. Here we hear Rodrigo refer to the Tesseract waters as the Fountain of Youth, keeping in line with the Spanish explorers' belief that there was a Fountain of Youth to be discovered. This is most famously associated with Spanish explorer Ponce de Leon. Now, I love this line where we hear Kahhori get asked what kind of clay she's made of, a reference to some natives' beliefs that man was created from ground clay. Now, I just want to say there is lots of other Native American imagery throughout this episode that I know went over my head, but I really appreciate the fact that they took the time, consulted the correct people to put it into the episode. Even though some of it may have gone over my head, you can feel it, if that makes sense. You can feel in the setting, in the atmosphere, what they were able to create there, and I appreciate the attention to detail. Here we see Kahhori take on some serious Magneto vibes when she catches these bullets from the colonizers when they invade the Tesseract realm. When Kahhori takes control of the portal, she says that if her newfound friends are worthy of this paradise, then they will join her. This is again paralleling the story of Asgard, where Thor was forced to leave paradise and go on a journey to become worthy of that paradise and his power.
You are unworthy of these realms, unworthy of your title!
When Kahhori insists that she needs to leave paradise to save her people, and when she is able to lead those in the Tesseract realm to join her, we see her living up to her namesake, the namesake of being a leader. When Kahhori goes through the portal and arrives back in the waters, it reminded me of these shots of Thanos and Hawkeye after retrieving the Soul Stone. We then hear Kahhori get called a witch, a fun little nod to the Scarlet Witch, and how back then women were often accused of being witches for having opinions and stuff. This scene reminded me a lot of another Magneto scene that also took place on the beach in X-Men First Class, where Magneto too had ships firing on him as he attempted, in his own way, to protect his people. So throughout this episode, we saw Kahhori embrace the values of several great Marvel heroes, such as her connection to Spider-Man with her belief of with great power comes great responsibility. But we also got this great visual imagery of her standing alone against this army, and then her warriors joining her side, like in Endgame when Cap stood alone against Thanos, and then in came the rest of the Avengers. Here we heard mention of Thunder Beings, another reference to the God of Thunder. When Kahhori and her tribe defeat the colonizers, we cut to Isabella's castle, and we learn that others have tried and failed to conquer Kahhori's people.
Primero Gonzalo, después Jacobo, y los hermanos Mendoza. Nadie ha regresado.
When Kahhori portals in, we hear her say she's seen Isabella on a coin, a reference to this silver quarter dollar. Kahhori expresses an interest in peace with Spain and discusses how each other's health is important for the others to remain thriving.
Pensamos que nuestra salud depende de vuestra salud.
She even presents a peace offering. This is paralleling Odin's quest for peace, like we discussed at the top of the video, but peace through great sacrifice if the queen forces her hand. When Kahhori lifts the queen in the air and crushes her throne, it's badass, but I also love the imagery of her literally dethroning the queen. Very cool. And then the legend returns, Doctor Strange Supreme.
And I've been looking for you for a long time.
So we need to remember that not only has Strange traveled to another universe here to find Kahhori, he has traveled back in time as well.
Time travel!
So as the episode opens, we hear mention of how Odin and Hela brought peace to the Nine Realms, something we had a closer look at in Thor Ragnarok when we learned that Odin's methods of bringing peace was far from peaceful, and that his empire of harmony was built on blood. We also got a shot of this mural that we saw in Ragnarok that featured Hela at Odin's side, but in Ragnarok we saw that that mural had been covered up after her banishment.
Proud to have it. Shamed of how we got him.
You see, in the main MCU, Odin banished Hela to Hell for her refusal to accept that their killing days were over. This episode gave us our first look at how that altercation between Hela and Odin went down, and it was very similar to how Thor and Odin's altercation went down in the first Thor movie, when Odin banished Thor to Earth and stripped him of his power. It even took place in the same room. This alternate universe where Odin sent Hela to Earth instead of Hell mirrored that first Thor film even more so by having Odin utter the same lines to Hela that he did to Thor.
I now take from you your power! I now take from you your power! In the name of my father and his father before! In the name of my father and his father before! I cast you out! Cast you out!
Here we can see Hela holding Mjolnir, which, remember, belonged to Hela before it did Thor. And in that mural I mentioned a second ago, we can see her wielding the hammer, the same as we did in the Ragnarok mural. We then see Hela throw the hammer at Odin, and he catches it just like she caught it when Thor threw it at her in Ragnarok. He then proceeds to break the hammer just like Hela did in Ragnarok as well. We then see Odin take Hela's crown just like he took Thor's hammer, and he whispers to the crown the same command that he did to Mjolnir.
Whosoever wears this crown, should she know mercy, shall possess the power of Hela.
Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor.
And then, like Thor, we see Hela cast out of Asgard to Earth. So we see Hela's crown crash land on Earth and leave a crater in the ground just like Thor's hammer did, which we first saw in the post-credit scene of Iron Man 2.
We found it.
And then enters Wenwu, aka the Mandarin.
My name's Trevor Slattery.
No, not that Mandarin, the real Mandarin. Shang-Chi's father and master of the Ten Rings. Ten Rings being the same group that kidnapped Tony Stark in the first Iron Man. That name comes from the 10 cosmic rings that Wenwu wears on his arms. Wenwu looks just like he did in this opening flashback scene from Shang-Chi. We then hear the Watcher say,
The most powerful forces on Earth often come from beyond.
And that's true. Earth has become a hotspot in the MCU for a lot of supernatural artifacts, but they almost never originated on Earth. Take the Infinity Stones, for example.
If you pick the right year, there are 3 stones in New York.
So when Hela arrives to reclaim her crown, it's pouring down rain, recreating the same imagery of where Thor arrived at the shield base to reclaim his hammer in his first movie. When Hela goes to use her crown, she says,
that usually gets a bigger reaction.
This is in reference to Loki's line in the first Avengers movie when his scepter doesn't work on Tony Stark.
This usually works.
Hela attempts to lift the hammer again and then lets out a big scream in the rain, just like this scene from Thor. Wenwu takes a liking to Hela, and who can blame him? It is Cate Blanchett after all. And then we get the return of Morris.
What, are you saying you know a way to get out of here?
We first met Morris in Shang-Chi. He's a creature from Chinese myth called a Hundun. I hope I'm saying that right. And we even got a call back to Morris being sensitive about his lack of a face.
Where's his face?
He's a bit sensitive about that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that your... Sorry, I was under the impression I was talking to your face.
Like in Shang-Chi, we see Morris help guide Hela to Ta Lo, just like he did for Shang. Ta Lo is an alternate dimension that can be accessed via a portal on Earth that is protected by a moving maze of trees.
What happens if we don't stay in the pocket?
The forest eats us.
In Shang-Chi, we got this awesome car chase scene in that forest, but in this episode of What If, we got to see Hela recreate that scene on horseback. Here we meet Jaya, who we can see performing what is essentially airbending, like we have seen many times in the Shang-Chi film amongst the people of Ta Lo. She is also dressed in identical clothing to Ying Li, Shang-Chi's mother, at the beginning of that movie, with the green dress, the hat, and the mask. So when we cut to Heimdall back at Asgard, we hear him say that Hela is no longer in his sight. Remember that Heimdall has the ability to observe all 9 realms from his post at Asgard. But once Hela entered Ta Lo, he was no longer able to see her. I suppose that's because despite Ta Lo being on Earth, it exists within a realm outside of Earth, and therefore is not one of the 9 realms. Now, how that works in terms of multiverse logic and whatever the rules are in the MCU, I don't know, because Marvel hasn't been super clear on what the difference is between dimensions and universes, and how that all works with the multiverse. Anyway, when Hela wakes up in Ta Lo, she sees the flaming birds that I believe are called Fingguans. I'm probably saying that wrong, I'm sorry. So when Hela is complaining about her state of affairs, we hear her mention Odin's new girlfriend, Frigga, aka Thor and Loki's mother.
Also, my dad has this new girlfriend, Frigga. She's a dreadful woman.
And our post-production supervisor, Harriet, pointed out that Hela's mention of Frigga being a new girlfriend could be highlighting the fact that Frigga is the one who made Odin change his barbaric ways. Now, we knew that Hela and Loki weren't blood related, but now we have confirmation that Thor and Hela are only half siblings. And then we get to see the dragon known as the Great Protector from the final battle in Shang-Chi, and I love the look of respect on Hela's face for that veiled threat, because she too has a passion for giant creatures that can eat people.
I've missed you.
So when Odin learns that Hela is no longer detectable by Heimdall, he fears what great power could be shielding their view. He then utters this line.
And our age of peace might be short-lived.
Showing us that while Odin may claim to be a seeker of peace, he is willing to perform great violence to make sure he is in charge of that peace, no matter what the cost. Once again shining light on the irony that he created Hela to be what she is, and then he shames her when she can't change at the drop of a hat. As Hela begins her training, just like Shang-Chi did in his film, she not only discovers that she is physically capable of more than just her Odin-bestowed powers, but she also has the ability to think on her own and choose her own destiny in life, a great theme for a show about the multiverse and endless possibilities.
Finding infinite possibility in the blankest of canvases.
For all her life, Hela was told who and what she would be. It was never her own choice, a theme shared by all of the Odin spawn. Loki felt destined to be a god of mischief, and we saw him break from that path in the season 2 finale of his own show. At the end of Avengers Endgame, we saw Thor break from his feeling of a destined path to rule Asgard.
It's time for me to be who I am rather than who I'm supposed to be.
Odin made Hela who she is. He says as much here that her purpose is destruction, when comparing her path to that of her own wolf, Fenris.
He means you no harm.
Not yet, but in time, he is born with the heart of a fighter, just like his mistress.
This scene reminded me of another Odin daughter, Sylvie, who was told by the TVA at a young age, just like Hela was there, that she couldn't be what she wanted to be, and she was then forced down a path of predetermined destiny, which again is the perfect theme for a show about the multiverse and a saga about the multiverse. So like Loki, Thor, and Sylvie, this What If episode showed us Hela finally breaking free and being who she wanted to be, and that person isn't an evil tyrant. So when Odin arrives on Earth to confront Hela, he tries to take the 10 rings. This is in reference to the many powerful artifacts that can be found in Odin's trophy room. We see her don this red dress, similar to the red dresses we saw here in Shang-Chi. And guys, I've been saying for a while now, look, I love the character of Odin, and I love Anthony Hopkins' portrayal of the character, but let's be clear, he's got a checkered as past. This man was a conqueror who murdered many people. And yeah, he mellowed out in his old age, but this man was no saint. And this episode actually showed us that side of Odin, which was really cool to see. I mean, what did he do when he felt threatened by the fact that he could no longer spy on and control Hela? What did he do when he found out that there might be a power in the galaxy he had yet to make his own? He loaded up and went to Earth, ready to kill a lot of people. people. Odin was responsible for the evil and the darkness that had stained Hela and made her the villain we know. And when we see Hela become worthy of her crown again, we see her transformed into Hela the White, and that white costume symbolizes the stain and the sin placed on her by Odin's manipulation, now washed away, and she is getting to become her true self. And here we also got a name drop of Odin's spear, Gungnir.
We need to separate him from Gungnir.
Now, this weapon goes beyond the pages of the Marvel comics and can often be found in Odin's grasp in many visual depictions of the Norse god.
Yeah, it's kind of my thing.
So as this episode closes, we cut to the planet of Zinhubri, the home planet of Gamora, daughter of Thanos. But of course we know that Gamora is actually Thanos' adopted daughter. In Avengers Infinity War, we saw a flashback to when Gamora was a child and when Thanos conquered her planet. In that scene, he kneels down and presents to her this two-sided knife.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Thanos and Gamora's relationship is almost identical to the dynamic between Hela and Odin, a strong-willed, tyrannical conqueror of a father hijacking the childhood of their daughter and turning them into something that they didn't want to be. In the mainline MCU, Gamora was fortunate enough to be able to break from Thanos, but there are likely other universes where Gamora suffered the same fate as Hela, stayed loyal to her father because he had pushed her too far, and then ended up being betrayed by her father after dedicating her life to him. So I really love that in this universe, a redeemed Hela is getting to save Gamora from ever even falling under the thumb of Thanos. So in episode 5 of this season, we saw Captain Peggy Carter get teleported by the Scarlet Witch to another universe.
She will save our world.
This universe was actually an adaptation of Marvel 1602. So in the comics, the 1602 line features our heroes in the Elizabethan era. As their world is ending, characters like Nick Fury, the Fantastic Four, the X-Men, Spider-Man, Daredevil, and even Doctor Doom and Magneto band together to save the universe. And speaking of Doctor Doom, I thought I spotted a little Doctor Doom Easter egg in this episode, but we'll talk about that here in a bit. So like in this episode of What If, the comics also featured the Watcher telling the heroes about the Forerunner, a person in their universe that isn't supposed to be there. In the comics, we found out that the Forerunner is Steve Rogers, Captain America, which was also the case for this episode of What If. And guys, while this episode certainly took some liberties with the 1602 story, it was surprisingly accurate to the source material, especially for an MCU adaptation. So we open with a live performance of Shakespeare's Hamlet being performed by Loki, and we can see him holding the famous Yorick skull.
Poor Yorick!
This is reminiscent of the scene in Thor Ragnarok where Loki, disguised as Odin, sat back and enjoyed theater performances of his sacrifice in Thor the Dark World. Here we can see Thor wearing the same helmet we saw him wearing in the opening of the first Thor movie when he was about to be made king, and I thought that was a nice touch since we're just moments away from seeing him become king in this universe. Sitting on the throne is Thor and Loki's sister Hela. In this universe, Hela didn't take the path of a villain, similar to her redemption story from the previous episode. Here we can also see that Hela has the same scepter Loki had in the Avengers. In the mainline MCU, the Mind Stone can be found in this scepter, but in this universe, it's the Time Stone. So, like I mentioned, we saw Captain Carter get teleported by Wanda Merlin to the 1602 universe. As a green tear opens in the sky, we see people starting to get sucked into that portal, and Captain Carter starts lassoing them back in. Very cool. Now, these giant tears are literal tears in space-time. We are actually getting to see what an incursion looks like.
An incursion occurs when the boundary between two universes erodes and they collide, destroying one or both entirely.
In Multiverse of Madness, we heard a lot of talk about incursions. We also heard Kang mention them in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania.
Universes colliding. Endless incursions.
Now, in Multiverse of Madness, we learn that the presence of someone from another universe makes the universe unstable and can cause the destruction of that universe, which is exactly what's going on with Universe 1602. Now, incursions were the focal point of the Secret Wars comics, and I'm sure they'll have a big role to play in the MCU's Avengers Secret Wars. When Hela gets sucked into the incursion portal, we see Thor become king reluctantly, just as he's done before in the MCU. We saw him turn down the throne in Thor the Dark World, and then step down from the throne in Avengers Endgame after having taken it at the end of Ragnarok.
Do people need a king?
No, they already have one.
When Captain Carter fails to save Hela, Thor becomes enraged.
You speak to me of sorry? My sister is gone.
Captain Carter is now on the run, and as the Watcher narrates about the traveling warrior from a neighboring universe, we hear Peggy say,
"I can hear you, you know."
This was reminiscent of when Infinity Ultron became aware of the Watcher in last season of What If.
I see you.
And guys, we've talked before about this, but I think there's something deeper going on here. There's some kind of connection between Captain Carter's knowledge of the Watcher and being able to hear him, the Watcher's narration, She-Hulk and Deadpool's fourth wall breaking, and Kevin. I don't know what it is yet, but I'm excited to find out. Here we got to hear Captain Carter's explanation of what an incursion is.
2 time periods have been compressed, stuck together like 2 pieces of gum. And if I don't find a way to unstick these time periods, this universe will shatter.
And honestly, that was one of the best ways the MCU has ever explained what an incursion actually is. Next we hear the Watcher say that he's watched millions of realities fade from existence.
Worlds die every day. I've watched millions fade from existence.
So we've discussed before that What If Season 1 and 2, as well as Spider-Man No Way Home, Multiverse of Madness, Quantumania, all the multiversal stories of the Multiverse Saga, they took place after He Who Remains was dethroned and Loki ascended to being essentially the god of stories. Anyway, my question is, with Loki having replaced He Who Remains so that universes can now live in harmony and have free will, then what exactly is stopping incursions and universes from dying? And the answer is, it sounds like nothing is stopping them from dying. As the Watcher said, millions of universes have died. But we have to keep in mind that, one, the multiverse has an almost infinite number of universes now. So yeah, in context, you know, millions maybe isn't that much.
Yes, percentage-wise, it's marginally improved.
And we also have to remember that the multiverse is now like the tree of life from Norse mythology, Yggdrasil. And I don't know a lot about trees, but what I do know is that sometimes trees flourish and have many branches and leaves, but part of nature is that sometimes those leaves fall and entire branches occasionally fall. I guess what Loki is doing is tending to the tree along with the TVA and now allowing for far more universes to exist than He Who Remains was allowing. And by Loki staying at the center of time, holding reality together, it makes it to where the majority of universes can still live and thrive, and the TVA can do its best to keep the tree healthy. And I think that is arguably the best scenario, because if He Who Remains were still in charge, only certain universes would be allowed to exist, a very, minute number, and free will was forbidden. But if you remove He Who Remains, the entire multiverse goes into chaos and every universe dies. But I guess with Loki now holding reality together, it makes it to where only some universes die, and that's just part of life.
That's life!
So here we've got Happy Hogan as Sir Harold the Happy Hogan / Happy the Freak Hogan. Now in our coverage of the What If Christmas episode, I got so caught up in the fact that we were seeing a purple Hulk like Norman Osborn from the comics that I completely looked over the fact that it was supposed to be a take on the Freak.
Dude, he's like totally freaky.
In the comic line Tales of Suspense, we saw Happy Hogan get turned into this creature known as the Freak, and we got to see that character come to life in the Christmas episode, and now he's in the 1602 universe as well, so I wonder if we'll ever get to see Happy Hogan go purple in the live action MCU. That would maybe be fun to see. I think Jon Favreau would probably have a lot of fun with it. Also, I thought it was interesting that in this universe, Hogan is Thor's right-hand man instead of Tony Stark's. In this world, Tony Stark is a drunk, and that wasn't a random choice. In the comics, we've seen Tony struggle with alcohol, and that was even touched on in the MCU as well. Here behind Tony, we can see what looks like Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, and later in the episode, we hear Thor ask Loki about the hammer he gave him.
I have misplaced it.
So I guess that really was Thor's hammer back there behind Tony. And I'd love to hear what the story was there. Like, did you have to be worthy to lift the hammer? Because I would think that this version of Loki maybe not worthy to lift that hammer, but I do like the idea of like, oh, Tony was able to lift it even though, he's not Iron Man or anything. Anyway, next we get this Robin Hood Steve Rogers, aka Rogers Hood.
Your carriage looks like it could use some lightening of its load.
Rogers Hood.
Now, when I first saw Steve Rogers pop up here, I made a note that he looked like himself from Avengers Infinity War with the hair and the beard, but I thought that was just a stylistic choice for the era and the character he was playing.
It's called fashion.
But as we'll find out later, this really is a Steve Rogers from a time when he was battling Thanos in Wakanda wearing his Wakandan shields, just like in Avengers Infinity War. And it was a nick at the time stone in Thanos' gauntlet that brought Steve Rogers to this point in time and space. So Roger Hood's Merry Men feature Ant-Man himself, Scott Lang, and Cap's best friend, Bucky Barnes. Here Cap refers to Peggy as Margaret, which is Peggy's legal name.
Legally.
Here we see the crew get attacked by Yellow Jackets, a reference to the Ant-Man villain turned MODOK, Darren Cross. Here we see the Yellow Jackets get shot from a gun like Ant-Man was shot from Hawkeye's arrow in Civil War. And then in comes the Destroyer, who we saw in the first Thor movie. Here we see a blink and you'll miss it shot of the Red Skull as an executioner, and this really got me nervous because in the 1602 comics, Doctor Strange gets his head lopped off by an executioner. Here we learn that when a universe is destined for a quickly approaching death, the Watcher is unable to see its future. And then we hear Peggy name drop the name of the show.
What if, what if, what if?
He said it! He said it!
And guys, in this next scene, I nearly fell out of my chair because I thought this guy in the hood with the iron mask was the MCU debut of Doctor Doom. I mean, look at him. That is Doctor freaking Doom. Of course, it wasn't actually Doctor Doom. It was the Hulk, and it looks like he's maybe even wearing like an Iron Man mask, kind of like the one from Iron Man 1. But I think the creators definitely knew what they were doing for a few moments here by making him look like Doom. So when the Hulk is helping our heroes fight the Kingsguard, we hear him say, a callback to this line in the first Avengers movie.
Puny God.
Here Thor says that his vibranium sword was a gift from the King of Wakanda, a reference to King T'Challa. Here we can see Peggy wearing a Stark-created Infinity Gauntlet. And when our team of heroes is able to separate the Time Stone from the Scepter using Tony Stark's device that will reveal to us who the Forerunner is, and of course it was Steve Rogers, the man out of time. And then we get this great moment between Peggy and Steve where they acknowledge how in every universe they just can't seem to ever have their time together.
We never get our happy ending.
To which Steve says,
I'm sure somewhere out there, we do.
And we know that in the mainline MCU, Steve Rogers did travel back in time and spent a life with Peggy Carter. We open in 1602, following the events of the previous episode where Captain Carter traveled to a parallel universe to help stop an incursion, the destruction of a universe. We get a recap of this particular variant of Peggy and her history, and how her grief and loss of time and Steve Rogers could have consumed her and made her bitter, but her resilience kept her going the path of the hero. Unlike Doctor Strange Supreme, who lost not only the love of his life, Christine Palmer, but in the process of trying to bring her back, he destroyed his entire reality. And as we see in this episode, he's allowed that grief to consume him and deviate him from the heroic path that we're familiar with. So when Strange transforms Peggy's drink into something more modern, we hear her call him a lifesaver, and this simple expression actually has a few layers of references to it. It's not only a play on the fact that he was once a life-saving surgeon and in other realities a life-saving hero, but this particular Strange is burdened and corrupted by the fact that he couldn't save the life of Christine and then couldn't save the life of his universe. We hear Strange call Peggy a fellow guardian of the multiverse, a callback to their team up in the season 1 finale when they went up against Infinity Ultron.
It's a protection spell, you're welcome.
Wow, this is fantastic.
Strange takes Peggy to what he calls the Sanctum Infinitum, a play on the Sanctum Sanctorum, and it makes sense that this sanctum is called Infinitum, which means infinite and without end, because this place is huge and it has to do with the multiverse, which is of course theoretically infinite. Peggy sees that Strange has been collecting universe killers like Infinity Ultron within these orbs, similar to the one we saw Doctor Strange contain his Spider-Man spell within in No Way Home. And of course the one in the What If Season 1 finale where Killmonger and an AI of Arnim Zolo were trapped in a battle for the Infinity Stones.
What are friends for?
A battle that we later learn in this episode that Killmonger must have won, but more on that in a bit. So here in these orbs, we've got Infinity Ultron, the gnome that we saw Doctor Strange Supreme absorb in the first season of What If. We've got Thanos with the full Infinity Gauntlet. I'm pretty sure this one is the Collector that we last saw in season 1 of What If, the episode where T'Challa becomes Star-Lord. We see that version of the Collector later in the episode, so that's my best guess. We've also got Rocket Raccoon with his own metal arm. We've got Kid Star-Lord from episode 2 of this season of What If. We've got Corvus Glaive, a member of Thanos' Black Order, and then we've got this Hulk that we get a much better look at later in the episode, but I want to go ahead and talk about him now. This is Thulk, aka Thor Hulk. In the comics World War Hulks, we saw Thor get Hulk's gamma powers, transforming him into this giant blue lightning-powered being. And later in the episode, we see that this Hulk is clearly wearing Thor attire, and he's radiating lightning energy just like in the comics. And there are tons more characters to come, and we'll be breaking down all the multiversal variants that we saw later in this video. So when Strange and Peggy are talking, we hear Strange say,
And we both know the Watcher would never stoop so low as to intervene.
This is a dig at how the Watcher won't interfere in order to avoid further multiversal destruction. You can tell that Strange is still bitter about the fact that the Watcher would not help him save his universe. Here we hear Carter reference
Gremlins, aliens, Jurassic Park.
This is in reference to like just how in the mainline MCU with Cap, Peggy has also been trying to catch up on movies that she missed out on. Now, this is really cool. In this multiversal sanctum, we can see the Rotunda of Gateways, except this is a multiversal Rotunda of Gateways. In the Sanctum Sanctorum in the mainline MCU, it has many doorways to different places on Earth, but this sanctum has a rotunda that leads to different universes. So here on the walls of the sanctum, we see runes reminiscent of the runes that we saw in Doctor Strange's Mystic Arts shields, as well as his Forget Peter Parker spell at the end of No Way Home. We also see runes in Wanda's Hex and WandaVision. So it makes sense that we're seeing multiversal runes in this multiversal sanctum, runes that are likely holding the sanctum and its captors in place. So Peggy is looking for what she thinks is a multiversal threat in Kahhori, who we met in episode 6 this season. In this universe, the Red Skull won.
The bomb at Project Rebirth packed a bigger bang in this universe. Neither you nor Steve Rogers survived.
Project Rebirth being the super soldier serum project that created Captain America and Captain Carter in their respective universes. Here we can see Red Skull's face carved into the mountain like the president's on Mount Rushmore. Now zipping through the snowy woods is Kahhori recreating the same vibes as Quicksilver at the start of Avengers Age of Ultron.
You didn't see that coming?
Kahhori reveals to Peggy that Strange is not only capturing multiversal villains, but multiversal heroes as well, so that he can feed them all to his forge and resurrect his universe. The universe that he destroyed by trying to resurrect Christine.
You're trying to bring back Christine, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
We hear Peggy plead with Strange to stop, and she calls what he's doing madness, a reference to Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
I have to do this.
But this is madness!
There it is!
Where we met another Strange who lost his way.
I'll let you use the Darkhold if you give me your Christine.
Here Strange says,
In the grand scheme of things, it's a small price to pay.
a callback to this line in Spider-Man No Way Home.
In the grand calculus of the multiverse, their sacrifice means infinitely more than their lives.
So in order to stop Strange, we see Peggy throw her shield around the room, setting free all the multiversal heroes and villains that Strange had captured. And oh my god, were there a lot of characters here. So let's break them down. I already covered Thulk and some of the other characters that we saw in the opening of the episode, so we'll skip over those for this section. Now let's get started. All right, we've got Cowboy Loki, a reference to Loki 2019, issue 5. Loki is a cowboy now. We've got Happy Hogan as the Freak, which we saw in the Christmas episode of this season and in the 1602 episode. We see the Dragon from Shang-Chi that we also saw in episode 7 of this season. Here we've got a Star-Lord. We've got a member of the Chitauri, that's the alien army that the Avengers fought in the first Avengers movie. Here's Captain Marvel. Here we've got an Asgardian Kingsguard. Here we got some Skrulls. There's Korg. We've got Winwu and his soldiers, a Dark Elf from Thor the Dark World. And guys, I'm sure I missed a character here or two, so let me know if you spotted any I missed. So next came Zombie Scarlet Witch, who we first met in last season's What If Zombies, based of course on the comic run Marvel Zombies.
And now, the zombie apocalypse!
The last time we saw Zombie Wanda and her horde of zombie minions was in the What If Season 1 finale, where they were portaled in by Doctor Strange Supreme to help battle Infinity Ultron.
That'll keep him busy.
Oh, zombies, great idea. Love them.
It's not them. It's what came with the zombies.
And then Hela, the goddess of death herself, rolls in and says,
Zombies! Sounds like my kind of party.
We also hear her say kneel, a callback to this line from Thor Ragnarok.
Kneel.
Kahhori says that the last queen that told her to kneel regretted it. This is a callback to her encounter with Queen Isabella in episode 6 of this season.
Me fue encomendada la tarea de gobernaros.
And as if things weren't already wild enough, we get Surtur.
I am Asgard's doom!
I love getting to see this rematch between Hela and Surtur, and the two recognizing one another.
You.
A callback to this encounter in Thor Ragnarok. Here, Kahhori and Peggy encounter Thanos with all 6 Infinity Stones, but he's then snapped away by Infinity Killmonger, who also has all 6 Infinity Stones. Killmonger snapping Thanos was reminiscent of Thanos' snap to dust half the universe, as well as Tony's snap that dusted Thanos in Endgame. And the reason Killmonger was seemingly able to do this without being severely injured like Tony was, is because Killmonger has the power of the heart-shaped herb, the power of the Black Panther. So when Thanos dusts, not only does he dust, but so to the 6 Infinity Stones that were in his possession. This is a callback to Thanos using the Infinity Stones' own power in Endgame to destroy those 6 Infinity Stones.
We use the stones to destroy the stones.
And I loved how Kahhori used her Space Stone given powers to manipulate the spatial energy and remove Killmonger from the suit. Very cool. Killmonger is then teleported into all the chaos, where we get a glimpse of Drax the Destroyer and 2 Thors going head to head or hammer to hammer.
Hammer time.
Hammer time?
And then, as if Peggy Carter wasn't already awesome enough, we get to see her don the Infinity Stones and pieces of the Infinity Ultron armor.
Fits like a glove.
That is, of course, a reference to the Infinity Gauntlet. Strange says to Carter that he's defeated that armor before, a callback to his one-on-one with Infinity Ultron in the Season 1 finale of What If. Peggy then throws her shield at him and it hits him right in the head. This is, of course, a callback to this scene in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
Carl?
We then see Strange use his mystic arts to duplicate himself, just like he did against Thanos in Avengers Infinity War, and then we see Peggy use the Reality Stone to do the same. We also saw Thanos use the Reality Stone to cast an illusion of himself in this scene from Infinity War, but getting to see Peggy use the stone to mimic the powers of Doctor Strange and give us an army of each character was really cool. When we get the shot of these butterflies, that's also a callback to Strange's battle with Thanos in Infinity War. Strange attempts to deceive Peggy by showing her the moments before she became Captain Carter and giving her time with Steve Rogers. We also see Dr. Erskine portrayed by Stanley Tucci, just like in Captain America: The First Avenger.
Agent Carter, wouldn't you be more comfortable in the booth?
When Peggy realizes that Strange is manipulating her, we see Steve Rogers begin to glitch, and we can see Strange Supreme behind the facade. Just like how in Star Wars Rebels, when Palpatine attempted to deceive Ezra with a lie and a promise of his old life. We saw him begin to glitch when Ezra was onto him, and within the glitch of Palpatine, we saw his true form of Darth Sidious. Here we can see Atarax amongst the multiversal captors being portaled into the Forge, and I loved how Peggy then utilized the Time Stone to reverse their freefall, to which Strange says,
I mastered that one a long time ago.
A callback to his pre-Infinity War days when he kept the Time Stone around his neck within the Eye of Agamotto. Here we see the multiversal variants start helping Peggy by throwing her their various weapons. Hela throws her infamous crown. Thor throws Mjolnir. Wenwu throws the 10 rings. Here we can see what looks like a Wakandan spear. These are Drax's daggers. And here we can see Gamora's sword. We've actually got 2 of them. That looks like a Hawkeye arrow, and this one is one of Wenwu's guards' weapons. We then see Strange begin to transform into the same beast that we saw in his What If Season 1 episode after having absorbed multiple dark beings from throughout the multiverse. Here we can see Captain Carter holding Odin's staff, Gungnir. As Strange is now fully morphed into the beast, we see his third eye just like we saw in Multiverse of Madness. He's also got this creepy little smile on his hand that gave me real Pale Man from Pan's Labyrinth vibes. And this isn't an Easter egg, but I just wanted to talk about how awesome it was. Peggy catching all 6 Infinity Stones in her hand and then punching the monster was insane. Hands down one of the best moments in the MCU to me. We then get this cool shot of Strange literally fighting his inner demons, and I love this because even with all those monsters inside of Strange amplifying his grief, we have to remember that in that episode of What If, when Strange Supreme was collecting monsters, the Ancient One actually split his reality in 2. This created a variant of the exact same Doctor Strange, the only difference being that this one didn't go down the dark path of trying to resurrect Christine. Doctor Strange Supreme ended up absorbing that Doctor Strange, which is essentially his light side self. So while there are monsters within Strange Supreme pulling him into the darkness, the good Stephen Strange is in there as well, and it was him that was able to help defeat the monsters within. Here we get an amazing shot of the Watcher's realm, the nexus of all realities, a boundary between universes, which we also saw a version of in Multiverse of Madness. And then, oh my god, we got a shot of Yggdrasil, the Tree of Life, and the same multiversal tree that we saw created in the Loki Season 2 finale.
So the episode starts off as an animated Saturday morning cartoon, which seems like an homage to Marvel's animated history. The cartoon style most closely resembles the 2000 series Earth's Mightiest Heroes, while the score is very akin to the 70s animated shows.
Their sole purpose? To destroy
Notice how the whites of the Hulk's eyes are green, just like they were in the 80s Hulk animated series, adding to this retro feel. Also, note his classic purple pants. The Avengers are all wearing their classic uniforms from the first Avengers film, including the Spangly outfit that Phil Coulson made for Cap. Notice they are assembled, minus the Hulk, because in this reality, he would have been regarded as a villain. Now we see them go into battle with an Avengers van, very much like the Mystery Machine on Scooby-Doo or the Ninja Turtles van. You know, something that they could sell as a toy. Then we see them fighting Ultron and finally facing off against the Hulk. So I loved how they chose to recap the past events as an animated series because it's a great way to honor Marvel animation and to break away from the Watcher narrating every single thing that happens in the show. Notice here that Tony Stark has long hair. Now, there was an Iron Man animated series in the 90s where Tony Stark had long hair just like this. Tony Stark had a mullet? Dude, it was the 90s. Even Clark Kent had a ponytail like a bouncer from the Czech Republic. Tony gets the idea to build a mega Hulkbuster suit, amplifying the armor that we saw him use in Age of Ultron. But he also built a similar suit in the comic book Earth X, which also took place in an alternate reality. These mecha suits have a long history with Marvel Comics. Like, I know a lot of you are going to see this and say, oh, it's like Voltron, which is true. Voltron was the 80s cartoon with mech suits that combined into one giant mech. But a member of our Discord, which by the way is free to join, a lot of fun, and the links are below, a member of our Discord named Cayman Ranger pointed out that there is a lot more to this. So in the 1970s, Marvel collaborated with the Japanese studio named Toei to make a Spider-Man series where he had a giant mech suit. Marvel also collaborated with Toei to make a series called Super Sentai, and footage from that show was repurposed into this show. But each Super Sentai series would have originally featured a different Marvel hero with a mech suit, including a Captain America variant called Miss America, and Moon Knight nearly got his own show, but instead fans had to settle for him being adapted as a manga. Still, we think that's why Moon Knight was included in this episode. Notice this cereal box with Captain America on it that reads Captain Munchie, a play on Captain Crunch, and this shows how this animated series was further monetized to lionize the original, now dead, Avengers. So then we see the origin for this universe. Instead of Steve meeting Sam Wilson while running around the reflective pool,
on your left. Come on!
Now Sam outpaces Bruce Banner.
On your left.
What follows is an exact parallel where in this timeline, Sam befriends Bruce instead of Steve. He helps him up, and they also have similar dialogue.
Sam Wilson. Dr. Bruce Banner.
Yeah, I kind of put that together.
Sam Wilson.
Steve Rogers.
I kind of put that together.
And he even takes him to the group therapy session that we briefly saw in The Winter Soldier. Bruce says,
I read somewhere that cardio is a good stress reliever.
And remember, this is exactly what he was doing in The Incredible Hulk, when he was using meditation to learn how to control his breathing. To relax him, Sam takes him out on his sister's boat. You know, the one that he and Bucky fixed for an episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier. But after Bruce hulks out, he decides to reverse his original Hulk experiment. So he straps himself into a chair, the same way he got his power in the original 70s series and in the Incredible Hulk movie. But instead, the gamma spills out of him and creates a new kaiju called Apex, an original creation for this show. So this sets up the premise of this episode, a kaiju Hulk versus the Mech Avengers. Now, I could also spend forever talking about the history of this subgenre, going all the way back to Godzilla fighting Mechagodzilla in 1974, but look, that would be a whole video by itself. What I will say though is this kind of episode is what makes this show great. It's able to take the MCU into new genres and challenge these characters in new ways that might be reflected in the actual MCU Phase 5 and 6, but we'll talk about that later on. 10 years later, we meet the surviving heroes: Bucky, Monica Rambeau, Moon Knight, Shang-Chi, Red Guardian, Belena Vostokov, and Nakia. Now, I thought it was interesting that they are all voiced by their original live-action actors, except for Melina and Nakia. And I also wondered why Shuri wasn't here. Now, oftentimes, we can tell which of these actors will have a continuing relationship with Marvel Studios because they'll appear to voice the same actors in this show. So this implies that we will be seeing more of Shang-Chi and Moon Knight, but maybe Letitia Wright might be squeezed out of the Black Panther movies to make room for Nakia. The heart of this episode is Sam's relationship to Bruce, which is an interesting dynamic. See, Sam is someone who always does what is right, and he is, of course, very brave. So when Bruce does a cowardly thing and runs away, Sam cannot empathize with this at all, so he turns his back on him, because that is something that Sam can never see himself doing. But of course, we saw Bruce do this many times in the MCU. He ends Hulk 2003 going away to the jungle. He begins the first Hulk movie in hiding, and that's also where we find him in the Avengers, and he also runs away at the end of Age of Ultron. Heck, you could even say that the Hulk personality was in hiding after Thanos kicked his ass. Bruce retreats to Astra Island, which is a pretty important place in the comics. It's where Bruce set up a secret lab and built a device called the Absorbitron. Now, this device was built to absorb nuclear energy, which is exactly what he does at the end of this episode. I'm also wondering if Bruce's private island in the show She-Hulk was actually Astra Island. Now, Bruce at first refuses the call to adventure, but then gives Sam with something new.
I call it the Mighty Avenger Protocol.
Like the name of the cartoon? Well, the Mighty Avengers isn't just the name of the cartoon that inspires this opening, it's also one of the many Avengers titles in the comics. When the heroes argue about whether or not they can trust Banner, they say,
"How do we know he hasn't gone full Colonel Kurtz in his volcano?"
So this is a reference to Francis Ford Coppola's masterpiece, Apocalypse Now. Marlon Brando plays an American colonel named Kurtz who retreats deep into the jungle during the Vietnam War. He is not only driven insane, but he attracts a cult following among the natives and his own soldiers.
Are you an assassin?
I'm a soldier.
You're neither. You're an errand boy sent by grocery clerks to collect a bill.
And they also throw out a couple of sports ball terms.
Yeah, what do they mean?
Well, a Hail Mary is when the guy throws a thing and it's far and he's trying to win. But a blitz is like when the people are attacked with tanks, artillery, and fighter jets all at the same time.
Really?
I really don't know anything about sports, sorry. Sam gets to say, Avengers assemble.
He said it! He said it!
The mechs combine into one giant mecha, like Voltron, or of course, like the Power Rangers. So I love the detail that the mecha has a holographic shield, like Steve Rogers used for a while in the comics. And Red Guardian says,
"If Colonel Dreykov would see us now!"
Remember, Dreykov was the Russian handler they reported to at the beginning of Black Widow. And then Bruce swoops in, and this time says,
"On your left, Cap."
Bruce?
Which of course is a callback to how they originally met at the start of this episode, but it's also a callback to Sam getting to say the same thing when he saves Cap's bacon in Avengers Endgame.
Captain Sam, can you hear me? On your left.
And the way Bruce dives in is also similar to how Steve put her in the water in First Avenger. And then Bruce goes full Mecha Gamma, transforming himself into a kaiju, more similar to the Hulk's appearance in the 2099 universe. And the scaly appearance looks more like the Abomination, but it is truly meant to mimic Godzilla right down to the spinal spikes and radioactive breath. But he becomes Godzilla not just in how he looks, but in how he acts. You see, Godzilla is often regarded as humanity's protector, a force of nature that the human race has to learn to trust. And Bruce ends the episode in the same way, retreating from humanity instead of destroying them. And the end is kind of sweet. Hulk is a creature who always feels alone, and at the end, he's finally found a kind of family.
I'm sorry, Sam. I know he was your friend.
He still is.
And I also wonder if we're going to see a similar scene to this unfold in Captain America Brave New World. See, in that movie, Sam is going to face off against another Hulk, Thaddeus Ross's Red Hulk, so he might be able to appeal to his logic and love for his daughter Betty to get him to see reason, similar to what he does with Bruce here.
I know you've always been scared that everyone just sees you as a monster, but from where I'm standing, all I see now is a friend.
And now let's go through the shards in the opening credits. Here we see Thanos, Moon Knight, the Captain America mech, Kahhori, and Bucky from Season 2, Episode 8. Next is an eye from the shot when the mechs combine, a Hydra symbol from the Hydra Stomper, Riri in Episode 5, Avengers Tower from Happy Hogan Saves Christmas, Kingo from Episode 2 this season, and of course Cap's frozen shield and ice from Season 1, What If Hank Pym Killed the Avengers, Spider-Man from the ending of Episode 8, Captain Carter, Killmonger from Season 1, the Frost Giant Laufey, Zeus, and filmmaker Howard Stark from Episode 2 this season. The shards break, and we see Arishem, the Hood, Red Guardian, Yondu with the Howard the Duck Darcy egg, Nick Fury, Kahhori's brother Wata, Howard the Duck's mugshot, which by the way reads 1986, the same year that his bomb of a movie was released. Then we see Stephen Strange, Captain America from the Season 2 finale, Birdie, Agatha, and Uatu looking at the multiversal tree at the end of Season 2. And then Black Widow, Riri again, Iron Man, Wong, and Shuri. Then we add in Obadiah Stane and Loki right here. And then the Shattered Shards are Happy Hogan when he mutates in Season 2, Shang-Chi from the Western episode, White Vision, Riri with White Vision's powers, Storm, Doctor Strange forming his new universe, Kaiju Hulk, and of course Sam Wilson. Episode 2 is one of the fun, wacky what-if premises where we get to see Marvel characters in different historical contexts, sort of like when the Avengers assembled to fight Ego back in Season 2. It begins with an old-timey 1930s Hollywood intro with a person in celestial armor hitting a gong. The Watcher catches us up on the story of the Celestials, saying,
Before the six singularities and the dawn of creation came the Celestial.
And remember, these singularities are how Wong described the Infinity Stones.
Big bangs and 6 elemental crystals hurtling across the virgin universe.
The way the Celestials line up in this film is inspired by this splash panel from Eternals issue 1, when Jack Kirby first introduced them to the Marvel Universe. The stairs that Agatha descends from are also an old Hollywood musical trope, but after looking at them, I cannot get "I Just Dropped In" out of my head.
Just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in.
Agatha's spell.
Now, with the power of the Eternal Guardians flowing through me,
is actually foreshadowing the end of the episode, when she takes a Celestial's power to be reborn as a goddess. So I love the reimagining of Howard Stark as a kind of Howard Hughes tycoon. Howard Hughes, of course, was an aviator and captain of industry who famously made some of the biggest Hollywood spectacles of his era, doing things like actually mounting cameras onto airplanes for his film Hell's Angels. The premise of this episode is that Agatha is able to drain the power of the Eternals, even though they're space robots and not magic users.
Person, just go with it.
You're right. Let's not think about this one too hard. I mean, look at the animation here. As Agatha walks, you can actually see the fabric of her dress shimmy back and forth. It's very well done. And also notice how her mother maiden crone locket is her belt buckle right here. Jarvis is voiced by James D'Arcy, who also played this person in Agent Carter and in his brief cameo in Avengers Endgame. Now remember, this is the butler that helped to raise Tony Stark, and that's the reason why later this is the name that Tony gives his AI. Howard mentions a few great rivalries for Agatha to imitate, including the Appalachian families, the Hatfields and the McCoys, and the Montagues versus the Capulets from Romeo and Juliet. Then he also name drops a few movie stars, including Clark Gable, Bogey, as in Humphrey Bogart, and Cary Grant. So they decide on Kingo from the Eternals. Now remember, he is an immortal space robot who used his immortality to turn himself into a multi-generational Bollywood star. So the reason Kingo did this really was to feed his own ego, which is why he's the perfect person to appeal to Agatha's ego at the end of the episode.
And with that kind of power, you don't have to be feared, because you can be adored.
On the studio backlot, notice how the archway for Stark Studios is made to imitate the famous Paramount archway at their studio. And in the background, we see that the sign here still reads Hollywood Land, as it did before the land was removed in 1949. Then Kingo shows up and gives a much better dance number than the one that we got in the Eternals, where he just kind of swiveled around while people danced around him. But Agatha has a background dancer here that actually has an old Hollywood connection to Princess Leia herself, Carrie Fisher. This woman is your mom. And when Agatha and Kingo start to fight, Jarvis says,
in the script? Are these blue pages?
So what's that mean?
well, in Hollywood, rewrites to screenplays are often printed on different color pages, hence blue pages. During the fight, Agatha mostly uses Thena's powers to create shape, shields, and spears. And while she name checks the other Eternals like Gilgamesh, she never uses their powers, which is kind of disappointing. So Kingo mentions that Ereshkigal has made him the Prime Eternal.
And I do not remember what that means.
So in the Eternals movie, the Prime Eternal was Ajak, and she was the only one who knew their true mission, to safeguard the Celestial Seed inside of the Earth. After she dies, Circe becomes the Prime Eternal, and in this movie, that burden has now passed to Kingo after Agatha took out all of the others. So now, suddenly, he is all about protecting that Celestial Seed.
Do you really expect me to betray Arish and forsake a mission I've dedicated eons to? Never going to happen. Never.
Now, this does explain how Kingo knows that he's a space robot. Ereshkigal would have told him, just like he told Circe. But then Agatha makes a point that, frankly, they really should have made in the Eternals movie.
You haven't just lived among humanity. You have lived as them.
Like, more than most of the other Eternals, Kingo had an actual investment in his life on Earth, so he really should have been the first in line to protect the planet. Instead, he decided to sit out the last battle because he couldn't make up his mind, which frankly is a pretty Hollywood thing to do. We see several of Kingo's movie posters, but actually none of them are the posters that we saw in the Eternals or outside of the movie theater here in Loki Season 2. The episode is filled with a lot of inside Hollywood jokes, like actors voicing characters who talk about how awful actors are.
I mean, all actors are difficult. We're all sensitive because we're opening up our souls, so
Or, you know, when Kingo deliberately calls out certain Bollywood tropes.
I thought we did things over the top in Bollywood.
After he makes his decision, the two of them are spiritually pulled away to speak to Ereshkigal, just like when Circe spoke to him in a vision in the Eternals. Then the Eternal ship, the Daimyo, shows up, and Howard reveals that he'd already worked out that not only was Agatha a witch, but that Kingo is a space robot, which sets up the finale. Notice how Agatha's magic uses purple flames on the candles, the same color as her magic in the live-action MCU. And she's able to pull away Kingo's powers without him having to blast her, even though the show Agatha all along established that that was not how her power works.
I can't steal your magic unless you blast me with.
So why is it different in this universe?
Probably because they wrote this show months before they wrote Agatha all along. They decided to set the finale at the Griffith Observatory, the setting of many classic films, such as the ending of Rebel Without a Cause. Agatha takes Kingo's power and then is able to form her own Unimind, just like the Eternals did at the end of their movie, which allows her to drain away Tiamat's power into herself. Ereshkigal shows up, and then these two glorious cosmic titans clash by punching each other, which is unimaginative and lame.
Jeez, person.
I'm sorry, but it is. The two of them loom over Earth just like Ereshkigal did at the end of the Eternals. Now, At the time, when that movie ended, I wondered how Arishem could do that without completely disrupting the gravitational forces of the Earth. But now I think that he appeared in a more spiritual form, since Agatha's spirit self is able to physically touch him. Now during the fight, she misses him on purpose, just like how Wanda defeated her in the climax of WandaVision when she cast the runes around the Hex. And that ending speech about how movies are great is just the kind of hokey stuff you would see in a 1930s picture. And final Easter egg, the poster for the Cosmic Queen is inspired by the poster for Fritz Lang's Metropolis, one of the seminal science fiction films ever created. Episode 3 is fun because we have two super soldiers, both of which are copies of Captain America going toe-to-toe and then teaming up. We open with the scene from Captain America Civil War where we see Tony Stark's parents killed by the Winter Soldier. And you'll notice that we are seeing this scene play out on the same old monitor that Zemo shows the footage to Tony on. On General Dreykov's desk, we can see a framed picture featuring his daughter, the future Taskmaster that we meet in the Black Widow movie. The folks over at Screen Rant pointed out that when we see Alexei playing Tetris, this is in reference to Alexei Pajitnov, a Soviet software engineer who created the game. Here we can see Bucky jumping from an airplane into the ocean just like Cap did at the beginning of Captain America the Winter Soldier, while he was on his mission with Black Widow for S.H.I.E.L.D. And Bucky, like Cap, doesn't use a parachute.
Is he wearing a parachute?
No. No, he wasn't.
When Red Guardian and Bucky are fighting, we see Bucky grab Red Guardian's shield, recreating this shot from the Winter Soldier when he catches Cap's shield during their first fight. We also see Bucky's vibranium arm punch against Red Guardian's vibranium shield, causing a vibration that puzzles Bucky and calls back to the moments in Winter Soldier and Civil War when Cap and Bucky went at it. In this universe, Tony's parents are spared, yet we still see a future where he becomes Iron Man, making me think that he would just be a more effective Iron Man who wasn't carrying around all those daddy issues. And we also meet a version of Rook, aka Obadiah Stane, the villain from Iron Man 1. Next, we meet a young Bill Foster, and you'll remember him from Ant-Man and the Wasp. And in this episode, we see Foster go Goliath, just like in the comics and What If Season 2, and as referenced here in Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Back in the day, I was Hank's partner on a project called Goliath.
And then, of course, we end with the iconic shot from the Avengers when they assemble for the first time, and Red Guardian has now joined the party.
I don't see how that's a party.
Episode 4 is the weirdest episode of this season and maybe of the whole damn series. So this catches us up with the couple Howard the Duck and Darcy Lewis.
Will you look at us? Nesting.
Well, we are the ducks, I guess that tracks.
Remember, they met during Thor's party in season 1. So we get a call back to the Grandmaster's DJ phone from that episode.
Release the phone.
Here we see some familiar faces. We've got Daredevil himself, Matt Murdock, with Karen Page, which is a nice touch considering Karen Page wasn't even part of the original plan for the new Daredevil revival series. Darcy says,
Come on, get it together, Darcy. This is just like Galaga. This is just like Galaga.
A reference to this scene from the first Avengers movie.
That man is playing Galaga. Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did.
So Darcy Lewis was first introduced in Thor: The Dark World, where we learned about the Convergence. So it is fitting that the Convergence is tied into this episode, with Howard and Darcy's baby being born on the day of this Convergence. And then we get another connection to the Dark World when the Dark Elves arrive.
Emergence is ours to take, and with it we shall finally plunge the 9 realms into eternal darkness.
So here we see Caecilius from the first Doctor Strange movie, played by Mads Mikkelsen, and like in that movie, he and his goons are working for Dormammu. And in this episode, we hear Caecilius say,
I'm sorry, Captain, but Dormammu does not come to bargain.
Which is a callback to this scene from Doctor Strange.
Dormammu! I come to bargain! Dormammu! Dormammu! Dormammu!
Now this frost giant variant of Loki is of course Loki's natural state. This was a Loki who was never adopted by Odin that we saw in What If Season 1. Fury and Coulson are accompanied by Skrulls, a callback to their Skrull encounter in Captain Marvel, and of course Fury's long-standing relationship with the Skrulls.
This should make a really good show that explores that dynamic.
Yeah, don't tell him. Grandmaster refers to Zeus as Sparkles, which is exactly what he called Thor in Thor Ragnarok.
Wow, I didn't hear any thunder, but out of your fingers, was that like sparkles?
Episode 5 is What If the Emergence Would Have Happened, and it begins on a shattered Earth that has become a dystopia ruled by Quentin Beck after he somehow took over Stark Industries. Although, as dystopias go, this one has a breathable atmosphere for some reason, which is nice. So Beck is ruling the shattered planet with the Iron Federation, a spin on Tony Stark's Iron Legion that he used for crowd control in Age of Ultron. So what we're seeing is Tony Stark's suit of armor around the world made a frightening reality.
I don't want to hear the man was not meant to meddle medley. I see a suit of armor around the world.
Yeah, what's Mysterio got to do with Tony Stark and all that stuff?
Well, remember, Quentin Beck was a disgruntled Stark employee who was also a tech genius. I mean, he was the inventor of barf. So apparently, in this reality, he got to keep the Edith glasses and killed Spider-Man. And the Edith glasses gave him control of Stark Industries. So notice the Mysterio propaganda poster here that is hiding this Alliance graffiti. And of course, that graffiti is the same A as the Avengers logo. So this poster hiding this logo, symbolically, is akin to how Mysterio is using illusions to control the world so the people will put up less resistance. The protagonist of this episode is Riri Williams from Wakanda Forever because originally her show Ironheart was set to release a year before this season of What If. So she sits down to make a deal with Sharon Carter, who remember did a heel turn in Falcon and the Winter Soldier and became a villain called the Power Broker. And in this universe, she's still on whatever side offers her the best deal. So this toy that she brings to Riri is an easy bake oven, and it's part of the episode's recurring theme of showing toys and childhood items in this war-torn world.
This used to be someone's, and now it's just wreckage.
Beck's illusions and holograms are composed of small discs of light, just like we saw in Far From Home. And notice that Riri's armor is still very janky and homemade, which frankly I love, because I thought that Tony's armor was getting way too advanced. Like by the time Phase 3 ended, it felt more like magic than science. Beck is controlling White Vision, you know, the husk of Vision that was resurrected by the agency's sword, and who's going to be the protagonist of the upcoming Vision Quest series. Riri is rescued by Wong, Okoye, Valkyrie, and Admiral Ying-Nan, you know, Michelle Yeoh's character from Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. So they are riding on the Asgardian skiff that we saw in Thor Love and Thunder, and later they even share a drink in the same room where Valkyrie and Korg had their little heart-to-heart. I should also point out that we have already seen Earth refugees living on a splintered world in the MCU before. This was the plot of Season 5 of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., where the team was transported to an alternate future where the Earth had been split apart. The Alliance was looking for Riri because she is building a weapon that can neutralize vibranium, which actually makes total sense because, remember, she was able to build a vibranium detector in college, so she already has a history of studying this mineral. Wong casts a Vishanti protection spell around her lab. Now remember, the Book of Vishanti was seen in Multiverse of Madness, where we learned that it's the opposite of the evil Darkhold. Strange Supreme cast a similar spell for the Guardians of the Multiverse when they fought Ultron in Season 1 of What If. So this episode also featured lots of callbacks to the movie The Matrix. Riri, working right up until the last minute while the machine is bearing down on her outside, is like the climax of both the first and third movies. But also, the way Vision effortlessly fights the Alliance with one arm is like after Neo unlocks his full potential and defeats the agents in the hallway. And finally, Riri seeing through the illusions is just like Neo seeing the Matrix after he is resurrected. Afterwards, she places Vision in a padded coffin like his original birth Matrix that we saw in Age of Ultron. So this episode shows us that Riri is a lot like her hero Tony Stark. She always thinks that she can invent her way out of a jam, but this impulse is also her downfall, just like it was Tony's downfall in Age of Ultron. And also like the villain Ultron, Beck's ultimate plan is to take control of the Vision's body. Now, the sequence where Riri is in an illusion is of course just like when Beck created a false reality for Peter Parker in No Way Home. And the revelation that she actually killed all of her friends is lifted from the comic book Old Man Logan, when Mysterio casts illusions to fool Logan into thinking he's killed his fellow X-Men. And he also calls himself the Master of Illusions, which is his nickname in the comics. And the episode ends with Riri casting the Avenger symbol into the sky, similar to how Johnny Storm creates a 4 in the sky with his flames to summon the Fantastic Four. And then we see the 3 Watchers, who I'm wondering could be the same 3 Watchers that we saw talking to Stan Lee in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Episode 6 is 1872, which was actually a spin-off of the 2015 Secret Wars comic where different realities were mashed together into one planet. Now normally, What If episodes center on one event that went differently, but as the Watcher explains, sometimes an entire universe just turns out different. He mentions the fringes of the multiverse, similar actually to how Wong described the placement of different realities in Spider-Man No Way Home.
That spell travels the dark borders between known and unknown realities.
The Marvel animation intro is now a sepia film, like the format of the earliest Westerns, and the film burns at the end. Now, beginning the episode with this sepia tone reminded me of the opening to my all-time favorite Western, Tombstone. The episode also begins at an old church, just like the opening to Tombstone, and this immediately calls to mind the many great spaghetti westerns made by Sergio Leone. In fact, this still barren landscape seems like an homage to Leone's Once Upon a Time in the West. So they fire at the bell 10 times, this universe's version of the 10 Rings of Shang-Chi.
Oh, that's really clever.
I thought so too. And his sidekick is Kate Bishop's Hawkeye. Now, every character in this episode is voiced by the same actor who plays them in live action, including John Walker's Wyatt Russell in the opening scene. But I also think it's cool that Haley Steinfeld is in this episode because her first on-screen role was in the Coen Brothers remake of True Grit.
They tell me you're a man with true grit.
one of the guys says,
"Let's get her done,"
which is the catchphrase of the world's worst comedian, Larry the Cable Guy.
"Get her done."
But I like Larry the Cable Guy.
I said what I said! So they are looking for the Hood, who is actually set to be the villain in the live-action Ironheart show. Long story short, in the comic books, the Hood was an ordinary crook who discovered a cloak and boots that belonged to Dormammu, and these items gave him a variety of powers that we also see in this episode, including invisibility. But in the MCU, it is likely that the Hood will have originally belonged to Sacha Baron Cohen's character Mephisto, and this episode portrays the Hood as a kind of demonic entity that preys on Zhu Ling's worst desires. So when the Watcher explains the fringes of the multiverse, we also see the Loki Gator that we saw in The Void at the end of time in Loki Season 1, Episode 5, and we also saw Throg, who appeared in that same episode. Throg is also, of course, from Walt Simonson's famous run on the Thor comics. We also see Crossbones as a pirate with Black Widow and Black Panther, and we also see the Ultron show tune reality, because who could ever imagine a machine performing on stage?
We didn't have a godfather of crime. We had a nephew.
So this episode is actually grounded in a tragic history of how the West was built. So in this episode, we hear about exploited Chinese laborers, and in real life, it's estimated that as many as 1,200 Chinese immigrants died during the building of the Transcontinental Railroad. So the two of them tracked down a levitating train made from Stark hover technology, but this is more akin to the early type hovercraft that we saw Howard Stark struggling to perfect in the first Avenger.
I did say a few years, didn't I?
And we see that this train is also powered by a proto-Stark reactor before Tony miniaturized it in a cave with a box of scraps. So a flying train is also very similar to the time machine that Doc Brown builds in Back to the Future 3, which was, of course, a Western. Walt Goggins is back as Sonny Birch. You know, he was the villain from Ant-Man and the Wasp, and in this episode, he plays the role of the Six-Fingered Man.
The Hood didn't kill your parents, Miss Bishop. I did.
Birch has a machine that hypnotizes people with sound, similar to the Stark-made sonic tech that Obadiah Stane used against Tony in Iron Man 1. Now, this is another instance where the Watcher intervenes, but I like how he did it somewhat indirectly. He saved the kid, who would eventually cause a distraction to save the heroes, making me think that he has seen some realities where the kid lived and then helped Shang-Chi. In fact, the kid's greater destiny is hinted at here.
That kid's got some iron fists on him.
Because in the 1872 universe, this kid, Kwai-Jun Fan, is that universe's Iron Fist. And finally, we hear,
"Sun's getting real low, Hawkeye."
Which is, of course, a callback to this.
"Sun's getting real low."
But also it sets up the iconic Western ending of heroes riding off into the sunset. On to episode 7, which wraps up the series by completely abandoning the premise of the show and giving us a team up for 2 episodes. Episode 7 begins with Peggy fighting the squid monster from the very first episode, and she says,
"It was worth it. I had a bone to pick with this guy."
Because that monster is the reason she was sent into the future and became a woman out of time. Now the monster is attacking Xandar from the season 2 episode What If Nebula Had Joined the Nova Corps, which ended with Nebula taking over Yondu's Fen and becoming Nova Prime, just like she is here. And just like in that episode, she is accompanied by Korg and the original Groot, who in this reality never died in the battle against Ronan the Accuser. They say,
"Evacuate the planet."
Nope, that murder squid's torn through the jump point network.
And remember, this is the hexagonal network that people use to calibrate faster than light jumps in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And then Peggy shows up in Kang's time chair from Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania.
Hey, I feel like there's a really good story to tell there.
Yeah, right? But look, here's the thing. Birdie says later on that a pod is missing, which means that Peggy and her group have basically been hunting Kangs and stealing their time chairs from a bunch of different realities.
So who is this group anyways? Did I miss like a team-up episode or something?
Nope, they just kind of skipped ahead a few episodes. So this is the MCU version of the Exiles, a group of multiversal heroes that travel between realities. Kahhori, of course, is an original character invented for the show who met Peggy at the end of season 2. And Birdie is the daughter of Darcy and Howard the Duck, you know, that we saw the egg of in episode 4.
Ew.
But she is voiced by the great Natasha Lyonne, who is also playing a mystery character in Fantastic Four: First Steps. So maybe Birdie's gonna come into live action? Yeah, I don't know. Storm is from some reality where she got Thor's hammer and become the goddess of thunder, and she is voiced by Allison Seeley Smith, who of course voiced her in the original animated series and again in X-Men 97. And when she enters, they play just a bit of the theme from the animated series. Now, after the battle, shards of the multiverse fall, and Peggy recognizes these as pieces of the domain that Uatu watches from. Now, he is being held captive by the Eminence, who is voiced by Lucius Malfoy himself, Jason Isaacs. And there's a change here. The Eminence now narrates the opening, but notice there's a couple subtle changes. For one, the colors are now desaturated to show how the Eminence has a starker view of the multiverse. Instead of seeing all facets of morality, he simply sees events as occurring in black and white. But also notices the images are flipped in this new intro, through, almost as if the Eminence is watching events from the other side of the Watcher's multiverse prism. This is because the Watcher was involving himself in the affairs of these universes, but the Eminence observed these events from a distance on the other side of the glass. The Exiles foosball table is of course filled with Marvel characters, some of whom are making their MCU debut in this scene, appropriately appearing as a product. We see Thanos, Kang, Iron Fist, Mystique, Scarlet Witch, Infinity Ultron, Magneto, Hela, Black Panther, Zemo, Luke Cage, and Red Skull. Then comic-accurate Captain America, Loki, Storm, and Galactus as one of the goalies, and Doctor Doom is right here beside Wolverine. Then there's Invisible Woman and She-Hulk here, the 90s version of Rogue, and Iron Man, then Wanda, Wolverine, and my favorite Easter egg, Beta Ray Bill, the Corbinite who originally wielded Stormbreaker in the comics. So when they play, they say, "No powers." And remember, this is the same rule that the kids used to play basketball in the first X-Men movie. Hey, no powers! Now they mentioned that they stole reset charges from the TVA. Now these of course were the devices we saw in Loki season 1 and 2 that are used to prune variant universes, which the TVA stopped using after the events of Loki season 2, I think. Actually, after Deadpool and Wolverine, I'm not that clear on what the TVA do anymore. So they rig up the time ship with a crash test dummy.
Oh, I know them.
No, a different crash test dummy. These were actually the subject of several seatbelt PSAs in the 1990s, who then for some reason were spun off into an animated series. Crash. When Storm tries to use magic on the shard, she places it on a symbol that is like the one the Bifrost burns into the ground when it teleports people. And also, Birdie's many weird levels of description for her ship's power seem like a nod to Spaceball 1 going to ludicrous speed in the movie Spaceballs. Now, Peggy talks about recruiting Infinity Ultron, even though this will risk the entire multiverse. So essentially what she's doing here is choosing the life of one, the Watcher, over the many. And this is very similar to Steve choosing Vision in Infinity War.
We don't trade lives, Vision.
In the flashbacks, we get to see the show in better days at the end of season 1 when they teamed up against Infinity Ultron. And then they look at a photo of their team, which is a mix of the Exiles from this episode and the Guardians of the Multiverse from the end of season 1. They've added in Birdie, Storm, Party Thor, and Black Widow, while we also see the return of Guardian T'Challa and Heavy Metal Gamora. And then we see this variant of Infinity Ultron, how he was created, then killing Thanos, stealing the gems, and then destroying the Guardians on planet Sovereign, which we saw in Guardians 2, then wiping out the Grandmaster's games from Thor Ragnarok, then destroying Xandar, again, it's always getting destroyed, killing Captain Marvel until he is finally alone. Now notice that when he uses his powers, the energy manifests as a series of circles, which is how the power cosmic has always been drawn in Marvel Comics. Back at the ship, Howard the Duck, voiced by Seth Green, is now wearing reading glasses. Now this is there to show that he's older than he was in episode 4, you know, when Birdie was just an egg. Not for nothing, I really could use some of those donuts that actually eliminate carbs.
Oh, yeah. Did you remember to pick up those donuts I like from the universe where carbs make you lose weight?
And then that takes us to the finale of the series. Now notice how the Watchers in this series have an emblem on their chest that looks like a spider web. I think this could be a nod to the Web of Life and Destiny. Now in the comics, this is a kind of map to the multiverse, and we did see it in the movie Across the Spider-Verse. Now during Uatu's interrogation, we see the greatest hits from seasons 1 and 2. Strange Supreme, Hydra Stomper, Kahhori, and Loki leading an invasion of Earth. And then Uatu says,
"Surely you can see, for a garden to thrive, it must be cultivated."
And this is exactly how the TVA described the sacred timeline, as a tree with branches that needed to be pruned. Now, when they're mentioning all the moments he's interfered that we saw in the show, they also say,
"Does not explain your intervention to save Riri Williams."
Or Kwai Jun Fan, Reed Richards.
Now, little sidebar here. In the comics, the Watcher first interfered during the epic Galactus trilogy, which spanned Fantastic Four issues 48 through 50. That story also featured the first appearance of Galactus and the Silver Surfer, both of whom are appearing in Fantastic Four First Steps. So it is possible that we could see Uatu interfering by helping Reed Richards in that movie in order to save the universe from Galactus, which is what happens in the comics. And that could be the interference that they are referring to right here. But if that doesn't happen in First Steps, then these Watchers could actually be referring to Uatu helping Reed in Fantastic Four issue 50. But of course, the best Easter egg, probably in the whole season, was this.
Some girl named Madison with 2 N's and 1 Y.
You remember her from She-Hulk.
Madison with 2 N's, 1 Y, but it's not where you think.
Then the Exiles show up to stage a rescue, and when they travel between universes, the images that we see imitate the faster-than-light travel that we saw in 2001: A Space Odyssey. And Birdie says,
"Hold on to your butts!"
which, I mean, has to be a nod to this line from Jurassic Park.
Hold on to your butts.
The Watchers destroy the ship, splitting Peggy's shield, one of many parallels to Steve Rogers' last fight in Avengers Endgame. And then the team lands on what essentially looks like a Trapper-Keeper from the 80s. After a smashy fight, they all take oaths to become Watchers and get upgrades. Storm gets a headdress like her original suit in the comics. Birdie gets full-on wings attached to her arms, similar to the way the Falcon's armor works. And Peggy's shield gets these lines added to it, which look like they're straight out of Jack Kirby's Eternal comics. It's a subtle way to hint at the greater cosmic power that she now yields. During the fight, there are also some other cool nods to Captain America's history. When her shield gets split into two, we hear the theme from First Avenger. And then her throwing the shield at the Watcher and striking him with energy is beat for beat imitating Cap's fight against Thanos in Endgame. And this moment looks like a nod to Hulk smashing Loki at the end of the Avengers fight, and then we get another leitmotif from the X-Men theme during Storm's big moment.
All my life, I have summoned the forces of nature!
So the Eminence's master stroke is to eliminate every version of them in every universe, similar to how Rick Prime wanted to eliminate every version of his wife from every universe in the show Rick and Morty. In this scene, we see flashes of alternate versions of these characters, all of which would have made for better episodes than this tepid finale. We see Storm as Queen of Wakanda, like she becomes in the comics when she marries T'Challa. Then we see what looks like her naked, like when she was worshipped as a weather goddess on the African plains in Giant Size X-Men #1. We see Birdie as a member of the Nova Corps, and then as a Donald Duck type character, and then Kahhori as a horseman of the apocalypse.
Wait, what? Oh man, that would have been really cool to see.
Yeah, I know, shut up. So then we see Kahhori in a universe where she had no powers, then as Captain America, then her wearing a cloak, maybe as the superhero cloak, I guess we'll never know, and then we finally see her as an X-Man in a blue and gold uniform. So I wonder if this is hinting that her alternate self could be the New Mutant Danielle Moonstar, although probably not, since their only connection is that they're both Native American women. And then we see Peggy as a medieval knight in armor similar to the hero the Black Knight. And then we see her as Sabretooth, which makes no sense, then her as Elektra, which also makes no sense, and finally her as Deathlock, and then Thor, both of which kind of make sense and would be pretty cool to see. Then Peggy sucks them up into Strange Supreme's universe, which he created at the end of Season 2, which then brings the series full circle to the ending of Season 1. After the Watchers have a change of heart, they land on the moon, where Uatu was originally stationed in the comics. And then we get flashes of many other universes, which would have been incredibly cool to see in a show that wasn't concerned with building some sort of emotional connection to a character whose defining trait that is that he is a passive, static person. We see Spider-Man with many arms, like what happened to him in Amazing Spider-Man 100. Samurai Ghost Rider, which actually they could still do at some point because the spirit of vengeance has possessed many people over the centuries. We see Riri Williams as the Punisher, which would make sense because her family was killed by criminals. Then Gamora in a wedding dress. Blade as Moon Knight, which would have been really cool to see. Thanos as Weapon X. Kingo as Iron Man. Cassie Lang mashed up with Ms. Marvel. Now this person is Maestro. This is a really cool alternate version of the Hulk that conquered the world, and in this reality apparently he also became Sorcerer Supreme. This one is Howard the Duck as the Scarlet Witch, which actually makes sense because they're both agents of chaos. A dinosaur version of Hawkeye, okay. Jubilee is the Silver Surfer, would have been cool to see that. Skrull Captain America. Howard Stark dancing with one of the Iron Man dancers. Deadpool as Cable. Young Hela with Not Worthy scrawled into her hammer, which is in a different animation style, and that would have been really cool too. And I think this last one is Star-Lord with the 10 rings, and the rest of them are too blurry to see. So guys, that's our breakdown of every episode of What If. Was there anything we missed? Let me know in the comments below, or at me on Twitter, Blue Sky Threads, or on our free-to-join Discord server. And if it's your first time here, welcome to the channel. Please subscribe, smash that bell for alerts. For ScreenCrush, I'm Ryan Airy.